Chapter 101. Successful counterattack, inciting conflict. Jean replied, "What is it? I want to divorce that bastard Finn Jones." "Aren't you always arguing about divorce?" Jean Lawrence said calmly. "I'm serious this time." Jean's eyes shifted. "Is it because of Michael Ross?" "That's just one aspect. The most important point is that I really can't stand to spend any more time with him." The other end was still visibly upset. "Monica, I really can't tell you what to do with your marriage. But from my personal opinion, I think you'd better not provoke Michael Ross," Jean Lawrence said bluntly. "Why? He grew up in a complicated family. To put it bluntly, he's too shrewd. You never know what he is thinking. I just need to know that he loves me. You'll be amazed by how rational politicians are." Jean was afraid that Monica wouldn't understand, so she continued, "In other words, when it comes to benefits versus emotions, he'll always choose the former. No, you haven't interacted with Michael. You don't know him. He's different from other politicians. Sooner or later, it will be the same. F***ck. You haven't even interacted with him and you're already making such a conclusion." Monica Cardellini cursed. It was because she had seen it happening. However, Jean could not blame Monica Cardellini for not listening to her. No one would be able to understand it unless they have gone through that situation. Monica said, "In short, my divorce with Finn has nothing to do with Michael. I simply don't want to spend any more time with Finn. I simply want him to get out of my sight. And I don't want to see him for the rest of my life." "Your emotions make me feel that you're actually unwilling to accept this. You're unwilling to accept that you've made lots of sacrifices for Dr. Finn Jones." "No," Monica denied. "I have no feelings for him now. Besides, that night was his birthday. He even wanted us to start over." "You refused." Jean frowned. "Yes, I did." Monica was rather pleased with herself. "I told him I didn't love him at all." "Monica, do you know that you're acting like this now because you're afraid that you'll go back on your word? That's why you're desperately trying to cut off your attachment to him." "No," Monica said firmly. "Then why are you so upset?" "I'm upset because my father forbade me from getting a divorce. I just came out of my house and I told him that I wanted to get a divorce. However, my father threatened me and said that if I dared to get a divorce, he would disown me immediately. Am I really his biological daughter?" Jean could sense Monica's raging emotions from the other end of the phone. "Do you think that I'm adopted? Maybe that bastard Finn Jones is actually my father's biological son?" Jean rolled her eyes. Only Monica would have such a magical imagination. "Actually, I don't support your divorce either. You shouldn't act rashly. Think about it before you make a decision. There's no need to get a divorce right away after rejecting him. Calm down and think it through. It's been 3 years anyway, so there's no rush." "It's been 3 years, so I know very well that I must leave him. Jean, I've really thought it through. I really won't fall in love with him again. Even if I don't get together with Michael in this lifetime, I won't be together with Finn. Right now, I don't even want to see him for even a second. You don't even know how uncomfortable it is for me to be living under the same roof as him. I have to face someone I hate every day. I'm afraid I'll suffocate until my boobs sag." The person on the other end was talking agitatedly like a machine gun, but she suddenly stopped. Monica watched as Dr. Finn Jones exited from the elevator. She had just returned from the Cardellini's family villa when she received Jean Lawrence's call at the elevator. She had been worried that she wouldn't be able to talk at home, but she hadn't expected him to return at this hour. She just stared at Finn, wondering what he had heard. Monica only knew that she had spoken too quickly, so she had not been able to control herself. In any case, she had said everything that was on her mind. Chapter 102. I agree to the divorce. Monica stared at Finn Jones with her mouth agape. She watched as he walked out of the elevator somewhat tiredly. He did not show any indication that he overheard what she said. In fact, he acted as if he did not see her as he walked past her to the door, and unlocked the door with his fingerprint. He even closed the door behind him. Monica felt as empty as air. "Monica." Jean called her from the other end. Monica came back to her senses after a long while. "Oh, I'm here. I'm here. What's wrong?" "Finn's back." I was startled. Monica calmed her breathing. "Did he hear everything you said?" Jean asked. "He probably heard it," Monica replied. It was impossible for her to not hear it when she said it so loudly. "But he didn't care. Let me tell you, Jean. Finn Jones is a particularly cold-blooded person. I don't think he has any emotions or desires. Didn't he confess to me that day that he wanted to start over with me? I cried so much. Then he acted as if nothing happened and he went straight to his room. The next day, he was able to return to work on time. I originally thought that it would be awkward for the two of them to face each other, but he didn't react at all." Jean could actually imagine Dr. Finn's attitude towards Monica after being rejected. Monica continued, sometimes, I wonder how Finn grew up. Are orphans born with less feelings compared to normal children?
Most orphans are more introverted and less confident. It's because they didn't receive love when they were young, so they grow up feeling they don't need love. Since you've rejected him, he sealed himself, which makes one think that he doesn't care at all. Jean said. Are you studying psychology? You speak so eloquently on the topic. Monica frowned.
I'm just saying. Jean smiled. You tricked me. Monica was angry. Marriage is not a child's game, Monica. Think about it carefully. There's no need to think about it, Monica said. Let's not talk about it. I feel much better now that I've vented my anger. Tomorrow, I need to argue with my dad. I'm hanging up now. All right, talk later, Jean replied. Jean did not have the ability to predict the future. She knew that Michael Ross was a complicated man, but it does not mean that he doesn't love Monica. Although she felt that Dr. Finn loved Monica very much, she could not guarantee that he was as simple a man as she thought. She always felt that those who were related or close to Edward Swan were no ordinary person. After Monica hung up the phone, she unlocked the door and walked in. Surprisingly, Dr. Finn Jones did not return to his room. Instead, he was cooking noodles in the large, open kitchen. So he worked overtime till this hour and he didn't even bother to have dinner earlier? Monica just looked at Finn, checking if this man had any emotions. Did he really not care about what she just said? It would seem so. Monica turned around and was about to leave when Dr. Finn Jones suddenly asked, Did you manage to see your dad today? Oh, yeah. Monica nodded. How did you know? Your dad called me, Finn replied. What did he say? Monica asked. Nothing much. He just asked if something happened between us, Finn said. So, what did you say? Monica walked back to the kitchen and looked at Finn. Dr. Finn Jones kept his eyes on the noodles and answered, I said that you and Michael wanted to start over. Finn Jones, how can you say that? My dad will beat me to death. Monica was angry. Finn looked up at her. Isn't it true? Even if it is, you can't tell my dad. Monica's face was full of displeasure. I'm not used to lying, Finn replied. Monica sat down in front of the bar counter in the open kitchen as she thought about how she would explain it to her dad the next day. She had told her dad that there's no shared feelings between her and Finn. But now, the B***-starred Finn told her dad that she was having an affair. Damn it, I'm so angry, Monica fumed. The two of them remained silent. Finn prepared a bowl of noodles. He brought the bowl to the dining room and ate his dinner quietly. Monica looked at his figure. At last, she asked, You've been busy all day and you're only eating this? It's not nutritious at all. Chapter 103. I agree to the divorce. Dr. Finn Jones did not reply. Forget it. You won't listen to a word I say anyway. I'm going back to my room, Monica said and got down from the bar chair. After Monica left, Finn's straight posture gave out and he slouched over. He put down the bowl of noodles and held his stomach. If it was not for the stomach pains, he would have forgotten that he had yet to eat anything the entire day. At the moment, he did not have much of an appetite. He just wanted his stomach to feel better. He endured it for a moment before picking up his utensils and eating again. Lately, he seemed to be going through the motions of his daily life. The next day, Monica was still sleeping when she was woken up by the sound of a phone call. She picked up the phone in a hurry and answered, Hello. It's already past midnight and you're still sleeping. Come back quickly. I have something to tell you. Gary Cardellini's angry voice came from the other side. Monica Cardellini rubbed her messy hair and sat up from the bed. Do you know what time it is? Who cares about the time? Come back in half an hour. The caller hung up. Monica angrily threw her phone on the bed. What's wrong with the old man? She had difficulty falling asleep last night as she's been suffering from insomnia. She had no idea when she had fallen asleep. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning. What the hell? Monica removed the blanket and got out of bed angrily. With a ferocious expression, she went to the bathroom to wash up and change her clothes. She did not even put on any makeup, and she tossed on a cap and a pair of sunglasses before leaving the house. At the door, she happened to meet Finn, who was heading out for work. Monica asked casually, You got off work so late last night, and yet you're going to work so early today? I'm going to your house. Monica was stunned by the reply. Your father just called me. Finn continued. He must be telling my dad about our divorce. Monica thought excitedly. She grabbed Finn's arm and said, Let's rehearse what we'll say before we get there. Dr. Finn Jones looked at her hand. Monica frowned and lowered her head as well. Let go, Finn said. Monica rolled her eyes. They had even kissed that night, but now just holding his arm isn't allowed? She rolled her eyes and let go. Dr. Finn put on his shoes and headed out as Monica followed. The two of them arrived at the garage and Dr. Finn went straight to his car. He opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. Monica hesitated for a moment before she took the shotgun seat. He glanced at her. Monica said, "Let's talk about how we're going to bring it up to my dad on our way there." Either way, she was getting a divorce. It would be best if there were fewer disputes. In the end, she still didn't want to destroy her relationship with her father as she still had to rely on him to support her. Dr. Finn started the car and drove on the highway at a relaxed pace. Monica would sometimes get anxious when she saw how Finn drove. Who would have thought that there would be a man who drove even slower than her? She endured his driving skills and decided not to waste time on unimportant matters. Going straight to the point, she said, "My dad definitely doesn't want us to get a divorce. I admit that getting back together with Michael is one thing, but the most important thing is that we don't have any feelings for each other. Even though you've asked me to get back together with you, it feels like you're just asking for the sake of it. After all, I'm quite the catch, my background, looks and all. You felt that it's a pity to divorce me, isn't it?" Dr. Finn focused on driving. His expression did not change, but he had a slight frown.
Anyway, we're going to get a divorce sooner or later. Rather than wasting time, we should do it quick. Once we settle the talk with my parents, we'll go to the government office and get our divorce officialized. Monica said anxiously.
Dr. Finn, who had been silent the whole time, said in a low voice, "How do you want me to cooperate with you?" ****, so you actually wanted a divorce as well, Monica thought. Monica shifted in her seat and sat up straight. She said, "We'll just insist that our relationship wasn't good and that we aren't compatible. After being together for so long, we no longer have any intentions of living with each other. We're both unhappy in this marriage and it would feel suffocating to continue living together. And eventually it'll drive us crazy." Dr. Finn tightened his grip on the steering wheel and said, "Okay." Monica added, "Anyway, look at me and wait for my signal." "Okay," Finn replied. "Dr. Finn Jones, do you want some compensation or something?" Monica suddenly asked. He turned to look at her. "What I mean is, you weren't the one who wanted us to get married back then. It was my dad who forced you. Now that we're getting a divorce, do you want anything?" "What? Any assets or alimony?" Monica said cautiously, afraid of hurting his pride. "There's no need." Dr. Finn rejected. "Oh, come on. My family has a lot of money. Even though your doctor's salary isn't a small sum, you won't be able to earn a fraction of my family's assets in your lifetime. It won't hurt for you to ask for something." "No, why are you so stubborn?" Monica Cardellini was speechless. "Forget it. I'll ask my dad to transfer 20 million yuan to you. Since my dad likes you so much, he definitely won't refuse." "I've said there's no need," Dr. Finn Jones retorted in a cold voice. "Why are you so angry?" Monica said. Dr. Finn tightened his hands on the steering wheel. He was not a lowlife that needed money to agree to the divorce. There was silence again in the car. Monica did not know why they had a fallout again. It must be that we're just not compatible with each other, Monica thought. The car stopped at the Cardellini's family villa. The two of them walked into the house, one after the other, all the while maintaining a distance between them. Gary Cardellini and Ruby Harrison were already waiting for them in the living room. Surprisingly, Monica's cousin, Sarah Harrison, was also there. "Why are you here?" Monica asked her cousin. "It's a weekend holiday. I'm here to visit aunt and uncle." "Aren't you supposed to be busy in the third year of high school?" Monica frowned. She didn't like her cousin very much. Sarah always acted like a good girl in front of her parents, which made Monica feel like she was adopted. "No matter how busy I am, I have to come and visit Aunt Ruby. I love her so much that I miss her every day." As she spoke, she leaned intimately on Ruby Harrison. Ruby was naturally doting on her only niece and she gave Sarah a hug. Monica rolled his eyes. "You two must be biological mother and daughter. I must have been adopted." "Hee hee." Sarah smiled triumphantly. "I was also wondering if I took back the wrong kid from the hospital. Why must you always anger me?" Gary suddenly spoke. Monica sat on the sofa, annoyed. Dr. Finn Jones was also seated there, but they had some distance from each other. "I called you back because I want to talk to you both about your marriage," Gary said. Monica knew that her father wanted them here to talk about the matter. She said straightforwardly, "Finn and I have already thought this through. We don't have any feelings between us. We no longer wish to be a burden to each other." "Did I say you can speak?" Gary was furious. Monica was sullen. "Finn, what are your thoughts?" Gary asked Dr. Finn. His voice was not gentle, but it had a friendly tone. In comparison, he treated her like an enemy. Dr. Finn Jones was silent. Monica turned her head and looked at him nervously. She winked at him. He looked at Monica anxiously. Finally, he said, I agree to the divorce. Chapter 104. Divorce without success, conditions negotiated. I agree to the divorce. 5 words. When Monica heard that, her heart suddenly pounded. She thought that she would be very happy. She thought that she could finally be free, but in her heart, there were some inexplicable feelings. Have you decided? Gary asked Dr. Finn. Dr. Finn nodded. Yes. Gary was a little silent. At that moment, Monica was also unusually quiet. On the contrary, Ruby felt that it was a pity. Dr. Finn was really one of the best men they have met. He was responsible, he did not mess around, and had a sense of responsibility. If Monica could get along well with him, they would not have to worry about Monica being deceived by others with her naive personality. She quickly said, you and Monica were truly in love before. Although something happened in the middle of it, you both got through it together. Are there any misunderstandings between the both of you? Don't be impulsive. I'm not impulsive, Dr. Finn said calmly. Ruby wanted to say something else. Gary suddenly became very angry. Monica, did you hook up with Michael Ross again? Monica, who was in a daze, suddenly came back to her senses. She said, Dad, why are you suddenly asking this? You want me to beat you to death, don't you? Don't you remember how the Ross family chased you out back then? Now, you actually want to go back? Do you not care about my reputation at all? Monica, you're really infuriating. You only care about your reputation. Monica pursed her lips. Don't you care about who I like? Who do you like? Gary looked very fierce. Michael Ross. You. Gary was so angry at Monica at that moment that he almost had a heart attack. You really want to drive me mad? What can I do if I like someone? Monica did not care anymore and said what she wanted. I like Michael Ross because I like him. I want to be with him now, so it's useless for you to say anything. I've made up my mind. Monica. Gary roared. How did the Ross family treat you back then? Don't you have any shame? Monica's eyes were red. Actually, her father rarely scolded her so harshly. Unless she really crossed his bottom line, she actually knew that being with Michael Ross would really anger her father. But she did not want to drag it out any longer. She had no feelings for Dr. Finn. Being together was a burden to each other, and she really had enough. She shouted loudly, Michael said that in 3 months, he will make his family accept me. At that time, we will get married immediately. Gary was stunned when he heard Monica's words. The silent Dr. Finn also looked at Monica. So, I have to get a divorce immediately. I can't delay for even a second. Do you really believe what Michael Ross said is true? Gary asked fiercely. I believe him. I don't. Dad, it's my business who I live with. But you grew up under your mother and my care. How can we let you go ahead and get hurt? Monica's heart skipped a beat. She knew that every time her father played the emotional card, she would be powerless to fight back. She bit her lips and held back her tears. Gary's heart actually ached a little. Seeing his daughter cry so sadly, he felt a little sad. There was a moment of silence. Dr. Finn suddenly said, let's get a divorce. Monica looked at Dr. Finn with tears in her eyes. Dr. Finn looked at Gary. Monica and I are indeed not suitable. Divorce is our best choice. When Gary heard what Dr. Finn said, he sighed heavily at that moment. Actually, it did not have to be Dr. Finn. Why did Monica insist on being with the Ross family? Back then, Monica and Michael broke up because of the Ross family. He had even heaved a sigh of relief because of that. Why were they involved with each other again? He looked at his daughter and asked, must it be Michael Ross? It must be him. Monica was very determined. Dr. Finn's throat was trembling. I can agree to your divorce. Gary compromised. Really? Monica looked at her father excitedly. But I have one condition. I'll agree to whatever condition you have. Monica's tears instantly turned into a smile. Before the Ross family really accepts you, and before they personally acknowledge you, you must maintain your marriage with Dr. Finn. Chapter 105. Divorce without success, conditions negotiated. Dad, hear me out. Gary was serious. The Ross family has a high position and power. Their target was for Michael to get married to the girl from the Sanders family. Families like us who run businesses will not be considered by the Ross family. It's not that I don't trust Michael Ross, but I put my daughter's happiness at stake. Monica looked at her father. If the Ross family really accepts you and you have feelings for Michael Ross, I'm not the kind of person who would break up a couple. If you two want to be together, I definitely won't object. But if the Ross family doesn't accept you, even if you hang yourself, I won't let you marry him. This is my bottom line. Monica was somewhat unwilling. However, her father had already said this much, so she knew that it was useless for her to resist. She said, "All right, once the Ross family accepts me, promise me that you'll agree to the divorce immediately." Gary ignored Monica and turned to Dr. Finn. "Dr. Finn, sorry to have let you down. Please bear with this during this period of time." Dr. Finn shook his head. "I grew up because of your support. That's why I was able to receive this much education and have the life I have now. To me, you guys are my parents as well. I can't be more grateful to you guys, so I won't let you down."
So, when Dr. Finn was with Monica back then, it must have been to repay her family's kindness.
She knew it. How could someone as meticulous as Dr. Finn fall in love with her unbridled personality? Gary nodded and told Monica fiercely, "You better behave yourself during this period of time. You and Dr. Finn are in a contract marriage right now, but that doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want. You cannot do anything with Michael Ross." "I know." Monica was speechless. She still had this moral bottom line. "Also, don't ignore Dr. Finn every day. To be fair, whether you're married or not, you both can still be friends." "When did I ignore him? I treat him as a friend too," Monica retorted. "All right, it's the weekend, so stay at home and have dinner before going back." Gary stood up from the sofa. "I'm so angry with you today that I'm about to have a heart attack. Dr. Finn, accompany me upstairs and help me with a checkup." "Okay." Dr. Finn accompanied Gary back to his room. Monica looked at their figures and turned around to meet her mother's gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm really afraid that you'll regret it." Ruby was helpless. "I won't regret it. I've lived with Dr. Finn for 3 years. I know very well how vile he is. I won't regret it." Monica was very determined. Ruby could not do anything about Monica. At this moment, Sarah was suddenly very excited. "Cousin, are you really going to divorce cousin-in-law?" "It's not going to. I'm definitely divorcing him. Does that mean that I can admit my feelings for him now?" Monica frowned and patted Sarah's head. "You're still young. Do you know what it means to like someone? Just focus on your studies." "I'm 18 years old. I've already developed everything." As she said that, she puffed out her chest. "Better than yours." "Sarah, you shameless." Seeing that Monica was angry, Sarah ran away. Monica did not take Sarah's words to heart. In her heart, Sarah was still a child. What would a child know? Sarah went upstairs alone. She saw Dr. Finn leave her uncle's room. She had actually come to look for him. "Cousin-in-law." Sarah took the initiative to call him. Dr. Finn nodded slightly, not too enthusiastic. "If my cousin doesn't want you anymore, I want you," Sarah said with a smile. "I like you." Dr. Finn looked at Sarah and said indifferently, "Study hard. If I study well, can I chase after you?" "No," Dr. Finn rejected directly. "Studying will make you have less time to think about these things." Dr. Finn left coldly. Sarah looked at Dr. Finn's back view. She was serious about liking Dr. Finn. Even though he was 12 years older than her, she had fallen in love with him and had liked him for many years. She always hoped that she could grow up quickly. When she grew up, she would be able to pursue Dr. Finn. She picked up her phone and took a photo of his back view. Then she sent it to her friend. "My Prince Charming, is he handsome?" Shelley Carter was doing revision questions at the moment. She received a photo of Sarah and looked at it. "It's just his back view." "Don't you think his back is very handsome?" Shelley was speechless. "How can I woo him?" Sarah was a little melancholic. "He doesn't care about me." "I don't know," Shelley replied. "After all, I've chased after a man for 10 years and I haven't succeeded." "That's true." Sarah smiled. "Let's not talk about it anymore. I'm going to get to know my Prince Charming." "Okay." Shelley put down her phone. She looked at the college entrance exam mock exam paper in front of her and suddenly felt a little unable to continue. She moved her body and turned her head to look at the laptop in the room. She hesitated for a moment, walked to the computer, and turned on the computer. She entered a web address. The screen popped up with the words, PG-18. She directly clicked X. After all, she was already 18 years old. She registered an account, topped up the credits, and clicked on the first movie video on the list. She just sat there, calmly watching. Knox Winter slept until the sun was up. He rubbed his messy hair and was about to go to the living room to order takeout when he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from a room. This sound was too familiar. He had just experienced it last night. He followed the sound and directly pushed open Shelley's door. At that time, he thought that the girl who had accompanied him home last night had not left and was practicing her voice early in the morning. However, the moment he pushed the door open, he was completely stunned. He saw Shelley, a child who had not even matured in his heart, sitting in front of the computer and watching movies. What made him even more speechless was that when she found him looking at her, she actually did not feel embarrassed at all. She turned her head and looked straight at him. After a glance, she turned back to look at the screen. Knox Winter was a little impatient. He took 2 steps forward and directly closed Shelley's computer. Shelley's eyes blinked at the interruption. How old are you? Why are you looking at these things? Knox lectured her with a righteous face. I just want to know, what makes these things so likable? You'll know when you grow up. Now just study hard and don't think too much. Knox left these words and was planning to leave. The moment he left, he did not forget to take the computer away. Brother, Shelley suddenly called him. What? Do you have to do it every night? Shelley was straightforward. Knox Winter, who had been through so much in life, was a little embarrassed by the young girl's question. He said impatiently, don't ask about adult matters, you're still a child. Do you have to do it with a different woman every night? Shelley Carter, I told you to study hard. Asking these questions will not help you with your studies. Knox Winter frowned. I've already said that you'll know when you grow up. I'm actually not young anymore. Shelley said, in my hometown, girls get married at 18 years old. That's because your hometown is backward. I asked the young lady who slept with you yesterday, she's only 18.
Really? Knox Winter was stunned. She looked so mature, how could she be only 18?
No, that was not the point. He said, this isn't something you should worry about. It was something he should worry about. After all, she had entered this house to marry him. She said casually, let's try it tonight. At that moment, Knox's eyes widened. Chapter 106. Winning the position of marketing director. Knox Winter's eyes were completely wide open. He really did not react for a long time to what Shelley said. At that moment, he was so taken aback that he stuttered, what did you learn in school? Do you know what you just said? I know. Shelley was very calm. Shelley Carter, you're only 18 years old, and you're still a student. Are you crazy? How can you casually invite men to sleep with you? I didn't do it casually. Don't say it. Knox was very serious. I don't want to hear such words in the future, and you can't tell this to any other men. I think I should call my mother and report your situation. Shelley just looked at him without any special emotions. Knox carried the computer and left. Brother, Shelley said, Mom said we're going to get married. Knox was stunned. He had almost forgotten about this matter. Since we're going to get married, isn't it natural to have sex? Shelley said straightforwardly. Since you have to find someone to have sex with every day, why not let me do it? Isn't it the same? It's different. Knox was losing his temper. We won't get married. I won't marry you. Why? Who the F***K still wants to have an arranged marriage in this era? But Mom said that I can resolve your bloody disaster. It's all nonsense. Knox shouted at Shelley loudly. I'll explain it to you now. We won't get married. Don't believe my parents. I absolutely won't marry you. From the moment you entered my house, I only treated you as my sister. I have no other feelings for you. No other feelings? Shelley looked straight at him. No, Knox was resolute. If I said yes, I would at most have some sympathy for you. I heard that you were sold to my family by your biological parents. At most, I think you suffered a little. Oh, Shelley replied. Stop thinking nonsense if you understand. Focus on your studies. What kind of woman do you like? Shelley Carter asked. Knox frowned. He had never considered this question. Anyone he deemed pleasant could be brought home. After they had sex, he could leave immediately. He had never really thought about what kind of woman he liked. To be more precise, he had never liked anyone. Shelley saw that Knox did not answer. At that moment, she just smiled calmly. I have to do my homework. Brother, you can go out first. Knox glanced at Shelley. Before he left, he did not forget to remind her, don't watch any more movies. Okay. Knox Winter left. Shelley returned to her desk. She fiddled with the pen in her hand and looked at the college entrance examination paper in front of her. Knox did not like her. She actually did not like Knox either. But she had to marry him. After lunch, Monica and Dr. Finn left the Cardellini family villa together. Dr. Finn drove. The speed was very slow. Monica leaned against the passenger seat and remained silent. The traffic in Southampton City was very heavy. At this moment, it suddenly rained heavily and the streets were somewhat congested. Monica turned her head and suddenly said to Dr. Finn, we will maintain our marriage for another 3 months. Dr. Finn did not reply. We will part ways after 3 months. Dr. Finn continued to drive seriously. Just persist. Monica seemed to be cheering herself on. It was as if this marriage had caused her immense pain. And this pain was about to be released. I'm annoying, right? Dr. Finn suddenly asked. Monica was stunned. Many times, she felt that she was talking to herself. Dr. Finn rarely spoke to her. You're not that annoying. There was a traffic jam in front of them, so Dr. Finn stopped the car. He turned to look at Monica. So, I'm still annoying. Dr. Finn, since we're already at this point, I feel like I have to explain some things to you clearly. Dr. Finn unconsciously tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Your personality is really not that good. It's been so long, yet I'll never know what you're thinking, what you want, when you're happy, and when you're angry. I just have to say a few words to you and our conversation will end. With my personality, I rarely run out of things to say. But when it comes to you, I often don't know what to say. Monica was never a person who hid her emotions, so she expressed her dissatisfaction with Dr. Finn all at once. Chapter 107. Winning the position of marketing director. Dr. Finn's Adam's apple moved slightly. Is that so? Yes, Monica replied affirmatively. My father is right. Even if we're not husband and wife, we still have to be friends in the future. So as friends, I will give you some advice. Dr. Finn blinked. Monica's face was full of sincerity. In the future, if you fall in love and get married again, you have to stop being so cold. Girls need to be coaxed. They need to find a sense of presence in your life, and you should not make her feel that she's dispensable in your heart. If you keep being like this, no matter how much that girl loves you in the past, she will fall out of love with you due to your indifference. Dr. Finn was silent. Monica continued, in short, I don't know if you're a good person on the outside. I guess you're also a good person. After all, you're a doctor who saves people's lives. But internally, at least to me, you really can't be considered a good man. It's not just our 3-year marriage. When we were in love that year, you didn't make me feel safe or loved at all. After saying that, Monica paused for a moment as she thought of something. She then continued, also, if there's really nothing going on between you and your sister, don't do anything that will cause people to misunderstand. Don't be so intimate with her, be it physically or mentally. You must avoid suspicion. No matter how magnanimous a woman is, she wouldn't be able to accept it. In a relationship, having to be suspicious of your partner is like a death sentence. Dr. Finn listened without saying a word. At this moment, the traffic was smooth. He started the car and continued driving. Monica felt that it was meaningless to talk alone. Anyway, that was Dr. Finn's matter. She was just reminding him out of kindness. She was afraid that with his personality, he might end up alone. The car drove some distance away. Monica's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the incoming call and picked it up. Michael. Are you busy? No, I just came from my dad's place. I'm not going to work today. I want to go on a date with you. Michael's voice carried a hint of a smile. The difference between Dr. Finn and Michael was that every time Michael spoke, she could feel his warmth. She looked at the sky outside. It's raining so heavily today. I'll pick you up. There are many indoor dating places in Southampton City. Monica hesitated. I only take half a day off every week. Michael sounded a little pouty. All right, I have something to tell you. Monica compromised. Then I'll pick you up. No need. Tell me the address. I'll go over. I'm on my way.
I'll send the location to your phone. Okay. Monica hung up.
After hanging up, she said to Dr. Finn, I won't go back first. I heard you. Dr. Finn was indifferent. Then, before Monica could finish her sentence, Dr. Finn had already parked the car by the side of the road. Get out. Monica looked at the heavy rain outside and asked, do you want me to get off here? I still have to go to the hospital. It's raining so heavily outside. If you want me to get off here, can't you be a little more gentlemanly? I'm not. Finn Jones. I'm very busy. His tone was especially cold. Monica was really angry. She felt that all the words that she had said earlier, which were sincerely for his sake, were all futile and useless. She angrily opened the car door. The rain outside was really heavy. The moment she got out of the car, her entire body was drenched. However, in the next second, the black car left immediately. It even splashed water on the road and covered her whole body. Finn Jones. Monica watched the car leave and was about to explode in anger. F***ku, man. I curse you to be alone forever. In the same city, under the same heavy rain. Jean was sitting in her office. Even on weekends, she was working overtime to sort out some of the work on hand. The phone rang at that moment. She looked at the incoming call and picked it up. Miles. I'm in Southampton City. Do you need me to pick you up? No need. Do you have a place to stay? Mr. Thorne has already arranged it in advance. Okay, you go ahead to your residence first. Send me the location when you're there. We can have dinner together tonight. Okay, she hung up the phone. Jean stretched her body, lit a cigarette, and stood up from her office chair. In the midsummer of Southampton City, it still rained heavily. Chapter 108. Winning the position of marketing director. She looked out the windows and glanced at the city, which was shrouded in heavy rain. 3 months. She had only given herself 3 months to leave. Outside the door, there was a sudden knock on the door. Jean put out the cigarette butt and returned to her office chair. Come in. Amy pushed the door open and entered. Team leader Lawrence, the chairman is looking for you. All right, Jean nodded. She got up and walked toward Alexander Lawrence's office. Because there was a high-level meeting today, Alexander was also at work. It was rare for Alexander to be in a good mood. When he saw Jean come, he even smiled amiably. Sit. Yes. Jean appeared very respectful and sat respectfully across from him. Just now, Eden called and said that the 3-year interest-free loan application has been settled. By tomorrow at the latest, he will transfer 200 million yuan to our account. Alexander could not hide his excitement. This was probably his greatest achievement since he started working. First, he successfully negotiated the exclusive contract with Muck Group in Harkin. Second, he had taken advantage of the swans. Accompany me to the meeting later. At the same time, you will also accept your position as the marketing director. All right. Jean followed Alexander to the executive meeting room. Alexander Lawrence used to suffer in meetings, and many of his decisions would be refuted by other high-level officials, making him embarrassed. However, today, because of the contract with Muck Group and the 3-year interest-free loan from Swanhaven Bank, he became rather arrogant. He said to the people below, the contract with Muck Group is almost finalized. On Monday, I will personally sign the contract with Muck Group. This contract will bring about a historic change for the Lawrence enterprise. We will become the first company in Harkin to develop e-commerce. Alexander Lawrence said this with elation, appearing a little too proud. The people below also listened. After all, Alexander Lawrence had indeed brought benefits to the Lawrence enterprise. After the media revealed yesterday that Muck Group's partner was the Lawrence enterprise, it caused an uproar in the business world. As expected, when the stock market opened on Monday, the Lawrence enterprise would soar. After Alexander bragged about all the benefits of this collaboration, he said, when Jean first joined the company, she promised at the meeting that she would take down the exclusive rights to the Muck Group Harkin. Now that she has done it, shouldn't all the higher-ups fulfill their respective obligations? General Manager Lawrence, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to beat around the bush and deliberately embarrass everyone? Bryce Hoffman was a little unhappy. Today, he had really had enough of Alexander Lawrence's petty success. Then I will speak frankly. I have appointed Jean as the director of the marketing department. She will be under the senior management of the Lawrence enterprise and will be in charge of all the operations of the marketing department. At the same time, I will step down from my position as the marketing director. Please make an official appointment in the general department before Monday morning. The public announcement will be held for 3 days. Yes. Winston Stone had no choice but to accept the order. I have nothing else to add. The senior management meeting will then come to an end. I wish everyone a happy weekend, Alexander announced. Then, he took the lead and left. Jean followed Alexander's footsteps. Alexander suddenly stopped and patted Jean's shoulder. He said earnestly, Jean, do a good job. As you can see, Dad will definitely not mistreat you. Thank you, Father. Jean nodded. In her heart, she felt a little ironic.
She actually knew what Alexander Lawrence was planning.
He just wanted to use her to develop the Lawrence enterprise. In fact, after she had done her part, she would not get any benefits. Just like her mother back then. In the end, she would not repeat the tragic fate of her mother. She'll definitely take revenge on what they put her mother through. Chapter 109. Another identity of Jean, exposed. Jean returned to her office. There were not many people who worked overtime during the weekend, but all of Jean's team members were present. After the meeting, everyone received news and knew that Jean had been appointed. In the workplace, it was still a place that required performance. Everyone immediately congratulated Jean enthusiastically. In the face of everyone's fawning, Jean only said, meeting.
Quote. As expected, Director Lawrence was completely different from the other leaders. Everyone did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly followed Jean to the meeting room.
Joshua Lawrence stood at the door of his office and watched Jean being supported by others. In the past, it was clear that he was the one who had such glory. He fiercely closed the door of his office and returned to his seat. He never worked overtime on weekends. Even when his father had a meeting on weekends, he would not come. If it was not for Jean, if it was not to boost his performance, he would not have to get up early in the morning on weekends. He sat in his seat in a huff and called Eden. Brother-in-law, I didn't know that you would help Jean even if you were helping me. The $200 million interest-free loan you gave to Lawrence Enterprise completely erased Jean's mistake where she modified the contract without authorization. You were practically assisting in her attack. Joshua Lawrence said in a huff. She's been appointed and has climbed over my head within a week of entering the company. At this moment, Eden's mood was even more sullen than Joshua's. When he took out the 3-year interest-free policy today, his entire being was suppressing his anger. He was being played around by Jean. Not only did he not teach Jean a lesson, he even lost a sum of money. $200 million was not much, but he was not willing to waste a single cent on Jean. He never thought that Jean would climb onto his head. This woman did not care about his reputation back then and almost ruined his image. She should have received the retribution she deserved. He gritted his teeth and said to Joshua, "Don't push all the blame on me here. Your family wanted me to take out an interest-free loan. Why didn't you inform me in advance?" If he knew about this earlier, he could take precautions and think of many ways to reject her. The matter came unexpectedly, so he did not dare to act rashly. If he did not think things through and left a loose end, he had to consider his image and position in the company. I didn't know either, Joshua Lawrence. Eden sneered. Joshua Lawrence, you'd better learn to be smarter. When the time comes, don't blame me for not helping you. Eden left these words and directly hung up the phone. He did not want to waste his breath on trash like Joshua Lawrence. He only wanted to kill Jean. At this moment, the phone rang again. Eden looked at it impatiently and paused. He took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. Miss Sanders. What's going on? Melody Sanders was furious. Why did Muck Group negotiate the contract with the Lawrence Enterprise? Weren't you confident? Didn't you make all the arrangements? Eden, is that all you've got? Eden was insulted by Melody Sanders and felt very upset. However, with Melody Sanders's identity, he could only swallow his anger. I underestimated Jean. I don't want to hear excuses. Tell me now, what do you plan to do next? I haven't thought of it yet. You haven't thought of it yet? Melody Sanders gritted her teeth. Do you mean that I don't need to look for you in the future? If so, I'll look for someone else. Miss Sanders, that's not what I meant. Eden hurriedly explained. You and Michael are friends, and Michael is my best friend. Your matters are naturally my matters. It's just that this time, I was suddenly schemed by Jean. I also need time to digest it. Don't worry, I will do what you told me to do well. Just give me a little time. I don't want to waste too much time. Melody Sanders's demeanor was very strong. I will give you at most 1 month. I want to see Jean's reputation destroyed. I will try my best. Eden, Michael said that you are a very capable person. He asked me to trust you 100%. I hope that you will not let down Michael's affirmation of you. Eden clenched his fists. He was also suppressing his anger. I am not asking you to help me for nothing. As long as you settle Jean, Sanders will be the pillar behind you. Whatever you want to do, as long as it is within the scope of our family's ability, I will satisfy you. And you should know clearly how supreme the power of Sanders is in Harkin. Melody Sanders told him clearly, in other words, you can do whatever you want in Harkin in the future. You might even surpass your uncle's position. Chapter 110. Another identity of Jean, exposed. Eden Swan's eyes moved slightly. This was the reason why he took the initiative to curry favor with Melody Sanders. He was a person with ability and ambition. He could not bear to be inferior to his uncle Edward. Especially now that his uncle was actually involved with Jean, he wanted to climb above his uncle. He wanted to let Jean know clearly that it was useless for her to seduce anyone. In this life, provoking him would be her tragedy. Don't worry, Miss Sanders, I won't let Jean have a good life. I'll trust you one more time. Okay, right, does your Uncle Edward have any activities during this period of time? Help me find some opportunities to interact with him more, Melody said bluntly. I don't believe that I am inferior to Jean in any way, especially when she has been with another man previously. It was my Uncle Edward who did it on purpose. In order to not get married to your family, he deliberately found Jean as an excuse. Of course, Jean isn't your match. Eden had always been good at talking, especially to women. That's why I need to interact with him more. After interacting with him more, he will naturally fall in love with me. Melody was extremely confident. Okay, I'll think of a way to create opportunities for you guys.
Melody did not say anything more and directly hung up the phone.
Eden held the phone with a ferocious expression. He was thinking about how to achieve his goal. He gritted his teeth and picked up the phone to make a call. The other side rang a few times before it was picked up. Uncle Edward. Eden Swan called Edward. Somehow, Eden naturally felt fearful towards this man. What is it? The other person replied. Are you free tonight? I want to have dinner with you alone. What's the matter? I just took over Swanhaven Bank, so I want to report to you about a job I've been working on recently. I also want to have a few drinks with you, Uncle Edward. I'm free tonight. Edward agreed. Then I'll book a place. I'll pick you up tonight. There's no need. Just send me the location in a while. Okay, Eden sounded really respectful. Oh, right. Edward Said, you applied for a 3-year interest-free policy? Yes, I wanted to report it to you, but I didn't want to disturb you during the weekend. It happened to be within my jurisdiction, so I made the decision first. Eden quickly explained. At that moment, his palms were sweating. The Lawrence Enterprise negotiated a contract with Muck Group, and they have some difficulties with funding. It's only $200 million, so it's not a big sum. Jasmine's father came to ask me personally. After all, he is my father-in-law. Since he has already lowered his head, it's really hard for me to reject him. Just treat it as helping a relative. Is it because of the contract with Muck Group? Edward asked. Yes, okay, Edward replied. Then, Eden Swan was a little confused about what his Uncle Edward meant. Send me the location of the dinner in a while. Yes. Eden Swan quickly agreed. Then, I will not disturb you anymore. Bye. Edward hung up the phone. Eden looked at the end of call display and took a deep breath. Edward was only 4 years older than Eden. Eden did not know why, but in front of his Uncle Edward, he always felt that he was inferior to him. The feeling of oppression he felt from his uncle was even greater than Eden's own father. He gritted his teeth. One day, he would definitely climb above his Uncle Edward. 6 p.m. Jean stretched and got off work. Her entire afternoon was packed, so she felt very tired. She picked up the phone. Miles. Yes, I'll come and pick you up right away. Okay, she drove from the Lawrence Enterprise to Miles's apartment. The apartment was not far from the Lawrence family compound, and it would take about 5 minutes to get there by car. It was probably Kingsley Thorne's deliberate arrangement. She called George while driving. Mom. Miles is here, so we'll have dinner outside tonight. Wait for me at the door. I will come to pick you up after I pick him up. Okay. Jean hung up the phone and thought for a while before calling Kingsley. Miss me? Don't you have any self-respect? After all, her reply to that question would always be a no. I thought that I'd move you someday. Jean smiled faintly and said, Miles has arrived at Southampton City. Have you met up with him? We'll meet up soon. All right. If you have any other requests, let me know. Okay. Jean. Kingsley Thorne appeared very serious. Yes. No matter what, your life is the most important thing. I'm very clear about that. Jean smiled. Let's not talk about it anymore. I've arrived at Miles's apartment. Okay. Jean hung up the phone and could see Miles standing there from afar. Chapter 111. Another identity of Jean, exposed. Jean parked the car. Shen then rolled down the window. Miles. Miles took a look at her, quickly opened the passenger seat, and sat down. Where's George? Miles asked. I'm going to pick him up now. Okay, Miles nodded. The two of them did not say much. Miles was one of Kingsley Thorne's subordinates. In fact, she was also Kingsley Thorne's subordinate. It was just that her relationship with Kingsley was a little different, so her identity was also a little special. However, Jean and Miles were still technically colleagues, and there was no need to be too formal with each other. Jean went to pick George up and brought them to a luxurious restaurant in Southampton City. They sat in a private room. Jean ordered the dishes. As she ordered the dishes, she asked, Miles, are you from Southampton City? They were all from Harkin. In fact, they were Kingsley Thorne's subordinates, and also a group of people who had gone abroad to work. No, I heard it's in the ancient city. Oh, that's not too far away. You've been away from your home for so long. Do you have any favorite local dishes? I've forgotten all about it. Besides, I'm not picky about food, Miles said coldly. Then I'll just order whatever I want. Sure. Jean ordered the restaurant's signature dish. In fact, it was the same restaurant that Fourth Master Swan had brought her to eat in the middle of the night the last time. She did not know if she was too hungry at that time, but she felt that the food here was pretty good. The food was served quickly. Miles asked, What did you ask me to come back for? Kingsley didn't tell you. He didn't say. He just said that you needed me. To protect George, Jean said straightforwardly. I have a lot of things to do, and I can't take care of him properly. What do you want me to do, specifically? To be George's chauffeur? Miles looked at her. I know it's a waste of talent, but don't worry, Kingsley will not give you any less. Okay, Miles nodded. In any case, it was all just for money. After dinner, Jean wanted to leave the place. Just as they walked out of the room, they met. Fourth Master Swan. Edward Swan's eyes moved slightly as he looked at Jean and the man beside him, Miles. Miles noticed his gaze and looked back. What a coincidence. Edward's gaze paused for a second on Miles before he looked at Jean. Fourth Master Swan, are you here for your meal? Yes, then I better not disturb, I'll be leaving first. Miss Lawrence, are you done eating? I'm done eating. Okay. Jean did not say anything more. She brought Miles and George away and even smiled at Edward when she left. Edward's throat moved slightly as he looked at her back view. Miles turned his head to look at the man behind him. He then turned around and left with Jean. Jean drove. Miles sat in the front passenger seat. He said, is that the rumored fourth Master Swan? Is he that famous? Jean could not help but laugh. Mr. Thorne often mentioned his name. She knew that Kingsley Thorne did not like fourth Master Swan very much. To be more precise, he was not very fond of the swans. You seem to have changed a little, Miles suddenly said.
How so? Jean asked casually. In the past, when we were abroad, I felt that you were quite cold and preferred to be alone. You almost never smiled.
It was not to that extent. Jean just disliked Kingsley Thorne's oppression and felt unhappy in her heart. There was no way she did not smile. Moreover, when she was with George, she was always as warm as spring. And you did not drive this slowly in the past, Miles added. The outcome racing in Harkin can be very tragic, Jean explained. Miles still felt that Jean had changed a little. He thought about it and found that it made sense. This was Jean's hometown. After returning to her hometown and her family, she would eventually change. Unlike them, who were a bunch of orphans that no one wanted. They were lucky to be adopted, trained, and become professional killers. Chapter 112. I helped fourth Master Swan. Edward brought Teddy into the private room that Eden had booked. Eden was already in the room. When he saw Edward, he quickly went forward. Uncle Edward.
Edward nodded slightly. The waiter respectfully pulled out the dining chair for Edward and invited him to sit down.
After Edward sat down, Eden sat next to him. I heard that Uncle Edward likes this restaurant very much, so I booked this place. Eden quickly said. According to Uncle Edward's usual preferences, I also ordered the dishes that you might like. Okay, Edward responded. Eden quickly poured the wine himself. Uncle Edward, let me toast you first. Edward did not refuse. He drank with Eden just like that. Throughout the entire process, Eden appeared to be extremely proactive. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 different dishes, Eden began to suck up to him. Uncle Edward, I really admire you. The Swans have so many properties including real estate, multimedia, banks, logistics, restaurants, hotels, and even communications and transportation. How did you manage them all by yourself? Now that you have handed over the bank to me, I am already extremely busy. Spend more time and put in more effort, Edward sighed bluntly. If a person is unable to take care of things by himself, he must then cultivate his own confidence. Yes, your birth has destined you to be a manager in the future. So now, other than familiarizing yourself with your current domain, the more important thing is to cultivate talents. Uncle Edward is right. During this period of time, I have been busy improving my business ability and have not managed to train anyone. I will definitely work on this. Finn Jones has been working in the Swanhaven Bank for many years and he is extremely loyal. If you have any difficulties, you can look for him to help you. Okay, Eden agreed. However, he was feeling a little guilty at that moment. Ever since he took over, he had been targeting Finn everywhere. Finn relied on his seniority and tended to question Eden's decisions. Eden saw Finn as a thorn and decided to get him out of the Swanhaven Bank sooner or later. Moreover, Finn was his Uncle Edward's trusted aide. If he did not chase this person away, his every move would be right under his uncle's nose. He would not have much of a future if Finn remained in the bank. Uncle Edward, I must say that I really do respect you. In the future, I hope you will continue to guide me. I also want to contribute more to the Swans. If you have any difficulties, you can look for me, Edward sighed. In the end, the Swan enterprise belonged to the Swans, not Edward alone. Sooner or later, these industries would need to be passed down. Eden Swan had the capabilities. If he was properly nurtured, he could make a difference. The two of them kept drinking. Eden was especially proactive tonight. He did not eat much, but he drank quite a lot. By then, Eden was already feeling a little dizzy. Eden's alcohol tolerance was actually not bad. He had basically never gotten drunk in front of his friends. However, even though he was drunk now, his Uncle Edward's expression did not change. If he wanted to get his Uncle Edward drunk and create an opportunity for him to interact with Melody, it might not be possible after all. He stood up from the chair. Uncle Edward, I'm going to the washroom. Okay. Eden Swan rushed into the washroom in a hurry and vomited. On the dining table in the private room. Teddy. Edward ate the food slowly. Fourth Master, what are your orders? What do you think of Eden Swan? You mean the eldest young Master Swan's alcohol tolerance? Teddy guessed. Character. Teddy did not dare to say. Edward also did not make things difficult for him. He got up. Go pay for the bill. Let's go. Yes. Teddy went out. Just as he opened the door, he bumped into a woman outside the door. Teddy hurriedly stepped back. I heard that Edward is here, Melody asked Teddy. Teddy turned to look at his fourth master. Edward glanced at Melody. Melody did not ask for permission and walked straight in. I'm eating here too. Melody took the initiative to start a conversation. Edward naturally did not believe it, but he also did not expose her. She was an unimportant person, and what she did was none of his business. Edward, I heard that you like the food in this restaurant very much, so I specially came over to have a taste. Melody naturally sat beside Edward. The taste is indeed good. I like it very much. At this moment, Edward put down his bowl and chopsticks. Miss Sanders, you can eat more if you like. Now that I have finished eating, I will take my leave first. Edward. Melody grabbed his arm. Edward frowned slightly. You clearly know that I just want to spend more time with you. I have worked so hard to get close to you, and I have worked so hard to understand your preferences. Why can't you give me a chance to get close to you? Melody's eyes were slightly red while she asked Edward. Chapter 113. I helped Fourth Master Swan. Edward's expression remained unchanged, obviously unmoved by her words. He pushed Melody's arm away. I don't want to waste Miss Sanders' time. You should know very well that I already have someone I like. Don't lie to me. How could you like that woman, Jean? She is just an excuse for you to reject me. I'm not that bored. I won't believe it, Melody insisted. Whether you believe it or not is your business. I don't care. Edward did not even look at Melody. He stood up and was about to leave. Edward. Melody was a little choked up. Even if you don't like me, I am still a member of Sanders. You should do your part and listen to my arrangements. Edward's eyes moved slightly. When I'm in the Swans' territory, shouldn't you do your duty as a host? Or should I tell my father that the Swans no longer take the Sanders seriously? Edward turned his head and saw Eden, who was just puking his guts out in the toilet. Are you planning to let a drunkard stay behind to accompany me? Melody mocked. Since Miss Sanders has already said so, I will naturally accompany you to the end. Teddy. Edward called out to Teddy, who did not dare to leave the door. Yes. Teddy hurriedly went over. The dishes are already cold. Change another table for Miss Sanders. Yes. In addition, Edward gestured. Teddy hurriedly bent down and approached Edward. Edward whispered something in Teddy's ear. Teddy nodded and left respectfully. At this moment, Eden also came out of the toilet and said to Edward, Uncle Edward, I'm not feeling very well, so I want to go back first. Edward glanced at Eden and nodded slightly. Eden left. When he left, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. He had two plans in mind tonight. Either he gets his Uncle Edward drunk and lets Melody send his uncle back, or he could get himself drunk and leave Melody Sanders and Uncle Edward alone. In any case, it was just to let them be alone. Eden sat in his car in discomfort and the driver drove him back. He endured intense nausea and made a call. Jean had just finished showering. She took a glance at the incoming call and picked it up. Jean, do you know who my Uncle Edward is with? Jean thought that Eden would talk about work matters. After all, he had allocated 200 million interest-free loans to the Lawrence enterprise today. She thought that he would be unwilling and called to make a fuss. If she had known earlier that he would say these things, she would not have picked up at all. She said, Does it have anything to do with me? Stop pretending to be aloof. Aren't you trying to seduce my Uncle Edward? I know exactly what you're thinking. Since you know me so well, why are you asking me? Jean's attitude towards Eden Swan was basically indifferent. Let me tell you, Jean, my Uncle Edward is currently having dinner with Melody Sanders. He even chased me away to be alone with her. So, you'd better have some self-awareness. Don't seduce my Uncle Edward. Whether I can seduce him or not, that's my business. There's no need for eldest young Master Swan to worry. Jean, how can you be so shameless? There's still a long distance between you and Jasmine Lawrence, Jean mocked. Jean, if you have nothing else to say, I'll be hanging up. Jean hung up directly. Talking to this man was just a waste of time. She put down her phone and prepared to go to bed. The phone rang again. Jean frowned and looked at the unfamiliar number on the screen. She picked it up. Hello, Miss Lawrence, I'm Teddy. So it was Teddy. To be honest, Teddy was actually as annoying as Eden Swan. However, at this moment, she still had to show her courtesy. Mr. Doolittle, it's already so late. Is there anything you need from me? My fourth master is looking for you, but it's not convenient for him to make a call right now. All because Melody was there, right? Fourth master is caught in some trouble right now. I hope Miss Lawrence can come to the restaurant where you were dining tonight. Fourth master is waiting for you. It's too late. I'm really sleepy. Fourth master said that if Miss Lawrence refuses, then the deal between the two of you will be invalid. He even asked Miss Lawrence to consider it carefully. Jean gritted her teeth. This fellow actually threatened her. She said, I have to wake up early tomorrow, so I won't be coming. Okay, then I won't disturb Miss Lawrence any longer, Teddy said. Mr. Doolittle, Jean said, help me pass a message to the fourth master. Yes. Jean recorded a voice message and sent it to Teddy. Teddy accepted it and then respectfully walked towards Edward, who was sitting at the dining table. At this moment, Melody was eating dinner alone. Edward was really just purely accompanying her. He did not eat, drink, or speak. It was an extremely quiet space. Teddy said, Fourth Master, Miss Lawrence has something to say to you. Melody's eyes moved slightly. She looked at Edward with an obviously unpleasant expression. Edward took Teddy's phone. A few words appeared in the dialogue box. Turn on the speakerphone. The effect will be better. Edward smiled. He actually smiled at his phone. He had never smiled this entire night, but he smiled because of Jean's words. Melody tried her best to suppress her anger. Edward turned on the speakerphone. Jean's unique gentle voice had a lingering charm at that moment. It was extremely pleasant to the ears. Fourth Master, I have warmed the bed for you tonight. Edward's thin lips pursed slightly. It was obvious that he was smiling. Melody's face darkened. Edward clicked on the second voice message. Come back soon. I will wait for you. It was said in an extremely ambiguous tone again. Melody suddenly put down her chopsticks. Edward looked very calm. He calmly handed the phone back to Teddy. Teddy was actually shocked too. He did not listen to Miss Lawrence's voice message at all. He did not know that it was actually such bold words. Edward turned to look at Melody with his eyebrows raised slightly. Miss Sanders, have you finished eating? Edward, what do you mean? Melody was so angry that her body was trembling. Do you still need me to explain in detail? What happens between an adult man and woman? Edward Swan, it's rather late. If Miss Sanders has finished eating, you should leave soon. If anything happens to you, I really can't take the risks. Teddy. Yes, prepare a car for Miss Sanders and send her off. Yes. Melody glared at Edward, holding back her anger. She stood up from the chair. She said, Edward, one day you will regret treating me like this. Edward was indifferent. Melody was from a noble family after all. After being treated like this, she could not bring herself to continue fawning on Edward. She left in a huff. Edward also left. In the car. Teddy sat in the front passenger seat, while Edward was in the back seat. It was very quiet in the car. Teddy, Edward called out to him. Yes, where's your phone? Ah, your phone. Here. Teddy quickly took it out. Give it to me. Teddy respectfully handed it over. Password. What? Cell phone password. Fourth Master, cell phones are my privacy. Teddy said weakly. When he met his master's eyes, he said the password in a dejected manner. Edward's slender fingers carelessly swiped on Teddy's cell phone screen. Teddy was a little nervous. After all, he would occasionally watch some things that were unsuitable for children. If his master knew about it, Teddy would lose his reputation. Teddy. Master. Teddy quickly agreed. Buy a new phone tomorrow. My phone can still be used. Edward gave him a look. Yes. Teddy could only agree. His heart ached. It was not that his phone was expensive. There were many out-of-print treasures inside. They were all wiped clean by the internet and could not be downloaded anymore. Just like that. Just like that, gone. Chapter 114. Who wouldn't know how to play the emotional card? Fourth Master Swan's limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom drove into the Swan's residence. Go to Eden Swan's place, Edward suddenly ordered. The driver immediately agreed respectfully. The car arrived at the Swan's residence's purple pavilion garden. Edward sat in the car and said to Teddy, "Call Eden Swan out." "Fourth Master, I'm afraid the eldest young Master Swan is asleep now. Moreover, he is drunk." Edward gave him a look. Teddy braced himself and went out. After a while, Eden Swan appeared outside Edward's car in a daze. "Uncle Edward, are you looking for me?" Eden rubbed his eyes. After he came back, Jasmine tucked him in bed and he went to sleep. As soon as he lay on the bed, he was so dizzy that he did not dare to close his eyes. He only managed to fall asleep in the end after some honey water, but he now suddenly woke up. When a drunk person was forcefully woken up from sleep, the feeling was worse than being drunk itself. At this moment, Eden was suffering so much that it could kill him.
"Don't go down the wrong path." Edward enunciated each word clearly.
Eden was dizzy, but he seemed to wake up instantly because of one sentence. He looked straight at his Uncle Edward. "I don't want the Swans to waste all these years training you." Edward's voice was cold. Eden gritted his teeth. "Uncle Edward, are you blaming me for telling Melody about our meal today?"
Eden was not stupid. In fact, he was even a lot smarter.
Hence, he knew that he could not hide it, and it was better for him to admit it openly. He said with righteous indignation, "Uncle Edward, I admit that I did not refuse Michael Ross when he asked me to help Melody create an opportunity with you. Indeed, I was the one who told Melody that we were going to have dinner together tonight. And the reason why I did this was for your own good. You are now being pestered by Jean. I know very well what kind of woman she is. Let's put aside her overseas affairs for now. Even during the years when we dated, she was already willful and did not respect anyone. She relied on her good looks and ordered everyone around."
Edward's expression obviously changed. Since the sky was very dark, Eden could not see it.
Eden continued to say, "Back then, if I was not momentarily bewitched by Jean's beauty, I definitely would not have dated her. When I was dating her, despite knowing that she was willful and unruly, I still chose to endure it for the sake of loyalty and trust. If it was not for Jasmine's appearance, I might have married her." "Eden Swan." Edward interrupted him directly. "Cheating is cheating. There's no need for so many grand explanations. It's useless." Eden paused. He took a deep breath, still looking very excited. "All right, I won't say much about my personality. I won't say anything about what happened in the past either. But Uncle Edward, during the years when Jean was abroad, do you know what she experienced? She came back with an illegitimate child. Now, everyone in Southampton City was saying that George was West's son. It was because of this relationship that Jean won the muck contract for the Lawrence Enterprise. Otherwise, do you think that she could really negotiate with her own abilities? What do you see in this kind of woman?" Edward's eyes narrowed. "Are you done, Uncle Edward? This is the last time I hear you say something bad about Jean. I won't allow it to happen again." Eden's expression was a little ugly. He had said so much, but was it all fart to Edward? Jean was already so important in Edward's heart? So important that he did not care about what others thought? Eden said, "Is Melody not good enough? Not as good as Jean? Even if you slept with Jean, you have not slept with Melody Sanders. How do you know that she is not as good as Jean? Whether it is better or not, we will only know when we compare." "I am not you, Uncle Edward, I am doing this for your own good." Eden sulked. "Whether it is or not, only you know the best." Eden looked at Edward. At that moment, he looked a little uncomfortable. "Uncle Edward, is our relationship affected because of Jean?" Although Edward was only 4 years older than him, he had always felt that Edward was an elder, so he always listened to his arrangements. Moreover, he had to admit that Edward was really good to him. Whatever he needed, this uncle of his would give to him. The Swans had so many properties. Other than Edward, his father, 2 other uncles, and an aunt, no one had really interfered. When Eden just graduated from university, he had already been offered an important position at Swanhaven Bank. Once he got married, the entire Swanhaven Bank was a wedding gift from his family to him. Chapter 115. Who wouldn't know how to play the emotional card? It was obvious that Edward already put him in an important position. Just that it was far from what Eden wanted. Moreover, Eden was always below Edward. "It won't if you behave and do what you should." Edward gave an affirmative answer. "So your reminder to me tonight was only for Jean, just to stop me from matchmaking you and Melody again?" "Not only that." Eden looked at his uncle. "The Swans have already laid our hands off royalty and the government for many years. Don't try to break this taboo. Whether it's your friend Michael Ross or Melody, you can have a casual relationship with them. However, if you want to rely on them to let you climb higher, you'd better think twice before acting. Edward's voice was cold. He was neither threatening Eden nor did he sound angry. The Swans have a lot of assets, but it's up to you whether you can get it or not. Eden unconsciously clenched his fists. What exactly did his uncle find out? There was a feeling that Edward had seen through all his thoughts. Our conversation ends here. You choose your own path, Edward Said. Teddy, get in the car. Yes. Teddy opened the car door. The car engine started and they left. Eden looked in the direction where the car left and could not help but tremble. He would not be threatened by Edward. Definitely not. He would definitely have a share of the Swans' assets. Not only a share but all of it, he would not compromise. The next day, Jean woke up feeling refreshed. It was indeed wise of her not to agree to go to Fourth Master Swan's place last night. A few days ago, she had to work overtime because of her collaboration with Muck Group. Today was Sunday, she slept until she woke up naturally. There was nothing happier than this. George was also a child who liked to sleep. Ever since he went to school, he could not wake up on weekends no matter how hard he tried. So, Jean let George sleep and walked out of her room. She walked towards the stairs. Just as she was about to go downstairs, she hesitated for a moment, then turned around and went to Jonathan Lawrence's room. The door was opened by Jonathan's full-time maid. Is Grandpa awake? The old man is in the study. I'll go look for him. As she said this, Jean walked straight in. She then knocked on the door. Jonathan raised his head. At this moment, he was using a calligraphy brush to practice writing. He glanced at Jean. Come in. Jean went over and saw that Jonathan's writing was vigorous and powerful. It was very elegant. She said, I didn't expect grandfather's writing to be so good. Jonathan did not have any special expression towards Jean's deliberate flattery. He put down the brush. The servant quickly went forward to help him tidy up. Jonathan drank a mouthful of tea. What's the matter?
You don't sound like you knew about the muck contract. Did Dad tell you about it?
Which one are you referring to? The interest-free loan from Swanhaven Bank. He did. Jonathan looked like he did not care too much. 200 million. Grandfather, do you understand? Jean asked. My memory is still all right. The Locke Enterprise also said that they would give us 200 million back then, Jean said bluntly. The moment Jonathan looked at Jean, he paused. The next second, he said indifferently, what are you trying to say? Back then, grandfather asked me to marry into the Locke family. In return, they would provide us with 200 million in financing fees. They would help us build our relationship with Muck Group. Now, I've negotiated the cooperation with Muck Group. I've also gotten back the 200 million in financing fees. Jean looked at Jonathan. So you want me to praise you? Jonathan raised his eyebrows. Not really. I'm just telling grandfather that your 5% shares were not given in vain. Jonathan's eyes moved. I won't disturb grandfather anymore. I'll go out first. Jonathan nodded slightly. Jean left. Jonathan looked at Jean's silhouette and felt a sense of loss. Jean's personality had indeed changed. In the past, Jean was very smart. She had been smart since she was young and did not spend much time on her studies. However, her results were always in the top 3 in the entire school. Even so, he had never thought that Jean would have such amazing development in the workplace. He still thought that Jean was still a playful girl. She was actually similar to Joshua. On the contrary, Jasmine was more scheming and had more value in the Lawrence family. At this moment, he seemed to have changed his mind. When Jean took the initiative to express her achievements today, it greatly boosted Jonathan's impression of her. If she was really well behaved, it was not impossible for her to stay in the Lawrence family. Jonathan smiled sinisterly. Next, it would depend on Jean's own performance. Jean left Jonathan's study. After she left, her smile instantly disappeared. Chapter 116. Who wouldn't know how to play the emotional card? Of course, Jean took the initiative to express her achievements just to gain Jonathan's trust. Everyone in the Lawrence family was playing the emotional card, so she should return the favor. Whether she could take the majority of the Lawrence Enterprises shares from Jonathan, in the end, was still unknown. For a crafty old man like Jonathan, Jean still had a long way to go. She went downstairs to the dining room for breakfast. Alexander and Jennifer sat on the sofa in the living room. They had gone for a morning jog and even had breakfast. Jean, you're awake? Jennifer saw Jean coming downstairs and took the initiative to greet her. Jennifer believed that no matter how bad their relationship was in private, on the surface, she would always be amiable and considerate. Yes, where's George? He's still sleeping. What time is it? Alexander suddenly said. Don't you have any rules for your child? He doesn't have to go to school on weekends. There's no point in waking up so early. You can read books and memorize texts. Your memory is the best in the morning. George has a photographic memory, regardless of the time, Jean said straightforwardly. Alexander's expression changed slightly. At that moment, he could not say a single word because of Jean's rebuke. Oh right, mother. Jean did not bother to say another word to Alexander. She turned her head and faced Jennifer directly. I'll have to trouble you with George during this period of time. I have a friend who just lost his job. I asked him to come specially to be George's chauffeur. From tomorrow onwards, my friend will be able to pick him up and send him off. As for the salary, mother can pay him the same price as the chauffeur who was fired last time. I remember that it was 8,000 yuan a month. I've asked. Jennifer paused. The chauffeur who was fired last time was a relative of hers, so his salary was naturally twice that of an average person. Now, of course, she wasn't willing to pay a chauffeur such a high salary. However, she could not say it out loud. If she said it out loud, it would be favoritism, and it would ruin her image. Moreover, she had originally found another person for the job, who was also her distant relative. All the servants in the house were carefully selected by her. The purpose was that they had to be her people. Otherwise, how could she control this family well? She said, Jeannie, I have already found a driver for George. Because of some personal matters at the last minute, it will take a few days. Mother, my friend will be here tomorrow. You can reject that chauffeur of yours, Jean said bluntly. Jennifer still wanted to say something. Jean yawned. I'm going to have breakfast. She did not give Jennifer the chance to speak at all. Jennifer held back her anger. She turned her head to look at Alexander. Seeing that he did not speak to her at all, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She said aggrievedly, Jean still doesn't treat me as her mother. As she said that, she sighed heavily. Alexander was reading the newspaper. When he heard Jennifer's words, he turned to look at her. Bear with it. I can't afford to offend the current Jean. Jennifer was stunned for a moment before she felt even more aggrieved. Hubby, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me that I'll have to bear with her bossing me around from now on? Or else. Right now, my dad wants me to treat Jean well. After all, her abilities in the business world are indeed outstanding. Don't feel bad about it. You can only blame the pair of children you gave birth to. None of them are promising. Jennifer held her breath. It was clear that she wanted to increase the distance between them, yet she was insulted instead. What was so bad about Jasmine and Joshua? Jennifer was furious. She did not believe that she could not defeat Jean. Chapter 117. Danger lurks everywhere. Monday. Alexander brought Jean and signed an on-site cooperation agreement with Muck West. The cooperation with Muck was finalized. The news spread over the media like wildfire. In an instant, the stock market of the Lawrence enterprise rose, and even became a hot topic. Countless business executives in the business world called Alexander to congratulate him. Alexander was drowned in his own glory as he was being flattered, praised, envied, and acknowledged. He indulged in this kind of joy, unable to extricate himself. On the contrary, the party who actually negotiated the contract was quite calm. Jean sat in the conference room and she was in the middle of a meeting. Her expression was serious. She said, winning the cooperation of Muck is something worth celebrating, but it doesn't mean that we can relax. Once the contract is signed and we agree on the outcome, there will be more things to work on. Everyone, please be prepared. Before that, I will first make a new adjustment in our office. All the managers of the marketing department, as well as Joshua, were in the meeting room. There were also people from her project team. Everyone was listening quietly. Perhaps it was her natural leadership. As soon as Jean opened her mouth to speak, she would inexplicably attract people's attention. Her manner of speech was neither slow nor hurried, but her tone was sonorous and forceful. First of all, the project team will not be disbanded and will remain as an active team in the company. In order to increase the work efficiency, I will apply for a separate office for the project members to work alone. The cooperation with Muck Group will involve many unexpected matters, and the project team will be fully responsible for them. Everyone in the project team will only listen to the arrangements of the project team leader. Other centers and departments can provide their opinions, but the team project team has no obligation to obey them. The team leader of the project team will no longer be me, but Mr. Forrest Jackson. Forrest was a little surprised by the sudden appointment. He looked straight at Jean. Before this, he had not communicated with her directly. Jean returned his gaze. Team leader Jackson, you will have a lot of responsibilities in the future. Thank you for your hard work. I will work hard. After many years in the workplace, he was suddenly so nervous at the moment that he stuttered. Perhaps it was not because he was nervous, but because he was a little excited. After being in the workplace for so many years, his passion had long been hollowed out. However, he suddenly seemed to be ignited with passion again. Jean nodded slightly and did not waste any time. She continued with the work arrangements. Next, let's talk about our collaboration this time. The first thing we need to do is to establish the logistics warehouses. Everyone present listened attentively. Jean spoke frankly. The online construction and operation will be carried out by the professional team from Muck Group, while some of the current basic equipment will be provided by our company. When I mention the logistics warehouses, it is not just building warehouses all over the country. What we need to build is a logistics ecosystem. A logistics industry that specializes in distributing goods for our e-commerce platform. The goal is to turn online transactions into offline deliveries faster. Without any further ado, I will make a comprehensive work arrangement for the logistics warehouses. Everyone, please make a meeting record to improve the efficiency of the meeting. Yes. Everyone quickly agreed. Jean began to divide the work of the logistics warehouses, including a location requirement across the country, investment requirements, the building standards of the warehouse, a purchase of logistics vehicles, a staff expansion of logistics, and so on. Everything was detailed, so people did not need to waste time and deliberately find out more about what they should do. This meeting lasted a little longer. However, no one seemed to find it boring, except for Joshua. Joshua's attention was not on work, but entirely on jealousy. He was jealous that Jean had this ability. He was jealous that every word she said hit the nail on the head. He was jealous that she had such a strong aura. He was jealous that she could arrange everyone's work so well that she was even worshipped. Finally, I would like to emphasize my work principles. First, under normal circumstances, I only have 2 meetings a week. I don't like to waste my time and effort on meetings. I also ask the supervisors to adjust the length and frequency of your meetings. Try to convey the purpose and main points of the meetings to everyone in a simple and clear manner. Secondly, since I only have 2 meetings a week, I will make work distributions twice. That is to say, we have to complete the 2 goals in a week. I don't accept any delays or even failure to complete them. If you have any difficulties, please come to my office immediately. If you cannot complete your work by the deadline and did not mention any difficulties you're facing during the meeting, I will not accept any explanation and give corresponding punishment. All in all, the deadline for today's work is Wednesday. I'd like to ask the heads of office to make their own overall planning and division of responsibilities. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 118. Danger lurks everywhere. Jean left in a domineering manner. After Jean left, everyone seemed to come back to their senses from the meeting and walked out of the meeting room one after another. As they walked, there were people discussing. There were too many rumors before. If it wasn't for this project and we met her personally, we wouldn't have known about Director Lawrence's ability. I couldn't tell that she was only 25 years old. She really scared me. Her aura is terrifying. Joshua listened to everyone's discussion. He returned to the office in a huff. The pressure he felt in his heart made him appear distorted. He could not accept Jean flaunting her power in the Lawrence enterprise. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Joshua glanced at the incoming call. He did not even adjust his emotions. Brother-in-law, why are you looking for me now? Do you think that I haven't been slapped in the face enough? Hey, watch your attitude. What attitude? I trusted you so much, yet you let Jean climb onto my head so easily. I have to swallow my pride in the company and listen to her arrangements. Joshua could not control his emotions at all. Eden's expression changed slightly. Joshua, if you decided to give up on yourself, then I won't care about your matters anymore. Joshua gritted his teeth. I called you today to tell you about the matter of dealing with Jean. Joshua instantly became a little excited. What idea have you thought of?
Now that the Lawrence Enterprise has negotiated the Muck contract, what is the first job now?
To build a national logistics warehouse and establish a logistics ecosystem of the Lawrence Enterprise, Joshua said quickly. To build a warehouse. Eden was thinking hard. Yes. A super logistics warehouse will be built in Southampton City. Considering the supply chain, the logistics warehouses in other areas will be mainly rented temporarily and assigned to the supervisors of each region. The warehouses will be fully operational. What is the location of the warehouse in Southampton City? In the Hampton River area. This piece of land was bought by our family a few years ago. We initially wanted to build a physical e-commerce city. However, with the development of the online market, we did not dare to build such a large physical store offline. Therefore, the land had been idle. Now, it could be used for the construction of logistics warehouses. And the scale of our logistics warehouse is on par with Swan Logistics. Eden held his phone in silence. Jean was really proactive and efficient in doing things. A normal company would need at least a month to process the contract before they could start work. After all, after the signage, they would have to bear the costs, and they would then have to come out with a principal amount. A single wrong move and they would lose money. For collaboration of over $2 billion like this, Lawrence Enterprise invested so much, and the Muck e-commerce platform would pour in more money. A collaboration of almost $500 million, yet Jean was so confident.
Brother-in-law. Joshua did not hear the voice on the other side and hurriedly called out to him.
Eden came back to his senses. He would not admit it. The more he understood Jean, the more surprised he was about this woman's ability.
He said, "The most important thing for you now is to monitor Jean's every move. During our previous cooperation, I suspect that Jean has already discovered the mole we placed around her. She will definitely investigate. With Jean's capabilities, it shouldn't be long until find out. You must now rope in more people to ensure that you can get all the latest news about this project at any time, anywhere."
Okay, Joshua immediately agreed. Be careful, Eden emphasized. Brother-in-law, you have to chase Jean out of the Lawrence Enterprise. I can't be bullied by Jean like this. As long as you can monitor Jean well, I have a way to let you achieve your wish. Eden hung up the phone. He sat in his office, thinking about how to stop the construction of Jean's logistics warehouse project. He was lost in his thoughts, until his phone rang. He took a glance at the incoming call and picked it up. Michael. Are you busy with work? I'm fine. What I'm worried about now is how to help Miss Sanders deal with Jean. Have you thought of a good idea? I'm thinking about it, but the pressure is great. Eden did not hide anything from Michael. Jean is indeed more capable than I thought. I didn't even expect it. Before Jean turned 18 years old, even though her results were better than average, she was still a pampered young lady who only knew how to have fun. I really didn't expect her to be so impressive after going abroad for a few years. Chapter 119. Danger lurks everywhere. Jean definitely did not live in vain while she was overseas. Of course, don't give up on yourself. It's not a bad thing to fail the first time. At least you understand that Jean is not as incompetent as we thought. You need to be more cautious in what you do next, Michael comforted him. Okay, Eden replied. I'm calling to tell you that Melody is eager to make Jean suffer. She has suffered a lot because of Jean recently, and she was very upset. I know, Eden nodded. If you have any needs, you can call me directly. I'll try my best to help you. Okay, Eden, you're my best friend. That's why I introduced you to the Sanders. You have to seize the opportunity. I know. Actually, we both know that you're a very capable person. Your development is far from what it is now. If it wasn't for your Uncle Edward, the Swans would have been yours now. Michael appeared a little regretful as he said that. But don't worry too much. Once you get help from the Sanders, it won't be difficult for you to take over the Swans. Michael, I treat you as my best friend as well, so I want to say some things to you. It's okay, tell me, I won't tell anyone. If Miss Sanders married my Uncle Edward, would she still help me instead of him? You don't have to worry about that. Michael gave him an affirmative reply. If Melody Sanders married your Uncle Edward, it was not just a personal marriage, but also a political marriage. The Sanders took a liking to your Uncle Edward's ability and wanted him to develop as a politician. To put it bluntly, once your Uncle Edward marries Melody Sanders, he will let go of the Swans' business and enter politics. Think about it, if your Uncle Edward leaves, who else will the Swans belong to? I see, the huge rock in Eden's heart was set down. The reason why he wanted to curry favor with the Sanders previously was indeed to climb up the ranks of the nobility and raise his status. The Sanders were the most powerful people in Harkin, so he had no other choice. He heaved a sigh of relief and no longer had to worry. Michael was right. Once his Uncle Edward left, the Swans would only belong to him. You haven't had much contact with the Sanders, so you don't know much about political matters. If you encounter any difficulties or areas that you don't understand, just ask me directly. Thank you. Don't treat me as an outsider. I treat you as a friend, and it's only right for me to help a friend. Eden smiled. Then I won't be sentimental with you. Indeed, you shouldn't. Michael affirmed and suddenly said, Oh right, Eden, don't drag me into the matter of setting Melody Sanders up with your Uncle Edward for the time being. What's wrong? I'm with Monica now. Monica's best friend is Jean. I don't want to cause a conflict between Monica and me because of this matter. I understand. Eden agreed immediately, but I really don't understand why you like Monica. After you get involved with politics and power, you will know that a woman like Monica is rare. But you are not a sentimental person. So, of course, it's not just because of feelings. There are many things that I won't tell you for the time being. You should settle the matter between Melody and your Uncle Edward first. We can talk about other things later. Okay. Eden felt that Michael was unwilling to say more, so he did not ask further. If you have any difficulties, remember to look for me. I will. The two of them hung up the phone. Eden had a cunning look on his face. He was very clear about Michael's ability. Although he had yet to make a name for himself in politics, it was bound to happen sooner or later. He did not believe that with the help of so many people, he would not be able to kill Jean. Chapter 120. An overbearing female CEO. After Jean finished the meeting, she called Forrest and they returned to her office together. Do you remember I told you that there was a mole in our project team? Jean asked. Yes, Forrest nodded. We need to kick this person out of our project team as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be hard for us to carry out our future matters. Okay, I'll go investigate right away. There's no need to waste too much of your time investigating this person. To put it bluntly, this person is just a small fry. Even if we find out, we might not be able to find any evidence, and we won't be able to do anything to him. If we are fortunate enough to find some evidence to teach him a lesson, he's just a small employee after all. I really don't want to waste my energy on something that's just for the sake of feeling good. Then what do you intend to do, Director Lawrence? Forrest had worked in the industry for many years, and he really could not guess what Jean was thinking. Keep the people you think are the least suspicious. Get the others to quit the project team with the excuse that we already have enough manpower. Just like that? So simply and crudely? Forrest was surprised. Yoop, Jean affirmed. I need you to settle this matter now. I still have a lot of things to do later, and I don't want to waste time on this.
Forrest took a deep breath. He said, okay. Then, he took out a piece of A4 paper and wrote down the names of the project team members.
He analyzed them one by one. Finally, there are 4 people whom I really don't have 100% confidence in. Forrest looked at Jean. Kelly Waters, Mindy Stonewall, Lexter Hawks, and Johnson Manor. Okay. You're not going to ask me for a reason? Forrest was surprised. No, as long as you're sure, Jean said straightforwardly. These 4 people will return to their respective departments. The remaining 6 will have a meeting in my personal conference room in half an hour. There are some things that I need to explain. Okay, Forrest quickly nodded. He definitely had to adapt to Director Lawrence's swift and decisive style of doing things. Half an hour later, Jean sat in the meeting room. The remaining 6 people in the project team, including Forrest, were quietly waiting for Jean's work arrangements. It's not about work matters, there are just some things that need to be clarified, Jean said straightforwardly. Everyone looked at her. Everyone must be very curious as to why the project team only has 6 people left behind, and why the other 4 left. I'm here to tell everyone that someone among those 4 people has become a traitor. Everyone else was in an uproar. Don't be surprised. In the face of benefits, anyone can lose control. Perhaps one day, all of you will too. I'm not doubting your character, but this is human nature. The reason why I'm holding this meeting today, with you alone, is to remind everyone to adhere to their own principles and not be driven by benefits. You might wonder why I did not pursue the existence of the previous traitor. It is not because I don't dare to, but because I don't want to waste time. If there is another one among you, I will definitely not tolerate the existence of this traitor. It is only natural for me to not only fire this person, but I will make sure to sue him in court as well. Jean's tone was serious. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable. Of course, since I have pressured everyone, I will now give the corresponding encouragement. After signing the muck contract today, I applied for a bonus for everyone. I will exclude myself as part of the bonus. The 6 of you present can split it equally among yourselves, 100,000 each. Really? At the mention of money, the unhappiness from earlier disappeared in an instant. Jean nodded. This is so sudden. One of the project team members, Hans Roland, exclaimed with astonishment. There will be many more such surprises in the future. Director Lawrence, don't worry. Even if someone points a knife at me, I will never betray you. Another team member, Darren Yar, quickly expressed his stance. You guys are really greedy when it comes to money, Forrest said with disdain. Being greedy for money is a good thing. Jean smiled and said, an employee who doesn't put money in his or her eyes is not a good employee. But the premise is that the money must be clean and earned. Don't worry, Director Lawrence. I will definitely not do anything that will let you down. Me too. The members of the project team expressed their stances one after another. Jean nodded slightly. I won't waste everyone's time any further. Everyone, do your jobs well. Please look forward to receiving your salaries. Yes. Jean left. Forrest looked at her slender and seductive figure as she left. She held a strong demeanor wherever she went. If he had not experienced it personally, he would never have thought that such a beautiful woman is capable of unleashing such a powerful ability. Not to mention her own capabilities, but even her management ability was amazing. In the end, the rumored Ms. Lawrence, who was completely useless, had a bad reputation, and was even immoral, was all just a figment of people's imagination. Jean was obviously an overbearing female CEO. The change in the project team members caused a slight disturbance in Lawrence Enterprises' marketing department. The 4 people who were fired also had some complaints. They even went to Jean individually to express their dissatisfaction. However, they were all convinced by Jean's words and left dejectedly. Joshua's traitor, Kelly Waters, was directly kicked out of the game just like that. Joshua was dying of anger. The remaining members of the project team were all Jean's confidants. Indeed, only the members of the project team knew the most about Jean's project. Joshua spent half a month but still could not conquer anyone within the team. This made him even more irritable. Half a month later, the construction of the logistics warehouse was already underway on a large scale. The speed was astonishingly fast. Eden could not withstand Melody Sanders's pressure and came to question Joshua. It's been so long, and you still haven't bribed anyone? I don't know what kind of bewitching tonic Jean has given these people. I've even spent a few million, but no one is willing to be my spy. Joshua was equally as irritable. What's the use of having you? Then tell me, how should I bribe her? You haven't come into contact with Jean in the workplace, so you have no idea how strong this woman is. She really seems to have magic power. Everyone unconsciously wants to follow in her footsteps.
You're just praising her and making yourself sound bad. Eden interrupted him.
I really have no choice. Can't I use other methods to kill Jean? Do I really have to know what she's doing? Joshua said in a slightly mischievous manner. Eden felt that Joshua could not be counted on any longer. Eden directly hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, he was also filled with anger. What a waste. He lit a cigarette and suppressed his emotions to calm himself down. Therefore, it was impossible to find Jean's focus in the project and give her a fatal blow. He could only create obstacles. He put out his cigarette and picked up the phone to make a call. Michael, we can only use that move. You still can't get any information on Jean's project? We can't count on Joshua. Okay, Michael said. It's fine as long as you've decided. It's just that there will be some risks. Be careful and don't get caught. It's not worth it to let Jean ruin your future. Don't worry, even if I get caught, there will still be a scapegoat. What do you need me to do for you? Michael asked. You just need to help me inform the other side. I'll take care of the other matters. Since this is related to Jean, I don't want to rely on you guys too much. I want to personally kill her. I trust you. Michael gave his affirmation. I'll inform the other side immediately. Okay. Eden's eyes turned cold. Jean, you're just seeking death. I'll make you die horribly. Lawrence Enterprise. 9 p.m. Jean stretched her back. For the sake of the logistics warehouse's progress, she had been working until this hour for almost an entire week. She sorted out the information she had on hand. Currently, the MUK's online system has already opened and the e-commerce platform has been set up. She expected the internal testing to be done in a week's time, and after 2 weeks, the pilot operation of the regional opening would be completed. She had to complete the construction of local logistics warehouses in a week. The most important one was the main warehouse in Southampton City. Her goal was not only to build the warehouses but more importantly, to ensure the smooth flow of transportation and logistics. She took a deep breath and could not think about work anymore. Her brain cells needed rest. She picked up her bag and got off work. Just as she walked to the front door of the Lawrence Enterprise, she saw a seemingly low-key but outrageously luxurious sedan parked there. The car window was rolled down. That was when Fourth Master Swan's extremely beautiful face, which could not be ignored, appeared in front of her without any warning. Jean blinked. She was never someone who would lust after beautiful men. No, she was not. She could pretend that she did not see him and walk away. Ms. Lawrence, I have been waiting for you for a long time. An exquisitely magnetic voice came from the car. Jean gritted her teeth. The Fourth Master Swan, whom she had not seen for more than half a month, came again. Chapter 121. Ms. Lawrence should treat me with courtesy. Outside of the Lawrence Enterprises main building, Edward's car was parked there in a flamboyant manner. Jean smiled. Fourth Master, it's so late. Is there something you need me for? There's something I need you for, Edward replied. What is it? Get in the car and we'll talk. Jean really did not want to get in the car. However, at that moment, she bit her lip and got in the car. She already rejected Fourth Master Swan the last time. After all, the two of them had an agreement. She sat beside Fourth Master Swan as the car drove steadily on the road. Fourth Master, what's the matter? Jean took the initiative to ask. Edward turned her head and looked at Jean. He said in a low and magnetic voice, I miss you. Could she pretend that she did not hear him? Have you eaten dinner? Fourth Master Swan was not at all embarrassed by what he said. I have. Just eat a little with me since you've eaten. Why did you even bother asking me? I will have to eat with you whether I have or have not eaten. The car soon stopped at the high-class restaurant that Fourth Master Swan had brought her to previously. When Jean paid the bill last time, she finally noticed the name of this restaurant. The name was very special, it was called Chez Jean. The name was somewhat similar to her name, so it was very easy to remember. The private room that Fourth Master Swan brought her into was still the same as the previous one. It was probably the best location in this restaurant. The beautiful night view of the river surrounding Southampton City was clear to the eye. Fourth Master Swan ordered his own food, and the two of them remained silent. Jean's phone rang. She took a look at the incoming call and was about to answer it when her phone screen suddenly went blank. She had been busy the whole day and did not charge her phone at all. When she got off work, she realized that her phone had run out of battery. However, she thought that she would be going back soon, so she did not bother charging it. At this moment, her phone had turned off by itself. She pursed her lips and waved her hand. Just as she was about to ask the waiter to give her a charger, a white phone was placed in front of her. Jean frowned. Spare phone. You can use it first, Fourth Master Swan said. Jean was slightly startled. Teddy, who was standing at the side, was a little unhappy. That was clearly his phone. His master actually gave his phone out just like that. Jean hesitated for a moment, but still took it. She used the toothpick on the dining table to take out her SIM card and put it into Fourth Master Swan's spare phone. She input the number from memory and dialed it back to the caller just now. As she dialed, she left the dining table and walked to the side. Forrest, my phone ran out of battery just now. Yes, Forrest replied. Director Lawrence, are you off work? I just left. Are you still working overtime? I have some things to settle, Forrest replied and said, I'm just reporting to you that I'm going to the logistics warehouse to check on the construction progress tomorrow. I won't be arriving at the company first. Okay, Jean agreed. Usually, she would not interfere too much with her subordinates' work arrangements. Then I won't bother you anymore. Bye. Jean hung up the phone. She returned to her seat. At this moment, the food was being served one after another. Fourth Master Swan waited until she sat on the chair before picking up his chopsticks and eating slowly. Are you very busy? I've been a little busy recently. Eat something, Fourth Master Swan urged. Okay. Jean also picked up her chopsticks. Truth be told, she did not have time to eat dinner. It was just an excuse to go back. However, now that she was already here, there was no need for her to pretend anymore. She ate quietly one bite at a time. Edward glanced at her, and an imperceptible smile appeared on his face. Dinner was not long. After all, it was already late. When Fourth Master Swan asked Teddy to sign the bill, Jean took the initiative to say, Last time, Fourth Master treated me to a meal. This time, let me do the honors instead. I can't always make you spend money on me. Ms. Lawrence, why do you seem like you want to cut off all ties with me? It's just a return of the favor. Jean naturally could not admit it like that. Fourth Master Swan did not say anything more. Jean let the waiter swipe her card to settle the bill. Fourth Master Swan still sent Jean back home in the end. In the car, it was quiet most of the time. Jean was a little bored. To avoid awkwardness, she picked up her phone and played with it. She did not actually want to see anything. She just did not want to sit around with Fourth Master Swan like this. She did not even remember that the phone in her hand was not hers. She casually swiped the screen and opened some apps. In the quiet car, suddenly, there was a strange sound. Jean was stunned. What did she just open? What was on the screen now? When Fourth Master Swan heard the sound, he unconsciously glanced at her screen. Chapter 122. Ms. Lawrence should treat me with courtesy. With a single glance, his expression changed instantly. He took the phone from Jean's hand and turned it off. Jean felt her cheeks burning up. After Edward turned off the phone, he glanced at the passenger seat. Teddy really wanted to dig a hole in the ground and bury himself in it. Could he get out of the car? the moment he heard the sound, he knew that Ms. Lawrence had opened his floppy disk. His reputation was all gone in an instant. The air in the car was frozen over. Jean did not want to probe into other people's privacy, but she had unconsciously done it just now. She never thought that such a thing would happen. Now, it was so awkward. The phone isn't mine, Fourth Master Swan said straightforwardly. Jean was stunned and slowly said, Teddy's. Jean glanced at Teddy. Teddy, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, looked embarrassed and quickly said, It's mine, it's mine. Oh, Jean replied. Her tone was obviously filled with disbelief. In fact, who would believe that Fourth Master Swan was using Teddy's phone? Teddy, Fourth Master Yan's face was a little dark. Yes, delete it. Teddy's heart hurt. It hurt. He was still thinking of waiting for the day when he could secretly copy it out. Permanently delete it. Fourth Master Swan's tone was stern. Teddy silently took the phone, his heart bleeding. Actually, it's nothing, Jean said. Fourth Master, you don't have to make such a big deal out of it. We're all adults, it's normal. It's not mine. Jean looked at him. It's not. Fourth Master Swan repeated again. This time, Jean felt that Fourth Master Swan was actually a little childish. I didn't say anything. Jean smiled. Her smile was also visibly perfunctory. Ms. Lawrence, it really isn't Fourth Master's, it's really mine. I definitely didn't do it just to cover for him. Teddy was about to cry. If you don't believe me, I'll probably be dead. Such sincere words, in Jean's ears, meant nothing. She remained smiling. Teddy was on the verge of breaking down. He seemed a little agitated. Fourth Master Swan is only interested in Ms. Lawrence's body. Teddy should definitely shut up now. Jean turned her head and looked out of the window. It was obvious that she did not want to continue this topic. However, Teddy wanted to continue and Edward gave him a look. Teddy obediently did not speak again. The car quieted down again until it arrived at the Lawrence family manor. Jean got out of the car. Fourth Master Swan also got out of the car. Jean said, It's getting late so I better get going. Take care, Fourth Master. Ms. Lawrence. Edward suddenly called out to her, who was about to leave. Jean smiled. An official smile. Fourth Master Swan approached Jean slowly. Jean frowned. Thank you for dinner tonight, Fourth Master Swan said. After he finished speaking, he suddenly lowered his head and planted a kiss right onto Jean's lips. Jean's heart skipped a beat and started beating wildly. It was real. She could clearly feel the intense heartbeat. She straightened her back, suddenly becoming hyper-aware. Fourth Master Swan inched closer to her. The other parts of their bodies were not touching, and only their lips were in contact with each other. In other words, Jean could leave at any time if she wanted to. However, at that moment, she just remained where she was without moving. Even when Fourth Master Swan forced her lips open with his, she did not step back. She could taste the tip of his tongue. The night seemed to be a little darker. It was as if the entire world had stopped moving. Only the two of them were left, breathing rapidly and their hearts beating wildly. A kiss. It lasted a little too long. Teddy stood respectfully by the side, looking at the two of them as if they were stuck together.
The limited edition clips that kept him alive were gone, and the fact that he was single was rubbing right onto his face.
What did he do wrong that they had to torture him like this? After a long time, perhaps the hot-headed Jean had woken up. She stepped back and pulled herself away from Edward's lips. The moment their lips separated, there seemed to be a sense of absence on each other's lips. Jean's face was flushed red. Fourth Master Swan's expression did not change. He stood in front of her and looked down at her face. He said, This is a thank you gift. What? Jean's eyes were wide open. I hope that next time, Ms. Lawrence will treat me with courtesy, too. Edward emphasized the word courtesy. Jean gritted her teeth. This flirtatious man. It's getting late. Ms. Lawrence, go back and rest early. Jean took a deep breath and smiled. Take care, Fourth Master. Finished. She turned and left directly. Chapter 123. Ms. Lawrence should treat me with courtesy. Fourth Master Swan looked at Jean's silhouette and slowly returned to the car. Teddy followed and sat in the passenger seat. The car drove towards the Swan's family manor, in the quiet car. Teddy. Yes? Teddy's voice was trembling. Those who were not familiar with Edward Swan only knew that he was cold, aloof, and unapproachable. Those who had come into contact with him would know that he was a petty man who would seek revenge for the smallest matter. The perfect example was when the fourth master and the eldest young master had dinner together. As Eden schemed against Edward and asked Miss Sanders to come over for dinner, Edward had deliberately woken Eden up even after he had passed out drunk. Lecturing was only one part of the purpose. It was actually for revenge. He heard that because Edward woke Eden up midway, Eden had vomited the entire night after returning home. When Eden woke up the next morning, he said that he could not stand on his own feet and had even taken a day off to rest at home. Thinking of this, Teddy's heart trembled. He was afraid. You can choose whether you want to gain 10 pounds or lose 10 pounds. He would definitely die in Edward's hands one day. Jean returned to her room. George was already asleep. Jean first charged her phone, then carefully returned to her room to take a shower. After taking a shower, the quick charge mode quickly amped up her phone to 60% charged. She exchanged the SIM card again. After doing everything, she was just about to lie down on the bed to sleep when she suddenly thought of something. She picked up the white phone again, connected it to the Wi-Fi, and then downloaded something on the phone. The next day, Jean brought 2 phones to work. She pressed a series of numbers. The call went through. Fourth Master. Ms. Lawrence. How should I return your cell phone to you? Jean asked. I'll get Teddy to take it. I'm at the Lawrence Enterprise. When Mr. Doolittle arrives, he can call me first. Okay, Fourth Master Swan responded. Jean said, goodbye, and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, she did not take this matter to heart. She quickly got back to work. She was actually not very interested in romance. She busied herself the whole morning. It was almost 12 o'clock when Teddy came to her office. Jean handed the phone to Teddy. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Doolittle. Ms. Lawrence, you're welcome. Teddy appeared very polite.
Jean smiled. Then I'll be leaving first. At that moment, the office door was knocked open.
Amy said respectfully, Director Lawrence, it's time for lunch. Sometimes she was so busy that she forgot to eat, so Jean would ask her secretary to remind her. Jean nodded and said to Teddy, Mr. Doolittle, do you want to have lunch together and try the Lawrence Enterprises employee meal? No, Teddy refused immediately. I'm on a diet. Jean frowned slightly. No matter how she looked at it, Teddy did not look like someone who needed to lose weight. Could it be that nowadays, it is fashionable for men to say the word, diet? I won't bother Ms. Lawrence anymore. Jean did not say much. Before Teddy left, he remembered something. Oh right, Ms. Lawrence, Teddy said again. Yes, the phone is really mine, Teddy emphasized once again. Jean smiled. Actually, it's nothing. There's really no need to take it to heart. She was not futile to that extent. I have evidence. Teddy quickly turned on the phone and opened WhatsApp. He quickly browsed through it and found chat logs. Jean frowned slightly. The chat log was theirs. That night, in order to send a voice message to Fourth Master Swan, they had added each other as friends. Teddy immediately clicked on Jean's voice message. Fourth Master, I've warmed up the bed for you tonight. Come back soon, I'll wait for you. Jean pursed her lips. So it really was Teddy's, but why was the phone in Fourth Master Swan's hands? Teddy said, in order to hear Ms. Lawrence's voice message anytime and anywhere, my boss took my phone from me. Chapter 124. Ms. Lawrence, can you show more sincerity? The Lauren Enterprise Marketing Director's office. Teddy said, you should trust me. Jean recovered from her slight shock. She actually never thought that the phone belonged to Teddy. She said and nodded, yes, however, it was actually not important. She had never thought of it as a big deal. In a few days, she would have forgotten about it. Then I'll be leaving first. Teddy saw that he had finally explained things clearly and was prepared to leave. Mr. Doolittle, Jean called out to him. Ms. Lawrence, is there anything else? Jean said, I downloaded them back for you. It's on the phone. What? Teddy did not know how to react for a moment. The ones you deleted yesterday. The videos? Teddy raised his eyebrows. Yes, I originally thought it was Fourth Master Swan's, Jean said straightforwardly. So, Ms. Lawrence had done it for Fourth Master Swan. Anyway, I hope you like it. Of course, he would. He said, Ms. Lawrence, I'll go first then. Take care, Mr. Doolittle. Teddy left. After leaving, Jean took a deep breath. The face of Fourth Master Swan suddenly appeared in her mind. That beautiful face was too lethal. She also suddenly remembered the kiss last night. Actually, she did not even think about it when she was sleeping last night. Instead, at this moment, she was a little affected by the kiss. Was it because she misunderstood Fourth Master Swan, so she felt a little guilty? Teddy took the phone and returned to Fourth Master Swan's side. He handed it over respectfully. Fourth Master, I've brought the phone back. Leave it. Fourth Master Swan was processing his official documents and did not raise his head. In fact, Fourth Master Swan was busier than everyone thought. Teddy had been by his side for a long time. He always felt that if he had not been taking care of Edward's daily life, Edward might just die suddenly one day. Teddy put down the phone and turned to leave. Did Miss Lawrence say anything? Edward, who had his head lowered as he processed the documents, suddenly asked. Teddy hurriedly said, "The misunderstanding has been resolved. Miss Lawrence has already believed that the phone is mine." "Okay," Edward replied. "By the way, Miss Lawrence also gave you a gift." Teddy hurriedly picked up the phone again. Edward's hand that was holding the pen paused for a moment. He looked very calm. "What?" "Here." Teddy found the content and handed the phone to him respectfully. The content was called, "Treating You with Courtesy." Fourth Master Swan had always been a stern person, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly then. Teddy felt that ever since Ms. Lawrence came back, Edward had started smiling more often. Fourth Master Swan casually clicked on the content. The smile on his face instantly froze. He raised his eyes to look at Teddy. Teddy's eyes flickered. "I'm guessing that Ms. Lawrence feels that you need it." "Get out." "Yes." Teddy hurriedly left. Edward turned off the content. He put down the phone and thought for a moment before picking it up again. For such a long time, their contact was only limited to phone calls. They had never added each other as friends on any other communication applications. Jean had just returned to the office after dinner when she received a friend request on her phone. She clicked on it casually. When she clicked on it, she saw that the name of the friend request was Ed. Jean knew at a glance that it was the Fourth Master Swan. Even though the name was a little different, she hesitated for a moment, but she still accepted the request. After she accepted, "Ed. Thank you for your gift, Ms. Lawrence." Jean frowned. "What gift?" When the other side did not receive her reply, he sent another message over. "Ed. It's just the content is not what I like." Jean instantly understood. Teddy must have told him about it. Jean pursed her lips and typed. "Jeannie, what does Fourth Master like?" "Ed. You. Jeannie, Ed. Teddy is right. I'm only interested in Ms. Lawrence's body." "Jeannie, Ed. Next time, Ms. Lawrence can show more sincerity." "Damn it. Damn hooligan. Jeannie, Fourth Master, I'm about to have a meeting, so I won't chat anymore." "Ed. Okay." Jean sent a picture of goodbye. Then, she directly exited the chat and did not want to see a single word from Fourth Master Swan anymore. She took a deep breath. Who the hell said that the Fourth Master Swan was cold and ascetic? How could a cold and ascetic person be like this? Who said that Fourth Master Swan never talked to strangers? To Jean, he was like the king of flirting. She could feel herself burning up from the thought of it. Chapter 125. Ms. Lawrence, can you show more sincerity? Just as she was feeling a little strange, someone knocked on the office door. Jean pursed her lips. She tried her best to adjust herself. She was actually very glad. After all these years of training, she could be indifferent to anything she encountered in the next second. "Come in." Forrest pushed the door open and entered. "Director Lawrence. You're back from the logistics warehouse." "Yes." Forrest sat directly opposite Jean. He knew that she did not have the habit of taking lunch breaks, so he came straight back to report himself. "How's the progress of the construction?" "It's not bad. But," Forrest's expression was a little solemn, "when I went to the scene today, I accidentally heard the people over there say that a large outdoor amusement park will be built around our logistics warehouse. It said that the planning bureau just came over and took a look at the site." Jean frowned. "I was wondering if the construction of this large outdoor amusement park would affect the transportation of our logistics warehouse. Based on experience, the flow of people in an amusement park would skyrocket during weekends or holidays. It would definitely affect it." Jean gave her affirmation. "Did you hear about the planning of an amusement park over there?" "I didn't hear about it. It's relatively remote over there, and it's not within the scope of the city's planning. I also went over there a few days ago, but I didn't hear anything about it. When I went over today, I heard the locals saying that the planning bureau would be coming over early this morning." Forrest paused and continued. "Since it's still just in planning, Director Lawrence, do you want to go ask the executive general manager to go to the administrative office? Perhaps, he can communicate with them so that it won't affect us when the time comes?" Jean did not say anything. The phone suddenly rang.
Jean looked at the incoming call. Under normal circumstances, Alexander would usually be taking a nap around this time.
For him to be giving her a call at this time, there must be nothing good about it. She picked it up. "General Manager. Come to the executive meeting room, right now. Yes. Jean hung up the phone and said to Forrest, go and find out more. When will this plan start? Has it been confirmed? We can talk about it after the meeting. Yes. Jean got up and went to the Lawrence Enterprises executive conference room. Not all the senior managers were there. After all, it was lunchtime and some of the senior managers had to go home. There were a few scattered people. Jean appeared very polite. General Manager. Do you know that an amusement park is planned to be built near our logistics warehouse? Alexander asked immediately. I just heard that it hasn't been confirmed yet. There's no need to confirm, it's true. Bryce Hoffman, the senior director in the meeting room, said bluntly. My friends in the executive office have already informed me. They have confirmed that the largest amusement park in the entire Southampton city will be built right opposite our logistics warehouse. This means that our logistics transportation will be seriously affected due to the flow of people. How do we resolve this now? Jean was silent. Bryce's tone was very blunt as he said, logistics warehouses should be located according to the convenience of transportation. Didn't you guys think about this problem back then? I didn't hear that there would be an amusement park there back then, Jean said honestly. Moreover, she had indeed gone to see it at the location back then. As the logistics warehouse was relatively remote, the traffic was smoother and it was the best location to choose. You didn't ask in advance. Bryce said in a mocking tone. Jean's expression changed slightly. Director Hoffman, I'm afraid that this is your problem and not mine. How dare you say that? My marketing department is only responsible for marketing planning and implementation. The general department is in charge of public relations and logistics support. When I chose the location for the logistics warehouse, you did not give me any professional advice. The decision-making meeting was unanimously approved. You probably also raised your hand and approved this. Now that we have a problem, you are questioning me? Shouldn't you be questioning the support of your general department? Bryce was deemed speechless by Jean's words. Of course, I don't think that now is the time to point our fingers at anyone. The most important thing now is to solve this. Have you thought of how to solve it? Bryce suppressed his anger. I just received the news and I'm thinking about it too. Jean's tone was also very heavy. She said, first of all, we have to find out more about this matter. There's no need to find out more. It's already planned and written. It's an ironclad fact. Bryce was very certain. That means that if we go to public relations now, it would be futile to let the executive office choose another location. It would also waste time and energy. Chapter 126. Ms. Lawrence, can you show more sincerity? The only way is to relocate our logistics warehouse. No, Jean directly rejected. The investments in the logistics warehouse have already gone in. The cost has already been consumed. Moving the location represents a steady loss. Moreover, the implementation of the cooperation with Muck was already imminent. It was already too late to relocate and choose a new land to buy, lease, or plan. More importantly, things were not that simple. No matter where she moved to, the final result would be the same. And she did not think that this was a coincidence. Then what do you want? Bryce was furious. The transportation to the logistics warehouse will be so bad. Can you guarantee that our operation will be smooth from now on? No, that's why I'll think of a way. Jean faced Bryce. When you encounter a problem, you don't blindly pursue the blame. Instead, how to solve it. If every leader's thinking is the same as Director Hoffman's, then our company won't be able to survive at all. Jean, you're too presumptuous. Bryce was so angry that he directly stood up. I'm just doing business, unlike Director Hoffman who is clearly being emotional here. It meant that he was deliberately targeting her. Jean, you. Enough, Alexander said. Can you be quiet? Can arguing solve the problem? I just can't stand her attitude. She has no sense of urgency at all, Bryce said. Jean sneered. She said, I'm in a hurry. I need to leave now to think about how to solve this issue, and not to waste my time here with you guys. How dare you, General Manager, I already know about the matter. I'll go down and think of a solution first, she said. Jean did not ask for anyone's consent and turned around to leave. She was only very clear that rather than wasting time in the meeting, it was better to go and understand the situation as soon as possible. Once Jean left, Bryce could not hold it in any longer. President Lawrence, how can she be a daughter of the Lawrence family? She's so uncultured. Do you think your upbringing is good just because you're targeting a little girl? Alexander mocked coldly. Bryce was somewhat embarrassed by his words. Before this matter is resolved, don't fan the flames here. Meeting adjourned. Alexander left. Bryce's expression was very cold in the meeting room. Back then, Alexander had always been bullied by him. Now that they had negotiated a contract, he was more arrogant than ever. What right did an incompetent leader have to order him around? Joshua was also in the meeting room. At this moment, he was not in a hurry to leave. It was obvious that he had also seen how angry his father was. The corner of his mouth curled into an evil smile. He left the meeting room and returned to his own office. He excitedly called Eden. "Brother-in-law, did you build the amusement park opposite our logistics warehouse?" Eden sneered, "Would you have thought of it?" "I knew it was you." Just now, Jean was scolded badly by our senior directors during the meeting. She deserved it. If that's the case, won't her project be unable to proceed? Joshua was very excited. The logistics warehouse's location planning is wrong. If we stop the construction, the investment will be directly wasted. If we don't stop the construction, the later losses will be even greater. Therefore, no matter what they choose to do, this project will be a loss. Once the news breaks out, the stock markets of both the Lawrence Enterprise and Muck Group will plunge. I don't believe that Muck will let the Lawrence Enterprise off the hook if this happens. According to the commercial contract law, as long as one side makes a unilateral error in decision-making that results in a huge loss of profits, the other side can unconditionally terminate the contract. Then hurry up and expose the news. I'll remind you that it's already been exposed and even trending. Go enjoy it yourself. I'll hang up, then. Joshua hung up the phone excitedly. Eden looked at the phone and sneered. Joshua was a piece of trash. His family's business had already suffered such a heavy financial loss, yet he was still so excited. Sooner or later, the Lawrences would be done for. Chapter 127. Domineering Response Against the Conspiracy. Swanhaven Bank. Eden was also enjoying the hot news of the day. The Sanders announced their plans in City Hall today, and it caused an uproar in the business world. Everyone knew that Lawrence's had built the top logistics warehouse there, and the plan of the amusement park project was undoubtedly forcing them to a dead end. After giving it some thought, was the Sanders deliberately targeting the Lawrences by doing this? After all, no one had heard about the construction of an amusement park there before. If that was really the case, then did the Lawrences offend someone from the Sanders? Thinking about the entire situation on a deeper level, everyone would have to avoid the Lawrences in the future, so that they would not provoke the Sanders. Eden looked at it for a long time before he made a call. "Michael, you're the smarter one. It just occurred to me. I was planning to put everything on the line. If you hadn't called me last night, I would have started to do something improper. It's not that bad, there's no need to take the risk." "Yes, I was too impatient and was too extreme. Let's see the effect first. If we can use this method to get Muck and the Lawrences to terminate the contract, we won't have to do anything else. From a businessman's point of view, Muck won't choose to suffer along with the Lawrences. After all, Muck is a foreign company. Not to mention the losses, if they want to establish a foothold in Southampton City, they won't find a company that is obviously targeted by the government to cooperate with." Eden was a little excited. "Michael, you went abroad for so many years. All your studying did not go to waste." "You're flattering me." Michael was modest and did not say much. He only reminded, "Don't let your guard down." "I know." The two of them exchanged a few more words and hung up the phone. Eden sneered. He wanted to see how Jean could turn the situation around by herself. Jean was in the conference room at the moment. All the members of the project team were sitting together in a meeting. Jean briefly told them what had happened and everyone joined in the discussion. "Director Lawrence," Hans Roland said, "the news is out." Jean picked up her phone. The big headline: "The Sanders are planning to build the world's largest amusement park, and it has a huge impact on Lawrence Enterprises' logistics warehouse." Jean took a few glances at the content. Mandy Lewis said, "It's trending." Everyone clicked on the trending search again. Hashtag Lawrence Enterprises Logistics Warehouse hash. Hashtag Lawrence Enterprise targeted hash. Hashtag Lawrence Enterprise facing a corporate crisis hash. And even hash MUK's investment fiasco hash had already been trending. Jean put down her phone. She said, "The situation is indeed very serious, so we can't waste time and think of a way to resolve it." "Yes." Everyone put down their phones and looked at Jean. Jean said bluntly, "The Sanders' sudden construction plan is not just speculation by the media. I personally think that the Lawrence Enterprise has indeed been targeted." "As for who? Melody Sanders. Only the Sanders had such power. If we are really targeted by the Sanders, do we even have a way to solve it?" Mandy was not confident. "There is a way to solve everything." Jean gave her affirmation. "I have thought of a few aspects for the time being. Everyone, follow my arrangements." "Yes. First, understand the construction plans of the amusement park planned by the Sanders. Is it to be built immediately, Or is it just a plan? If it's to be built now, how long will it take? Forrest, you will be in charge of connecting with the public relations department to find out more about the situation. If there are any problems, come to me directly. I will communicate with you. Yes, Forrest agreed. Second, Mandy will give me a detailed account of the current construction progress of the logistics warehouse and the amount of money we have invested. If we stop the construction now, how much will we lose? The more accurate the data, the better. I need to know clearly if I choose another location, how much will our company have to compensate for? Yes. Hans, prepare a map of the logistics warehouse to the main road of the traffic expressway. It needs to be extremely accurate, down to all the restaurants on each street. I want to know if I can open up a road that is exclusive to us. Yes. Everyone hurry up, Jean ordered. Meeting adjourned. After leaving the office, she turned back to Amy. Come with me to the logistics warehouse to take a look at the scene. I'll arrange a car right away. No need, I'll drive. Amy hurriedly followed Director Lawrence's footsteps. She always felt that no matter what happened to Director Lawrence, she was always calm and collected. Things that were originally extremely difficult to handle did not seem to be a big deal when she dealt with it. Jean brought Amy to the logistics warehouse. She looked at the warehouse that was half-built and frowned. Why did the construction stop? I don't know. I'll call the person in charge immediately, Amy said quickly. Jean nodded. After a while, the person in charge drove over and saw Jean with great respect. Director Lawrence. Why are they all stopping work? Jean's expression changed slightly. We received an order from Director Hoffman in the afternoon asking us to stop work. I just asked the workers to leave first. Bryce Hoffman? Jean frowned slightly. Yes. Okay, I understand, Jean said straightforwardly. Now I ask you to call the workers back immediately and continue working. But, the person in charge was in a difficult position. Is it difficult to call the workers back? That's not it. The workers are eager to come back to work. It's just Director Hoffman's side. I will handle it. If he pursues it, I will take responsibility. You call the workers back immediately to start work. The person in charge hesitated. He could not resist Jean, so he immediately contacted the workers to come back. The workers came to the scene one after another with complaints. Jean watched the workers start work as usual, and she drove away with Amy. The phone rang while the car was still on the road. Jean, where are you now? Alexander's voice was a little angry. I'm on my way back to the company. You're the one who said to let the workers continue working? It's me. Do you know what's going on right now? Don't you watch the news? It's obvious that we can't build this logistics warehouse anymore. Stopping the losses immediately is the best way for us. Alexander's tone was very heavy. What on earth are you thinking? So you agreed to let the workers stop working. Why wouldn't I agree? General Manager, everyone is saying that the Sanders is targeting us. If you immediately stop working now, it means that you've confirmed that as the truth. In that case, have you thought about the situation of the Lawrences in the future? Jean reminded. Alexander was stunned. He did not think so much. Right now, he was thinking about how to make this project not lose so much money. Once we are confirmed that the Sanders is targeting us, which other companies are willing to cooperate with us in the future? So now we can only brace ourselves and persevere. In the current situation where the Lawrence enterprise is in such a difficult financial situation, why are you still throwing money at them? Do you want the Lawrences to go bankrupt? The more Alexander said, the angrier he got. I won't let the Lawrence enterprise go bankrupt. Jean's eyes narrowed. She would only let people in the Lawrences go bankrupt. Why should I believe you? I'm thinking of a way to solve our current predicament. Please don't drag us down, General Manager. Jean, enough with your ruthlessness. Jean directly hung up the phone. She was strong and firm. Amy, who was sitting next to her, was so frightened by Director Lawrence that she did not even dare to breathe. Jean was driving while making a call. Grandfather. Jean, I'm thinking of a way to solve our Lawrence Enterprises predicament. As I don't have time, I won't take the time to report to you for the time being. However, I can guarantee that I can solve it. Jean directly interrupted what Jonathan Lawrence was about to say. So what do you want me to do for you? Joshua was, after all, an old fox in the business world. He immediately understood Jean's intentions. I need you to stop my father from interfering in the current situation. He will drag me down. There was silence on the other end. Grandfather, you know exactly what my father is capable of, Jean reminded. Okay, the other end agreed immediately. Thank you, Grandfather. Don't let me down. I won't. Jean directly hung up the phone. She said to Amy, call everyone in the project team and tell them to work overtime tonight. Yes, including you. Yes. Amy took a deep breath. Director Lawrence was really domineering. Amy called everyone one by one. No one in the project team declined. They all agreed. It was as if they were determined to live and die with Director Lawrence. Amy put down her phone. She turned to look at the street outside and suddenly looked back at Director Lawrence's speed. The next second, she sat up straight, her heart racing. This speed. Was she seeing things? Chapter 128. I fulfill all the definitions of a bad girl. A perfect drift. Jean parked the car in Lawrence Enterprises' garage. She opened the car door and threw the keys directly into the driver's seat. Come back to your senses and get out of the car. Amy just looked at Director Lawrence's silhouette as she walked away. Ah! Amy opened the car door fiercely. She vomited all over the floor. It was too scary. Director Lawrence's driving skills were too scary. Jean returned to the office. Forrest saw her return and quickly followed her in. He reported his work. Director Lawrence, I got some information about the construction of the amusement park project from the Public Relations Department. This is the specific content of their plan this time. I have already taken a look. The scale of the construction is very large. It's the largest amusement park in Southampton City so far, comparable to the top 3 in the world. Jean took the document and lowered her head to read it. Forrest continued, at the same time, I also asked my colleagues in the Public Relations Department to inquire about it. The amusement park project was indeed a temporary landing. Now, their planning department is also in a mess, working overtime to make a plan. It's said that the construction time is very tight, and their goal is to complete the bidding within a month. Within half a year, 10% of the amusement park's entertainment facilities should be completed, and it will open for business. The remaining 91% will open for business while expanding. Jean's eyes moved slightly. Who's in charge? The person directly in charge of this project is Southampton City's mayor, Tiffany Larson. The person in charge of its implementation is Southampton City Land Use Authority Department Minister, Hugo Willow. Jean pursed her lips. She raised her head to look at Forrest. From the current situation, the amusement parks project will definitely be built, and it will be built very quickly. And from the plan's geographical location, it is right next to our logistics warehouse. This is the map that Hans just got. Director Lawrence, you can take a look. Forrest placed the local map on her desk and pointed at the geographical location. This is the location of our logistics warehouse, and this area is surrounded by the amusement park. The area is 10 times larger than ours. The first place to develop and build is here. I compared the construction blueprints of our logistics warehouse with theirs, and it just so happened that they are located at a passageway that we plan to use for transport. The main entrance of the amusement park is right here. Jean sneered. They were really ruthless. I have to say, Forrest sighed heavily. I can see that the government is deliberately targeting us. Speaking of which, Director Lawrence, did anyone from your family offend the people from the government? Otherwise, why would they target an enterprise like this? No matter what, enterprises can contribute to the local economy. Most of the government's financial revenue comes from the tax revenue of the enterprises. Logically, the government should be supporting us, so why are they suppressing us instead? That's why we cannot let go of this point, Jean suddenly said. Forrest was stunned. Director Lawrence had thought of a way? Gather all the project team members and have a meeting first. We will discuss countermeasures together. Yes. All the members of the project team sat in the meeting room. Jean said, just now, team leader Jackson has already reported to me about the current threat of the amusement park project to us. I won't go into its details at the meeting. As long as everyone knows the seriousness of this matter, it's fine. Everyone had a heavy expression on their faces. Jean, on the other hand, was calm. Mandy Lewis, I asked you to do the calculation. If we choose to stop this project, how much will we lose? I just did a preliminary calculation with my colleagues in the finance department. Since time is tight, there's no way to be too precise. There should be about 5% difference from the estimate. It's okay, you can tell me, Jean said straightforwardly. Mandy reported, first, we look at the cost if we stop the construction now. We've already invested $300 million in the cost, but we can only get back $20 million. We already signed the contract for the $200 million construction and renovation, even though the construction work has not been completed. If the contract is terminated now, the compensation would be about 30%, which will be $60 million. This meant that we would directly lose $340 million. Second, the land that we are currently using to build the logistics warehouse is owned by Lawrence Enterprise, so there is no accounting of costs. But if we are to choose a new site now, then we will also have to account for a land purchase or land lease fee. based on the current average land value of Harkin, it would probably exceed 1 billion. That is to say, stopping this project would cause our economic losses to be close to 1.5 billion. That's a direct loss. If you add that to the turmoil in the stock market caused by the project, and the possible termination of the Muck Group contract, it's really incalculable. Chapter 129. I fulfill all the definitions of a bad girl. So this project can only succeed. There's no other choice, Jean affirmed. But now, the government is targeting us. Just now, team leader Jackson also gave us a general outline of the government's construction plan. Our logistics warehouse is basically surrounded by the amusement park. A large-scale amusement park will have countless people flowing through it, and it will definitely cause traffic jams and congestion. There's even a high possibility of traffic control. I initially thought that we could plan for logistical transportation only during the night, but after thinking about it, it was not realistic at all. If the original 24-hour operation was shortened to 8 hours at night, it would obviously be impossible. Mandy voiced her worries. Indeed, based on the current situation, if we stop construction, we would lose money. If we don't stop construction, it will be difficult for our operation. Jean said, don't worry too much just yet. Let me talk about my principles first. I will not stop this project and I will not choose another site. In other words, I need everyone to think of a way to prevent the government from building this amusement park project. Even if they proceed with this project, how can it not affect the normal transportation of our logistics warehouse? Everyone was silent. For a moment, it was hard for everyone to think of something at all. Jean's eyes moved around the room. Does everyone agree that the government is targeting us? It's very obvious, Forrest affirmed. Yes, the others nodded as well. The government, which is in power in Harkin, should do everything based on the interests of the people. With its current plan, everyone can see that they are deliberately targeting the Lawrence enterprise. They should give us an explanation. Director Lawrence, what do you mean? Forrest hurriedly asked. Create news and public opinion, Jean emphasized each word. Everyone stared at her with their mouths gaping. They really admired this woman's ability. How could she think so quickly? How could she hit the nail on the head? This is undoubtedly the best method, but Director Lawrence, another member of the project team, Ken Xavier, said, by doing this, you are publicly going against the government.
They made the first move, Jean said. Ken was stunned.
That was not what he meant. It was not that whoever made the first move would be at fault.
He hurriedly explained, Director Lawrence, I didn't mean that. I meant that people like us don't fight with the officials. I'm afraid that if the Lawrence enterprise were to go against the government, they will further suppress us. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. You can't compromise with the excuse of protecting yourself. In fact, the more we compromise, the more we will be crushed. Jean said clearly, so, we must resist.
Yes, Ken nodded without hesitation. At that moment, he was really influenced by Director Lawrence's determination. Everyone, don't worry, Jean said again. Yes, everyone agreed in unison. Now, we have to split ourselves again. Jean arranged. Forrest, you are in charge of docking a news media. Try to find someone who has a good relationship with the Lawrence enterprise and it will be easier to persuade them. Mandy is in charge of finding some keyboard warriors and internet trolls.
Once the news is published, there should be at least tens and thousands of posts. I hope that once the news is published, the heat will definitely rise. Hans is in charge of contacting the Human Resources Department. Tomorrow morning, I need 100 of our company employees to do one thing. There are no requirements for the staff, the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled are all fine. I just need to be free tomorrow morning.
100. Hans was a little surprised. He had no idea what Director Lawrence was going to do. You didn't hear wrong. Yes. Hans was puzzled, but he still agreed. I want the results first thing tomorrow morning. This means that everyone will probably stay up all night tonight, Jean said. I believe that everyone has just received Amy's notice. No problem, Forrest said first. The others also expressed their views one by one. Okay, everyone hurry up and end the meeting. Jean was not a person who liked to play the emotional card. Those words could not compare to the extra digit in the month's pay. She would only use practical actions to make them feel that it was worth it to work with her. After Jean returned from the meeting room, Amy walked into Jean's office with a pale face. Director Lawrence. Jean looked up at her. Are you feeling better? Yes, Amy quickly answered. Your job tonight is to take care of the project team members, who will be working overtime. Serve them tea, prepare some snacks and supper. Chapter 130. I fulfill all the definitions of a bad girl. Yes, Amy said respectfully. Make me a cup of coffee, no sugar, thank you. Yes. Amy took a deep breath and left Jean's office. When Amy walked into the office again, Jean lit a cigarette. Amy was stunned. She noticed that there were occasional cigarettes in Director Lawrence's office, but she had never seen her smoke. She always thought that it was someone else's. She was a little surprised. Jean was very calm. Put it down. Amy came back to her senses and quickly put the coffee on Jean's desk. After putting it down, Amy could not help but say, Director Lawrence, you're completely different from my impression of a rich young lady. Is that so? Jean answered. When I was first arranged to be your secretary, I thought you were like Deputy Director Lawrence. I thought that you don't know anything, and you're just here to experience life. Amy said bluntly. Jean smiled. She put out the cigarette butt and said casually, I'm afraid that's not what you mean when you said that I'm different. I really admire your ability now, Amy explained quickly. You're more curious about why I race cars and smoke, aren't you? Jean smiled faintly.
Amy was embarrassed. It was as if someone had seen through her thoughts.
Jean said nonchalantly, I fulfill all the definitions of a bad girl. Amy was stunned. Then she became nervous. Director Lawrence, I didn't say that you. You can go out now, Jean ordered. Amy gritted her teeth.
She really did not say that Director Lawrence was a bad person.
She really treated Director Lawrence differently. Amy walked out of Jean's office and closed the door. Jean took a sip of coffee. She did not argue with Amy because she did not want to waste too much time explaining. After all, she was short of time. About the so-called bad girl, she was telling the truth. Having a child out of wedlock, smoking and drinking, racing and tattooing, fighting, which did she not do? She put down her coffee cup and organized herself. In an instant, she put all her attention on work. 2 a.m. When Jean took a breather from work, it was already so late. She stretched her body, and she felt her whole body aching. She stood up from her chair and casually picked up her phone to take a look. She turned her phone to mute and placed her phone with the screen facing down. She was not used to being disturbed while working. She saw a few missed calls on the screen from Alexander. She ignored all of them. However, she dialed back the moment she saw Monica's call. Monica was in a daze. She picked up the call. Jeannie, why are you looking for me so late at night? There was sleepiness in her voice. Jean finally realized that it was already so late. She said, It's fine, you can continue sleeping. Oh, Monica was about to hang up when she suddenly realized something. What did you do tonight? Why didn't you answer my calls?
I was working overtime. Is the Lawrence Enterprise in trouble? I heard that there was a problem with the construction of your logistics warehouse, and you were in charge of this project.
I can solve it. I just want to ask if you need my help, Monica asked. Not at the moment. You always like to put on a brave front. Monica was notably upset. No, I really can. Don't worry, go to sleep. You're still working overtime? I'm getting off work soon.
You have to take care of yourself, Monica reminded. Okay. Monica hung up the phone worriedly. She put down her phone and covered herself with the blanket, preparing to go back to sleep. At that moment, she suddenly felt a pain in her chest. Damn it. Monica got out of bed. She had been in a lot of pain recently. Could it be that Finn Jones angered her so much that her mammary gland hyperplasia relapsed?
Chapter 131. I can do anything Ms. Lawrence asks for. Monica tossed and turned then sat up from the bed. She rubbed the spot twice, but it still felt a little uncomfortable.
She lifted the blanket and got off the bed, preparing to pour herself a cup of warm water.
The moment she opened the door, she suddenly bumped into Finn, who was still wearing his work clothes. It looked like he had just returned. She looked at the clock on the wall and it was 2 a.m. This guy was coming back home later and later as days went by. Of course, she did not mind. Ever since he left her on the street in the heavy rain, her hatred for him only grew stronger. During this period of time, they barely said a word to each other. On second thought, they had only met a few times ever since. Usually, when she returned home, Finn was not there. When she woke up, Finn had already left. Monica walked past Finn with a cold expression. Finn did not greet her either. Monica went to the open kitchen and poured herself a cup of warm water. After drinking a few mouthfuls, she still felt a tingling pain. She thought about it and went to the medical kit at home to see if there was any medicine that could be taken. She remembered that she had asked the doctor to prescribe some medicine for mammary gland hyperplasia. When she thought about it, she was really angry. She was so young, and she was still a*C king virgin. Yet she had been diagnosed with mammary gland hyperplasia 2 years ago. It was really strange. She rummaged through the medicine. Then, she felt a presence behind her. She turned her head and saw Finn, who was standing there looking down at her. She was so frightened that she gasped. At that moment, she was a little flustered. Why are you standing here in the middle of the night? Who are you trying to scare? Finn's eyes were cold. Monica took a deep breath and turned around to continue searching. She finally found a box. She looked at the expiry date and realized that it was not due yet. She picked it up and planned to take it according to the instructions. You can't take the medicine carelessly, Finn suddenly reminded her. This is what the doctor prescribed for me previously. Different conditions require different medicines. These medicines were given to you last time. I suggest that you go to the doctor and follow the doctor's instructions before you decide whether to take them or not. Otherwise, you'll easily be poisoned by the medicine. Monica looked at Finn. After all, this man was a doctor. Although she was a little annoyed by his words, she was somehow convinced. She put down the medicine box and left angrily. Monica, Finn suddenly called out to her. Monica was a little impatient. What? Hyperplasia of the mammary glands is very common in women, but don't neglect it. 90% of breast cancers are caused by hyperplasia of the mammary glands, Finn said coldly, and now, the cancer population is gradually getting younger. It's not like there aren't people who have breast cancer in their 20s. Monica looked straight at Finn. After Finn finished speaking, he lowered his head to look for the medicine. However, he found it very quickly. He picked up the medicine box and walked to the kitchen. Monica gritted her teeth. Finn could never say any nice words. However, she swore to never get affected by his words. She went back to her room in a huff and slammed the door shut. Breast cancer. F***ck, was Finn cursing her? Lawrence Enterprise. Jean put down the phone and pressed the landline. Amy, help me make another cup of coffee and come in. Also, inform the project team that the meeting will start in 10 minutes. Yes. Amy was respectful. Jean leaned back in her chair. After removing the missed calls, she opened her social media app. There were a lot of unread messages. She flipped through them and saw a message from Ed. She pursed her lips and opened it. Ed, busy tonight? It was sent at 9 p.m. Ed, still working? It was sent at 11 p.m. Ed, don't tire yourself out. It was sent at 12 a.m. And then, there was nothing. Jean thought about it, but in the end, she chose not to reply. Amy served her coffee. Jean put down her phone and asked, how are the others? They're all doing well. Okay. Jean nodded slightly. She finished her coffee and walked into the meeting room. The other members of the project team were already waiting for her. She sat in the middle of the room and said, thank you for your hard work. It's 2:20 a.m. now. Let's do a progress check. Yes. How's the situation on team leader Jackson's side? It's very troublesome, Forrest said bluntly. Ever since you arranged the work in the afternoon, I've been working with my colleagues in the General Administration Department to help me negotiate with the news media that we've worked with before. Everyone is fighting for our cause, but no media has agreed to speak up for us. Most of the excuses are that when it comes to news related to political parties, they all have strict control imposed over themselves. They all need to go through a very complicated review process, and the process will be very long. The implication is that they can promise to publish the news, but they don't know when. To put it bluntly, they're saying no. Chapter 132. I can do anything Ms. Lawrence asks for. Jean had actually expected this. Forrest said, I'm still getting the person in charge of the External Liaison Department to communicate with a few big news media directors to see if they can be persuaded. There's no need. Don't disturb others at this time. Forrest looked at Jean in surprise. Jean moved on to the next question. Mandy, how are the arrangements on your side? It's already 80% settled. I'm still talking to a team of internet trolls. I'm afraid that they won't be reliable. If the government suppresses it, I still have a backup plan, Mandy reported. It can be settled tonight. Okay, Jean nodded. What about Hans? It's done, Hans said. I'll send you the list in a while. There's no need. Keep the list yourself. You'll be in charge of the arrangements for these people tomorrow. Yes. Jean understood all the processes before she concluded. The arrangement I just made for everyone is to make the city council's matter against us a big issue. Now, I'll arrange a specific task for everyone tomorrow. Everyone was very serious. They did not become dispirited just because it was past 2 a.m. Hans, tomorrow, you will bring the 100 people from the Lawrence Enterprise to protest outside the government with some banners. The content of the protest is basically to make the government give the Lawrence Enterprise an explanation. If the Lawrence Enterprise goes bankrupt, How will the government settle the nearly 10,000 employees of the company? Yes. Hans immediately understood. Director Lawrence was protesting the government's actions from the standpoint of the employees, which was also the position of the people. She was not planning to make it a direct confrontation from the Lawrence enterprise. Such a method was undoubtedly the best. Mandy, continue to talk to the internet trolls. I don't need to know the details of the process. I only need to know that once the news is published, someone will comment on it, retweet it, and in the end, it will be able to make it onto the hot searches. Yes. Mandy nodded. Team Leader Jackson, you don't need to follow the media anymore. This is an era where the internet is very developed. The news media is only a place where you can publish news, but it is not the only place. After the meeting, you can come to my office alone. I will tell you how to do it. Okay, Forrest nodded. After you finish the work that I have arranged, you can rest first. I am afraid that there will be a sudden incident, so I suggest that everyone use the bed to sleep. Don't go back for the time being. Yes. Meeting adjourned. Jean stood up. Forrest hurriedly followed Jean into her office. Director Lawrence. Forrest followed Jean and sat down. I have already written out the draft for most of tomorrow's press release. Now that we cannot find any news media to release it, we can only choose a public platform like Reddit. However, there is one fatal point of such a platform. Our posts can easily be removed. Jean was straightforward. That's right. Currently, the government is very strict in monitoring the internet. Once words that violate the rules are involved, they will be immediately deleted. It's possible that our words will disappear in the next second before anyone views it. That's why we need professional technical personnel. Director Lawrence, do you mean that you want me to look for hackers? Forrest asked. There's no need for you to look for one. I already have someone. Jean smiled. Forrest was surprised. Jean did not say who it was. After all, the fact that her son was a genius was well known in Southampton City. However, it was only a legend. No one knew how much of a genius George was. She said, now I just need you to tell me which are the most popular public platforms in Southampton City, and which one has the largest number of viewers. I think I know. To be more accurate, I'll look at the data report online and report back to you. Okay, Jean nodded. She looked at the time and said, I'm going to get off work now. I'll handle the rest. Thank you for your hard work. I'm ready to die, Forrest said. Jean smiled. Rest after you're done. It won't be easy tomorrow. Yes. After Jean finished explaining everything, she left her office. Actually, she did not have to go back. There was a very comfortable bed in the office for her to sleep on. However, because she needed George to do something tomorrow, she had to go back. She walked out of the Lawrence Enterprises building. At that time, it was already past 3 in the morning. She really did not expect that Fourth Master Swan would be waiting for her downstairs. She thought that the message at midnight was the last time that Fourth Master Swan would be concerned about her today. To be honest, it was a lie to say that she was not touched at that moment. She looked at the back seat with a dull expression. The car window rolled down and revealed a beautiful statue of a man. When she saw that he had discovered her existence, her beautiful eyes moved slightly. He said, Ms. Lawrence, are you off work? Jean pursed her lips. His casual tone caused ripples in her heart. She looked straight at him and did not react. At that moment, she saw him open the car door, got out of the car, and walked toward her. When he reached her, he held her hand naturally. His palm was very warm. At this moment, it made her feel an indescribable emotion. Her heart would beat along with it. Edward held Jean's hand and sat in the car. The car slowly drove on the quiet streets of Southampton City in the early morning. In the quiet car, Jean spoke after a long while. If the Fourth Master is looking for me, you can give me a call. I might not be able to see it in time through the WhatsApp messages. She was explaining why she did not reply to his message. It's fine. Edward was indifferent. Fine, wait for me until 3 in the morning then. Jean thought. Are you really sick in the head? I just miss you. Fourth Master Swan's deep voice was so direct. Jean blinked. One sentence from Fourth Master Swan could instantly kill the conversation. Have you eaten? Fourth Master Swan changed the topic. I really have. Jean knew that she had to work overtime tonight, so she asked Amy to order dinner on time. I'll send you back. Fourth Master, there's no need to wait for me until so late. Jean could not help but say, I don't want to waste your precious time. With Ms. Lawrence, time is never wasted. Stop teasing, she would never be tempted. Besides, Ms. Lawrence's incident this time is partly also because of me. Since I can't help Ms. Lawrence too much, I'll do what I can. I'll feel more at ease this way. Jean looked at the Fourth Master Swan. so this guy knew very well that she was being targeted because of Melody Sanders. His words meant that he would not interfere with this matter. Jean was doubtful. Edward saw her doubt and said, "It's not convenient for the Swans to have a direct conflict with the Sanders since it might cause an internal turmoil. I believe that Ms. Lawrence will be able to understand." Jean smiled. She said, "I understand." Just that she could not understand. The feeling she had for him just now had completely disappeared. She felt that Fourth Master Swan came tonight to tell her that he would not help her. He would let her solve it on her own and take care of herself. But if Ms. Lawrence asks... Edward suddenly moved closer to her. His body pressed against hers. His face was very close to hers. "I can do anything for Ms. Lawrence." Chapter 133. Touching between adults. Thump thump thump. Thump 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 thump. In the quiet car. At that moment, Jean heard the sound of her own heartbeat. It was irregular and very fast. She looked at Fourth Master Swan who was standing close to her. She looked at his handsome face which was magnified under the flickering street lights. She thought to herself, she could probably understand why Melody Sanders, the dignified princess of the Sanders, would lower her status and take the initiative to chase after this man. This man's charm was really hard to resist. She blinked. Her heart was still racing. She did not answer. However, at that moment, his face came closer. She closed her eyes. Many indescribable things could happen between adults because of a look, a heartbeat, or even because of a little touch. She admitted that she had lost her mind. The moment she lost her mind, she felt a soft kiss on her forehead. It was a light kiss. However, it seemed to have left a mark. She opened her eyes and looked at him. Nothing that she imagined had happened. It was just a light kiss on her forehead. A kiss like that could not be considered lust. It was just a form of pampering. To a woman, it was more than any kind of intimacy. Fourth Master Swan said, "Ms. Lawrence, do you need my help?" Jean pursed her lips. The emotions that had caused her to be in a trance just now gradually calmed down. When she spoke again, she was calm and collected. A moment of excitement could also disappear in an instant. "No need," she refused. "As long as the Fourth Master knows that you are the main cause of this matter, I don't need your help nor do I need your guilt. I only need you to keep your promise." Edward looked at her. She reminded him word by word, "Make Melody Sanders give up on you, then we will go our separate ways and never interact with each other again." Edward's expression changed slightly. He said in a slightly cold voice, "That will depend on Ms. Lawrence's ability." At this point, the two of them did not say anything more. The car stopped at the Lawrence family manor. Jean got out of the car. Edward also got out of the car. "Take care, Fourth Master." Edward nodded slightly. Jean turned around and left. When she left, she could still feel the intense gaze behind her. She gritted her teeth. Actually, every time she turned around, she could feel Fourth Master Swan's gaze, but she would not turn back. Edward would only leave after Jean had completely disappeared from his sight. He returned to the car and was very quiet. Teddy sat in the front passenger seat. He had always been very quiet. At this moment, the car was driving towards the Swan family manor. "Fourth Master, you didn't eat anything for dinner tonight. Do you want to eat something now? Chez Jean is open all night," Teddy reminded him. Edward asked, "Are you hungry?" Teddy was touched. He did not expect his Fourth Master to care about his health. He hurriedly nodded. "I am. It's good that you're hungry," Fourth Master Swan said coldly. Teddy was stunned. "Otherwise, how can you lose 10 pounds?
Take away some food from Chez Jean and send it to the bamboo garden," Fourth Master Swan instructed. "For one person."
"Fourth Master, you can't be like this. You suffered from Ms. Lawrence, but you cannot vent your anger on me." "What did I do wrong?" The next day, Jean woke up. She slept too late last night. After washing up, she went to bed past 4 a.m. It was already 7 a.m. when she woke up with the alarm clock ringing. She turned it off, got up, and washed up. George also got up in a daze. He rubbed his eyes and was reluctant to move. He did not want to go to school. The school was dull and uninteresting, and it seriously affected his sleep. His heart was resisting, but his body was very sensible. He lifted the quilt, got up, and waited at the bathroom door. When Jean came out after washing up, she saw her son waiting at the door. She said, "You don't have to go to school today, so you can sleep more." "Really?" George's eyes were glimmering. George, without his glasses, was very handsome. She rubbed his little face. "Really? Mom, you've finally figured it out." George was only 6 years old. Although he looked mature, he was still a child. When he encountered something happy, he could not hide his emotions. Don't get the wrong idea, it's just today. Jean smiled. George was a little disappointed. Jean said, and I'm not letting you off today to have fun. There are things to do. What is it? Turn on the computer and keep it running normally. Wait for my instructions. Okay, go and sleep for a while more. I have to go to work. Okay. Jean patted George's little head and changed into her business attire. She still wore light makeup and went to the company. She soon arrived at the company. A few people from the project team also got up from their beds in a daze. Jean walked into the office. Amy yawned and followed behind Jean. Jean said as she turned on the computer, "Tell the project team to wash their faces and wake up. After breakfast, we'll have a meeting in the conference room." Yes, Amy nodded. Director Lawrence, do you need a coffee without sugar? Follow them for breakfast. Come back and make coffee after breakfast. Amy was stunned. Then she quickly said, "Thank you, Director Lawrence." Jean nodded slightly. Amy left. 9 a.m. in the morning. Jean called for a meeting. The people in the project team were already fully awake and full of energy. At the same time, in the marketing deputy director's office, Joshua received a call from Eden and reported, "I don't know what Jean is up to. Last night, I heard that she worked overtime until 3 a.m. The people in the project team are even sleeping in the office. Now that she has just gone to work, she is having a meeting again, as if she is making a big move. In fact, I have inquired about it." Jean wanted to seek redress for herself through the media but was rejected by all the media platforms. It is impossible for her to speak up for herself. Moreover, I know that my father wants this matter to be settled quietly. If it's a loss, then so be it. He won't go against the government. I can see that, Eden said. Eden then hung up the phone. He did not think that the Lawrence enterprise would settle things so peacefully. With Alexander's cowardly personality, he would definitely just let it be. He would not confront the government directly. However, Eden was not certain about Jean. To be honest, he really felt that this woman could not be controlled at all. He even had a feeling that if he really angered Jean, she might come charging over with a knife. He smiled. No matter how uncontrollable she was, her abilities were limited. No matter how great Jean's abilities were, she was fighting alone. With so many people behind him, it would be easy to kill Jean. Jean returned to her office after the meeting. She asked Hans to leave the Lawrence enterprise with 100 employees to cause trouble at the city hall. Jean opened up the public opinion platform which Forrest told her about and gave George a call. After giving him a few simple instructions, she sent the content to him. In a short while, the news that Jean wanted appeared on those platforms. The topic itself was eye-catching. How could the Lawrence enterprise survive if the government deliberately targeted it? The moment the content appeared, it attracted a lot of people. However, 10 minutes later, the news was completely deleted. Even when the information was reposted by many individuals, the post was directly restricted and could not be shared. Eden scrolled through his phone and looked at the news that had been emptied. When Jean could not persuade the news media, he had expected her to use other ways to spread her news. Hence, he told Michael and Melody in advance to prepare for network surveillance. As expected, Jean fell for it. Now, what would she do next? Jean naturally also expected that something like this would happen. Otherwise, she would not have asked George to stay behind and not go to school. She had to give George some time. Conquering a well-established system and completely controlling it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. At least, half a day. She turned her chair around. The phone rang and she picked it up. "Director Lawrence, the government has triggered the police to suppress us. They are penalizing us on the grounds that we are causing trouble for no reason, and we seriously affected their official duties. If we don't leave now, they will detain all of us. Get the employees to leave. Your main task today is to take more photos." Okay. Jean hung up the phone. She continued to wait. At this moment, Eden was sitting in his office with a smug look on his face, looking at the message on his phone. The people from the Lawrence enterprise who caused trouble have all been chased away. They did not cause any large-scale impact. Please rest assured. Eden smiled coldly. Jean, is this the best you can do? Chapter 134. I'm not as easy to deal with as before. The Lawrence enterprise, at the marketing department director's office. Jean lit up a cigarette. Since she had been working overtime these 2 days, the frequency of her smoking was obviously more than before. She had just taken 2 puffs when her phone rang. She glanced at the incoming call and slowly picked it up. General manager. Come up. As soon as this phrase was basically spitted at her, the call was cut off. Jean took a deep breath. She put out the remaining half of the cigarette butt and went straight to Alexander's office. Anyway, she could not avoid it. She could only force her way in. She walked to Alexander's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Jean pushed the door open and entered. Other than Alexander, who had an extremely ugly expression on his face, Joshua was also in the office. Of course, Joshua could only be there to fan the flames. Jean did not mind. She walked toward Alexander and appeared to be very respectful. Why is the general manager looking for me? Don't call me the general manager. I don't have as much power as you right now. Should I call you the general manager instead? Alexander mocked. Jean was very clear about what Alexander was so sour about. After all, she had asked Jonathan Lawrence to restrict his power. She did not explain further and said straightforwardly, I can solve this matter. I just need you to give me more time. How do you want to solve it? Alexander was extremely sarcastic. Yesterday afternoon, you told me not to let the outside world think that the Sanders are targeting us. What are you doing now? You are exposing the news yourself and letting everyone know that the Sanders are targeting us. Jean, what on earth are you thinking? Everything is constantly changing. Yesterday afternoon, I thought that the Sanders incident was just a coincidence, so I could not let everyone else misunderstand us. But now that I have understood the entire situation, I realize that this is the truth. Since this is the truth, we need to face the resistance head-on. Are you crazy? You are going to fight against the Sanders? Don't you know who is in control of Harkin? Don't you know that the Harkin is a constitutional monarchy, and all the power is in the hands of the Sanders? Do you think that our family has not suffered enough losses yet? Will you only be satisfied if the Lawrences really go bankrupt? Alexander was furious and his appearance was extremely ferocious. I am saving the Lawrences, Jean said firmly. Don't talk nonsense here. If you can listen to my explanation now, then listen. If you don't want to, then shut up. Jean's aura was very strong. Her appearance made Alexander, who was in a fit of anger, pause. He was instantly crushed under Jean's demeanor. Yes, I admit that I made grandfather control you. It's not for any personal reason, it's just because you might drag me down. Alexander was really triggered by Jean's tone. He raised his hand, but Jean caught it. Alexander moved his arm, but he could not move. Joshua saw that Jean had made a move on Alexander, so he quickly intended to take this opportunity and teach Jean a lesson. He thought to himself that if he did not hit this woman properly today, she would really think she could be in charge of the Lawrences. He wanted to give Jean a hard slap on the face. Jean's eyes and hands were quick. When Joshua was getting closer, she kicked Joshua's stomach. Joshua only felt an intense pain in his body. The next second, when he reacted, he had already been on the ground. He had even retreated quite a distance. When Alexander saw that, he was completely shocked. Joshua was kicked to the ground. He was in so much pain that he could not even get up. At this moment, Jean suddenly let go of Alexander's arm. Alexander only felt a wave of pain in his wrist. He looked fiercely at Jean. Jean coldly said, Dad, I'm not as easy to deal with as before. After saying that, she directly left. The door was slammed shut. The slam indicated how angry the person who closed the door was. Alexander looked in the direction of the door. It was obvious that he had been suppressed by Jean. He turned his head to look at Joshua, who was on the ground. He then unconsciously moved his wrist. Jean, was she the same daughter that he could casually hit and scold back then? Dad! Joshua was lying on the ground. He was in so much pain that he could not speak. I want to sue Jean. I want to sue her for intentional harm. Dad, it's so painful. Alexander gritted his teeth. He could never let Jean ride on his head. Jean returned to the office. She suppressed her anger. She actually did not expect herself to lose control today. She probably did not want to experience the beating she got 7 years ago again, so when Alexander and Joshua were about to lay their hands on her, she retaliated. Chapter 135. I'm not as easy to deal with as before. Actually, what's the big deal? She just wanted to tell these people that she was not easily bullied. In fact, she wanted to say that they cannot bully her. Something flashed across her eyes. There was a knock on the door. Jean controlled her emotions, and she only needed a second. Her tone was calm. Come in. Forrest pushed the door open and entered. Director Lawrence. Jean nodded slightly. Forrest said bluntly, I just heard that you had an argument with the executive general manager. Yes. Did he disagree with us going against the government? Don't bother about him. Jean was cold, but don't worry, his authority has been stripped away. He doesn't have the ability to order us around. But will this affect the relationship between the two of you? Forrest asked. Relationship. What kind of relationship could they have? Her father had never had any feelings for her, she said, no. Then, Forrest seemed to still have some hesitancy. The reason why Lawrence Enterprise has developed into such a pathetic state was because of the leader's cowardice and incompetence. The reason why you were all waiting for something to happen without working hard was that everyone looked down on the leader. Until now, don't tell me you still have expectations for them. Jean mocked. Forrest shook his head. No, I'm just afraid that it would be difficult for you. Even though Forrest had not been working together with Jean for long. However, he truly admired Jean. He was even worried that because of this incident, she would be kicked out of the Lawrence Corporation. If this project fails in the end, it's because I'm not capable enough. Of course, I should leave. If it succeeds, no one from the Lawrence Corporation can make things difficult for me. Forrest pursed his lips. This domineering attitude was what he admired about Jean. If you're afraid of being implicated by me, you can choose to withdraw now. I'm not afraid, Forrest interrupted Jean. It's been a long time since I've done something that made my blood boil. It was you who ignited my passion for work. At worst, we can just end this once and for all. Forrest was very determined. Jean smiled. She said, then go out and work. Yes. Forrest left. At this moment, Jean had completely calmed down. She looked at the time. It was still early. She had to give George a little more time. Joshua left Alexander's office. The kick he received from Jean caused him so much pain that he felt like dying. However, after the pain passed, he could not find which part of his body was injured. Moreover, Alexander was in a fit of anger. Joshua did not dare to say anything more. He was afraid that if he said too much, he would be scolded instead. Hence, he found an excuse to return to his office. The kick really did not hurt anymore. He even took off his shirt to take a look. Other than the slight redness, he did not seem to have any other injuries. He endured it and did not go to the hospital. Moreover, if the news of him being beaten up by Jean got out, his reputation would be damaged. He sat on his office chair and hurriedly called Eden, brother-in-law. What's wrong? Just now, Jean and my father had an argument. They even fought, Joshua reported. Is that so? Eden smiled with pride. My father probably hates Jean now. Once this project fails, Jean will definitely be kicked out of the Lawrences. I think she might even be directly kicked out of the Lawrences like she was 7 years ago. That's what she deserves. That's right. Joshua chimed in, looking a little excited. He suddenly thought of something and quickly said, but brother-in-law, I feel that Jean has really changed a lot. What? Eden frowned. Just now, when my dad tried to hit her, his hand was caught by Jean instead. At that moment, my dad was even shackled and couldn't move an inch. Not only that. I wanted to go up and help, but Jean gave me a kick and sent me flying. Joshua said angrily. That's why I told you to train more. Eden did not take it to heart. Are you still a man when you can't even beat a woman? Brother-in-law, I just want to tell you that Jean knows martial arts. Martial arts? When I was dating Jean back then, Jean even needed me to open a bottled drink for her. That's why I'm suspecting that Jean must have experienced something during these 7 years abroad. What could she have experienced? All she could do is sell her body. Eden said with a sarcastic expression. If there's nothing else, don't waste my time. I still have something important to do. Brother-in-law. Eden had already hung up the phone. Joshua was speechless. He admitted that he was lazy and did not like to exercise, so his body was not strong. However, no matter how bad it was, he would not be kicked away by a woman. Jean was definitely not simple, on second thought. In any case, Jean had provoked Eden. No matter what, she would still be killed by Eden. So he did not need to be afraid, nor did he need to worry about anything. Sooner or later, the Lawrence Enterprise would belong to him. An entire morning passed. Eden sat on his office chair, looking very relaxed. He looked at the computer screen and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. So that was all Jean was capable of. She tried to attack for about 10 minutes in the morning, and now she was completely quiet. She was indeed a woman. A stupid woman. He picked up his phone and dialed, Michael. Yes, from what I know, Jean no longer has the ability to resist. He was a little proud. Next, I will think of a way to get Muck to terminate the contract from their side. At that time, I will also bribe the media to ridicule Jean's incompetence, and even create some negative news to damage her reputation, so that she can no longer stay in Harkin. This way, Ms. Sanders will clear the obstacle between her and Uncle Edward. Okay, Michael nodded, but don't be in a hurry to take the next step. Since the matter is already under our control, don't be too hasty. I'm afraid that something uncertain will happen. At this time, seek stability. Don't worry, I know what to do. Right. Michael suddenly thought of something. Have you ever thought of taking control of the Lawrence enterprise? Eden was stunned. Michael said, I'm only making a suggestion. With Edward taking control of the Swan enterprise, it'll be harder for you to truly establish yourself in the same company. On the contrary, it'll be easier for you to take control of the external parties. Once Jean gets lost, it will be a piece of cake for me to acquire the Lawrence enterprise. Alexander and Joshua were really useless, after all. In short, it's up to you. After all, you have a special relationship with the Lawrences. Michael only said what he needed to say. Yes, I understand. I won't say anymore. I'm about to start my meeting. All right. After hanging up the phone, Eden sneered. He had never thought of buying the Lawrence enterprise. In his heart, he did not really fancy such a company. However, after Michael's reminder, he suddenly felt that it made sense. Instead of being bullied by his Uncle Edward in the Swan enterprise, it was better for him to find another way to improve his strength. Without a doubt, the Lawrence enterprise could be the first door to his new world. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. He should not be blamed for being ruthless and merciless. Instead, the Lawrences should blame themselves for their own incompetence. If he really purchased the Lawrence enterprise, he would be doing them a great favor. The Lawrences should be grateful to him. With this thought in mind, Eden's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the call unhurriedly. Today, he had an inexplicable sense of superiority. Hello. Mr. Swan. A somewhat urgent voice came from the other end. Many public platforms on the internet were hacked. The news about the Sanders targeting the Lawrence enterprise is all up on the platforms now. No matter how hard we try to fix it, the posts cannot be deleted. The number of viewers has started to soar, and the number of comments is also increasing at an alarming rate. Eden's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 136, Counterattack. The eruption of the public opinions. For a moment, Eden could not comprehend Jean's counterattack. He held his phone with a ferocious expression. The person on the other side of the phone did not know if he heard it or not, but he said anxiously, Mr. Swan. I heard it. Eden's tone was very cold. He put down the phone and opened the website. A few clicks and it came to the main page. The headline at the top was, How could the Lawrence enterprise survive if the government deliberately targeted it? The number of comments increased crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked at the time when it was posted. It was less than 10 minutes, yet the number of comments had already exceeded 5,000. He gritted his teeth and picked up the phone again. Get someone to fix it and delete the post immediately. We can't let the news become popular and we must restrict the net flow. Yes, the other side was respectful. Eden fiercely hung up the phone and directly threw his phone on the office desk. Jean Lawrence, you're really not simple. At the same moment, at Jean's side, she was also sitting in front of her computer while she browsed through the internet. She was calm as she looked at the continuous increase in views and comments. Half an hour passed. There were more than 10,000 comments and more than 100,000 views. However, it was not enough. Among them, the vast majority were her internet trolls. To really spread the news over the internet, they were still a little lacking. 2 hours, there were 30,000 comments and over 1 million views. Jean thought that it was about time. She picked up the phone. Amy, let the project team have a meeting in the conference room. Yes. Jean stood up and walked towards the conference room. The project team members were a little excited. Mandy said, Director Lawrence, my troll army only contributed about 8,200 comments and an average of 20,000 views. As expected, the matter of the Lawrence enterprise being targeted by the Sanders will be trending soon. The number of comments and views are still exploding. Hans kept refreshing his phone with excitement. At least their first step was successful. It was not in vain for them to work overtime and stay up all night. Stage by stage victories come in stages after all. Until the last moment, no one knows who the final winner is. Everyone, please stay awake and be alert. Jean appeared very calm about the current situation. Everyone really admired the woman in front of them. She could face setbacks calmly and be indifferent to her successes. A strong psychological quality was definitely needed. She said, we should strike while the iron is still hot. Now, let's talk about our next step. Yes. Under her guidance, everyone instantly got back to work.
Hans, remember the photos you took of our employees who were chased away by the police in the city hall?
Get all the 100 employees to share these photos on their personal social media platforms. There will definitely be some of them who are afraid of leaving evidence behind. These people's actions may even affect everyone else. You have to pay attention to your communication skills. Stand in their shoes and tell them about the Lawrence Enterprises' current predicament. At the same time, you have to give them a guarantee. Okay, I understand. Hans quickly nodded. Mandy, keep monitoring the flow of comments on the news. Once the trend is slowing down, report to me immediately. Yes, Forrest, come to my office. I need you to cooperate with me on something. Yes, everyone, please be alert. Meeting adjourned. Jean brought Forrest back to her office. She said to Forrest, help me record a video. Forrest was a little surprised. Since the matter has reached this stage, as the Lawrence Enterprises person in charge, I will definitely need to appear in public. This is what the people are looking forward to the most. An official statement from the Lawrences will also force the Sanders to respond. The faster we do it, the less time they have to prepare themselves. So, we can't afford to waste time. Okay, I understand. Forrest quickly took out his phone and started filming. He really admired Jean. He really admired this woman. She was so cold and calm, and she was so strategic. At the same time, at the Swanhaven Bank, Eden slammed his hands on the office desk. He said angrily into the phone, "Are you all trash? Can't you fix it even until now? Your software has been hacked, and you don't even know it. How do you even run your business? Mr. Swan, we've really met an expert this time. Our firewall has been upgraded and the security index is very high. Before the news was released, there was no warning at all. It was attacked suddenly. All of our technicians are working hard to fix it now. Please give us a little more time." Chapter 137, Counterattack. The eruption of the public opinions. Give them more time? The news might explode through the entire internet if he gives them more time. He gritted his teeth. Hurry up. After he said that, he abruptly hung up the phone. What a bunch of trash. The Sanders were also trash. He had just scolded the person in charge of the public platform, but in fact, he had called the Sanders Internet Regulatory Department before he called the public platform. That group of people was also helpless against the sudden paralysis of the internet. Since the other party was the Sanders, he could only vent all his anger on another person. His expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang again. Eden fiercely picked it up. What's the matter? Mr. Swan, the Lawrences have spoken, the other party reported. What? I'm sending you the video URL. It's a video of the director of the marketing department, Jean Lawrence. Send it to me. Eden threw his phone aside and opened the URL on his computer. The page opened. Jean's seductive face appeared on the big screen. She was dressed in a professional suit and had a ponytail. It was obvious that she did not have many beauty filters on, but this woman was so beautiful that people would mistake her for a celebrity. She did not smile and looked very formal. She said in a clear voice, "I am Jean Lawrence, the director of the marketing department of the Lawrence Enterprise. I am responsible for the operation of Lawrence Enterprises marketing. First of all, I am very sorry that because of some internal affairs within the Lawrence Enterprise, we have taken up such a large amount of public resources today. Please forgive me for causing so much inconvenience to many individuals or enterprises. Of course, I would also like to thank all the people who have paid attention to the Lawrence Enterprise. Due to your support, I have the courage to appear in front of the screen." Jean paused for a moment. She slowly continued, "The Lawrence Enterprise is one of the 12 great family businesses in Harkin. We have always relied on the traditional industries for our development. I have to admit that the situation is getting worse by the day, and it's not just the Lawrence Enterprise. Many of the once glorious family businesses are also heading towards decline. The sudden bankruptcy of the Locke Enterprise a while ago was a wake-up call for all of these family businesses." Jean first summarized the situation of Lawrence Enterprise and other businesses like them. On one hand, she wanted to create a basis for what she was about to say. On the other hand, she wanted to find resonance with those businesses. In order to turn the situation around, the Lawrence Enterprise is working hard. We gathered all our strengths and discussed e-commerce cooperation with Muck Group. Here, I will be transparent. For this cooperation, the Lawrence Enterprise is putting everything we have on the line. We have spent all our manpower, finances, and investments on this project, hoping that this project will bring change to the company, also that we won't be eliminated by modern times. Jean began to play the emotional card. In public opinion, support will also side with the weak. However, the moment we invested everything, we received a fatal piece of news. The location of the Lawrence Enterprises logistics warehouse conflicted with the amusement park planned by Southampton City Administrative Office. Our logistics warehouse is completely surrounded by the amusement park. If the amusement park is to be built and open for business, it would be impossible for the logistics warehouse to operate normally. When I received this news, I didn't believe it. I didn't believe that without any foreshadowing, the Sanders would do something that would seriously damage our company. However, when I saw the blueprint of the amusement park with my own eyes, I had no choice but to believe that this was the truth. The truth is that the Sanders plan for the amusement park has completely restricted the Lawrence Enterprises development. We might even go down the same path as the Locke Enterprise did, Jean said tactfully. She did not directly point out that the Sanders are targeting them. Instead, she only let everyone know the impact that the Sanders plan had on them. Jean said, I admit that I don't understand the Sanders plan. When the Lawrences tried to communicate with the person in charge of the Sanders, the other party rejected us on the grounds that they are too busy with official business. Today, I've chosen to communicate with the Sanders through this video because we are truly helpless. We have no way to complain about our situation through normal pathways, so we can only use the public's resources and hope that we can get ourselves another chance. Jean said it in a very humble manner. Her goal was to arouse the sympathy of the masses. The Lawrence Enterprise was established almost 100 years ago. Today, we have over 10,000 employees. If the Lawrences go bankrupt, how should we ensure the survival of over 10,000 employees and their families? The Sanders promised to protect the whole of Harkin. How will you protect the 10,000 employees of the Lawrences, so that they can survive the imminent crisis of unemployment? Jean said with great emotion, on behalf of all the employees of the Lawrence Enterprise, I hope that the Sanders can give us an explanation. After she finished speaking, the video ended. The content of the video was spreading like wildfire. There were a lot of comments. Oh my God, I think the Sanders are too despicable. They completely disregarded the interests of the company. They're too arbitrary. I have a friend who works at the Lawrence Enterprise. Now, the Lawrences are really panicking internally. It's said that everyone may face unemployment. I saw the posts of the Lawrence Enterprises employees on Facebook. They went to the city hall to demand an explanation but were violently suppressed by force. This is too much. This lousy operation by Sanders is too disgusting. The Sanders cannot abuse their power. The news continued to blow up. It was completely out of control. Now, the internet was unanimously requesting a positive response from the Sanders and it was causing a commotion. At Swanhaven Bank, Eden received a call from Melody Sanders. Melody flew into a rage. Eden, I asked you to stir up some trouble. You caused such an incident and put me on the spot. Is this what your ability can bring to the table? I don't want this to happen either. I've prepared everything well, but the incompetence of your Internet Regulatory Department has forced the news to explode. What can I do? So it's my fault, then. Melody sneered. Eden held back his temper. For a moment, the two of them were silent. In the end, Eden gave in. Give me some time. I'll think of a way to deal with it. Melody also endured it. At this juncture, internal strife would only make things worse. She said, don't embarrass me. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Eden's expression was extremely ferocious at this moment. He took a glance at the incoming call and picked it up. Michael. Melody Sanders called you? She gave me a bunch of curses, Eden said bluntly. You have to understand her position. I know. It's just that her attitude makes me feel that what I did for her is worthless. Don't think of it that way. She's just angry right now. Eden did not say anything. He was really unhappy. Now think about how to solve the problem, Michael reminded him. In the end, Michael was calmer than everyone else. For the time being, my mind is blank. Eden suppressed his emotions. Melody Sanders just argued with me, so all my ideas went out the window. I've thought of a way, Michael said straightforwardly. Eden was surprised. What? Since Jean asked the Sanders to respond, we will respond to her. What do you mean? The Sanders have indeed overlooked the entire plan of the amusement park. It's wrong, but a mistake like this is not worth mentioning. Eden blinked. He instantly understood Michael's reminder. Don't interfere with the following matters for the time being. I will ask Melody to arrange for the person in charge to respond, Michael said. Adjust yourself. When you encounter difficulties in any matter, the biggest taboo is to have yourself falling apart. Okay, Eden nodded and said sincerely at that moment, Michael, thank you. There's no need for nonsense like this between friends. Eden was touched. He did not expect Michael to be so loyal. Chapter 138, Reversal. The Struggle to Death. Michael hung up the phone. His expression was cold. Eden, as expected, was still lacking. He picked up the phone and dialed again. Melody. Eden is going to kill me someday. At the moment, he's the best person we can use in the business world. Don't touch him for the time being. I know, Melody Sanders was so angry that she could not speak. Don't worry, I have an idea, Michael said. What idea? Michael told Melody his idea. Melody Sanders calmed down a little. Okay, I will make the arrangements. Okay, Michael, let me tell you the truth. Eden is really incomparable to you. No wonder my father placed you in such an important position. It's my honor to work for him. It's a pity that we don't have any feelings for each other. Otherwise, compared to Edward, you might be more suitable for our family. No, don't look down on Fourth Master Swan. His ability is beyond our imagination. How do you know? Melody Sanders was surprised. Michael was clearly around the same age as her, but for someone in his 20s, she always felt that he was able to see through everything. I guessed. Michael chuckled. After all, the Swan Enterprise is so big. How easy can it be for Fourth Master Swan to control everything in such a short time? That's true. Melody Sanders nodded. If Fourth Master Swan can really become a part of the Sanders, not only will you be able to stabilize your position, but you will also have one less threat. This is the reason why my father insisted that I marry Edward. Alright, let's not talk anymore. You go ahead and arrange things first. We can't let the news continue to spread like this. The longer it takes, the more disadvantageous it will be for the Sanders. Okay, Melody Sanders quickly hung up the phone. Michael also put down his phone. His eyes narrowed. Jean Lawrence was indeed a threat. The video of Jean's speech went viral on the internet. The popularity did not decrease. 4 p.m. in the afternoon. The Sanders Southampton City Administrative Hall held a live reception. While all the news media platforms avoided the Lawrence Enterprise, the Administrative Hall was crowded with them. The scene was packed with the media and it appeared to be very lively. At this moment, Jean was also sitting in her office, watching the situation at the scene. Currently, the spokesperson of the government had yet to arrive, but they had already started the live broadcast on the internet. Jean was still very calm. Forrest sat opposite her. He was initially extremely nervous. After all, no one knew what the Sanders would say. Furthermore, the live broadcast was all over the internet. It was obvious that the Sanders had a plan in mind. Everyone would be afraid of something happening, but when he saw Director Lawrence's expression, he became calm. He had a feeling that everything was within her expectations. She expected the Sanders to respond. She was only waiting for their moves. Then, she would counter their moves and finally give them a fatal blow. 10 minutes. The spokesperson of the executive office, Tiffany Larson, personally responded. She was also the main person in charge of the project. After a lengthy greeting, she stated the main point. Regarding the Lawrence Enterprises allegations about the planning of the amusement park, I admit our mistake. We have indeed brought losses to the Lawrence Enterprise due to our lack of consideration. This is my responsibility. I will not push the blame. In front of the entire country's people, I will express my apologies to the Lawrence Enterprise. The sudden words caused an uproar at the scene. However, since it was not a question and answer session, the reporters below did not dare to stir up trouble. Before I come up with a compensation plan for the Lawrence Enterprise, I will first explain to everyone why we have developed the amusement park project. As we all know, Harkin is a rapidly developing country.
From agriculture to entertainment and internet industries, all of them are bearing fruit. Taking advantage of the current development environment, we are also planning more projects that can boost the national economy, and the construction of a global amusement park is one of them. I hereby declare that this project is not a spur-of-the-moment initiative. It has already been planned for 3 years. This is one of our planning documents, and it was signed 3 years ago today.
As she spoke, she handed a copy of the document to the reporter's representative at the scene. Tiffany Larson continued to speak. It's just that the plan has not been made public for the time being. When we confirmed the implementation of the plan, in fact, it was also before the construction of Lawrence Enterprises logistics warehouse. I admit that our negligence lies in that we only focused on the planning and construction of the amusement park, and neglected to pay attention to the development of other industries. This resulted in the Lawrence Enterprise mistakenly choosing the location of the logistics warehouse in our planned area. Obviously, in the Sanders official statement, they wanted to erase the fact that they are targeting the Lawrences. It was only carelessness that led to this misunderstanding. At the very least, the general public would not feel that the Sanders were abusing their power. We are also very sorry for the losses caused to the Lawrence Enterprise, but looking at the bigger picture, the economic benefits that the construction of the amusement project will bring to Southampton City are far greater than the construction of the logistics warehouse of the Lawrence Enterprise. If we stop the development of the project now, the preliminary estimate of the financial loss will be $5 billion. We will also lose the potential economic benefits it can bring, which are tens of billions. this logistics warehouse of the Lawrence enterprise cannot be compared to the economic benefit the amusement park will bring. After weighing it, we decided to continue the construction of the amusement park project, and at the same time, help the Lawrence enterprise to tide over its current corporate difficulties. So, this was the Sanders way of saying things. They admitted their mistakes, but they would not undo their mistakes. However, they could try their best to make up for their mistakes. In the eyes of the outside world, it was very sincere, and there was no contradiction. This statement instantly turned the Sanders' passive situation around. Jean looked at the news coldly. She felt that she had watched enough. Jean could already figure out what kind of compensation plans they would provide. They would most likely cooperate with the Lawrence enterprise to find new land and make a new plan. They would also reduce the tax revenue from the Lawrence enterprise by 1 percentage point, at the same time providing more business loans to them, and so on. This was the usual method used by the authorities. They would let you think that you had gotten a great deal. In reality, when it comes to choosing a new location, there would then be many unexpected incidents. For example, there would be no suitable location. Even if there was a reasonable location, there would be many households or buildings there which would be difficult to demolish. Jean could already foresee a large number of problems in their compensation plans. And at that time, even if the Lawrences try to make another statement, the Sanders will have 10,000 excuses. They will say that the Sanders have actively cooperated and tried their best. They did not expect such a sudden accident. Harkin is a humane and civilized country. When it comes to demolition, they can only use reason to convince people and not be forceful. In the worst-case scenario, they can just apologize to the Lawrences a few more times in the media. They will not suffer even one bit by doing that. The most important thing was that a piece of news would be popular for at most a week, or at most a month. The more people watched, the more numb they would become. It would gradually become a piece of history and no one would care about it. Director Lawrence. Forrest looked at Jean's sudden silence and called out to her. Others might be convinced by the Sanders' official statement, but those who truly knew the urgency of this project would not. Right now, the government was deliberately stabilizing the situation. In reality, time is sometimes the biggest weapon of destruction for an enterprise. Once they missed the best time, opportunities would slip through their fingers. What do we do now? Forrest asked. Although they knew that the Sanders was doing this on purpose, they did not know how to deal with it either. After all, the Sanders had already said so much. If the Lawrences were to be more aggressive, it would seem that they did not understand the bigger picture. Jean said, "When the executive office's press conference is over, we will issue a statement." What do we say? Thank you for the Sanders support. We completely trust that the Sanders can help the Lawrence enterprise through the difficult times. At the same time, we will fully cooperate with the construction of the amusement park project by the Southampton City Administration Office. Forrest really did not think that Director Lawrence was someone who would compromise so easily. He also did not believe his own ears. Jean smiled. Since they are standing on the side of benevolence and righteousness, so we will go along with them. Forrest still could not understand. This way, we'll be able to tear down their platform and make them have no way out. Forrest was shocked. After a long while, he asked, "Director Lawrence, has a new strategy already?" Jean did not answer. Her smile was very obvious. Forrest simply could not describe his emotions and admiration. He just could not understand. How much energy could Director Lawrence contain in her slender body? Everyone was just struggling to their deaths in front of her. Chapter 139. Finn personally examined Monica. After the Sanders administrative office made an official statement, the impact of the news was obviously much weaker. The amount of attention started to decrease, and the popularity of the news slowly declined. Jean watched coldly as the news gradually became less popular. About an hour later, Jean had Forrest record a video for her. Then, she sent it out. In the video, Jean was smiling. "To the administrative office, thank you for your attention and support to the Lawrence enterprise. We fully trust the Sanders and the administrative office to help the Lawrence enterprise tide over this crisis. We will also actively work hard to find a better solution to minimize the losses of both the administrative office and the Lawrence enterprise. Finally, I fully support the Sanders plan for the amusement park project from the perspective of the national economy." A few short sentences. It ignited the news that had been cooling down. There were many comments below. The Lawrence enterprise is so understanding. They quit while they can. The Lawrence enterprise is quite smart. I hope to see the administrative office help the Lawrence enterprise. Am I the only one who likes Jean? What's surprising is that I'm a woman myself. There were a lot of comments below this comment. No, you're not the only one. I've been looking at her face the entire time. What's surprising is that my gender is the same as yours. Just like that, the tension in the news eased up. From the initial political and business conflicts, it seemed to have turned into entertainment gossip at this moment. Jean's looks are too shocking had even become a hot comment on this news. Monica sat in the waiting room of the hospital, flipping through today's trending news. When she saw the video that Jean had just posted, she was a little angry. She could not help but swear, Jean compromised just like that? Those lackeys of the Sanders had casually said a few nice words, and Jean believed them? When she saw Jean's first video of her retaliating head-on today, her blood was boiling. She was certain that Jean would definitely make a difference in this matter, and she would definitely amaze the world. It would be best if that B***-starred Eden was regretful that he had lost a treasure and married a B***tch. However, she never expected Jean to suddenly express her goodwill. This was too big of a reversal. Although the Sanders were in power, and it was common sense to not fight with officials, this was too F***king fast. It was too obvious. Jean, what's wrong with you? She had this uneasiness in her chest as if she had just taken a dump and suddenly retracted it. It was simply too unpleasant. No matter how she thought about it, with Jean's personality, she would definitely choose to fight head-on, and it was impossible for her to give in so easily. Was she being threatened? At the thought of this, Monica became agitated. She quickly picked up the phone and dialed. The call went through. Monica? Are you under house arrest by your father? Forced? Threatened? Monica was extremely distressed. Jean smiled. She said, I'm fine. I'm at work. Don't be afraid. If your father really uses violence on you, tell me. I'll find someone to save you. No, Jean slightly raised her voice. Then why did you suddenly compromise? Monica's face was full of displeasure. Jean already knew why Monica called. She knew Monica too well. Monica could not bear to see her suffer. She even wished that Jean could stand at the top and slap everyone in the face. Sometimes, Jean would really be moved by this woman. After all, in this world, there were not many people who would treat her so unconditionally. She said, Monica, do you know what a diversion is? Huh? It means that I have other plans, Jean said with a smile. So you didn't compromise just like that? Of course. I knew it. My Jeannie has a domineering temperament. She won't just swallow whatever you throw at her. Jean was amused. I can't talk anymore. I'm getting busy. Okay. Monica took it as reassurance and stopped nagging. I'm going for a checkup. Checkup? What checkup? Jean was stunned. Oh, I'm going for a breast checkup. My chest is always tingling nowadays. Is it serious? It shouldn't be serious. We'll know after the checkup. Is Dr. Jones accompanying you? Jean asked. How is that possible? Monica raised her voice. He's not that kind. I came alone. I was afraid that my parents would be worried, so I didn't call them. After the checkup, no matter what happens, just send me a message. Okay, Monica said nonchalantly. Go do your thing, I'm hanging up. Chapter 140. Finn personally examined Monica. Okay. Jean hung up the phone, still feeling a little uneasy. She thought for a moment and made a call. The call went through. Ms. Lawrence. Dr. Jones, do you know that Monica is having a breast examination at the hospital? Finn was sitting in his office sorting out some of his medical advice materials. When he heard what Jean said, his hands paused and he replied, I didn't know. She's doing a checkup by herself right now. I can't leave since I have something to do. I'm worried that if something happens, that silly girl will be alone. It should be fine, Finn said straightforwardly. It's just normal hyperplasia of the mammary glands. Just follow the doctor's instructions and prevent it from happening. Are you sure? Jean asked. Finn pursed his lips. If you're not sure, I hope you can go and take a look. Finn replied, okay, thank you. Jean actually knew that there was some conflict between Finn and Monica. She was not trying to set them up, but she really felt that Monica and Michael were not suitable for each other. Michael placed himself in the Sanders political arena, and his family was in a high position. Michael was definitely not a simple man. Monica would be more suitable for a simpler environment. Even so, when it comes to matters of the heart, it is never up to others. Therefore, the biggest reason she asked Finn to visit Monica was that she was really a little worried about that woman. Monica looked carefree and heartless, but if something really happened, she might choose to bear it herself. Director Lawrence. Amy knocked on the door and entered. Jean came back to her senses. The general manager wants you to go to the meeting now. Jean's eyes twitched, and her face was a little cold. Alexander really only knew how to drag her down. The hospital. The breast department. Monica put down the phone. At that moment, the hospital staff came forward respectfully. Ms. Cardellini, it's your turn to have your checkup. Monica nodded and followed the medical staff to the doctor's clinic. She actually did not want to come today. She was young, so how could she have cancer? However, who knew that she would be so bothered when she went to work today? Finn's words kept lingering in her ears. She would think of it no matter what she did. Even when she looked at Jean's news, Finn's voice would also appear. What if, people would always be afraid of what ifs. She was the same, so in the end, she still came to the hospital alone. Since she did not make an appointment in advance, she waited in the hospital for a while. At this moment, she walked into the doctor's office. She was inexplicably very nervous. The doctor was a female doctor in her 40s. Her attitude was very friendly. After all, she used the VIP channel, so the fees were naturally much more expensive than normal outpatient clinics. She sat in front of the doctor. The doctor asked about her condition.
Monica answered them one by one. After the doctor recorded her answer, she said, Ms. Cardellini, lie on the bed. I'll help you check.
Okay. Monica lay on the examination bed behind the doctor's outpatient clinic. She laid down, lifted her shirt, and undid her bra. The doctor did the examination for a while. Monica felt a little awkward and nervous. After all, she was still a virgin. Although she was a female doctor, she still felt a little embarrassed to be examined like this. What made her nervous was, she would not really be sick, right? She looked at the doctor's serious expression. After a long while, the doctor finished the examination and let her get up from the bed. How is it? Monica asked. Her heart was racing. It should not be a big problem. But for the sake of being conservative, I suggest that we go for a Doppler ultrasound and see how the breast hyperplasia is, the doctor suggested. Okay, I'll get the nurse to take you for a Doppler ultrasound. Okay. Monica followed the nurse out. She was still a little nervous. She had just left when Finn walked into the doctor's office. Monica did not see Finn, even though Finn had seen her leave. How is Monica? Finn asked. Dr. Jones. The breast doctor was surprised. Why did he suddenly ask her about the patient's condition? The other nurse next to the breast doctor quickly said, Ms. Cardellini is Dr. Jones' wife. Finn pursed his lips. Monica would occasionally accompany her father for a physical examination, so everyone in the cardiology department knew about Monica. It was normal for the news to spread naturally. After all, being a doctor was still an ordinary profession. The Cardellinis were one of the top 5 companies among the 12 families in Southampton City. Since Finn married a Cardellini, it was natural for people to gossip about them. Chapter 141. Finn personally examined Monica. What Finn did not know was that the main reason why he was being gossiped about was not that he had married a daughter from a prestigious family. Instead, it was because he had been coveted by countless single young women ever since he entered the hospital. There were many young women in the hospital, and 90% of the nurses were women. The ability of women to spread information was astonishing. He was actually very famous in Southampton City Central Hospital. I see. The breast doctor smiled. I gave her a simple checkup just now. There were no lumps or nodules. It should only be normal hyperplasia of the breast. For safety reasons, let her get a Doppler ultrasound and see the results. Okay, Finn replied. The reminder last night was actually intentional. Hearing the doctor's words, he was relieved. He said, thank you, I won't bother you anymore. Dr. Jones, you're welcome. The doctor was very friendly to Finn. Other than being very popular among the young women, Finn also had a lot of prestige among his colleagues. Although he was young, he had successfully performed several world-famous surgeries. The heart department of Southampton City Hospital was also famous because of him. Therefore, many doctors still respected him. In fact, they even tried to curry favor with him. Finn left the breast department. He walked out and wanted to go straight back to the inpatient department. He usually did not work in the outpatient department and usually stayed in the wards. In fact, the inpatient and the outpatient department were a little far apart. He thought that since he was already here, he might as well do it. He went to the radiology department. The radiology department was always the place with the most people in a hospital. Monica walked through the VIP corridor. As it was not a private hospital, the privileges were not that apparent without an advance appointment. He saw Monica holding a form as she was waiting. While waiting in line, she lowered her head and kept looking at her phone. He pursed his lips and walked straight into the VIP Doppler ultrasound room. Monica waited for about 10 minutes before the nurse invited her in. She put down her phone, still feeling a little unhappy. Seeing that Jean's news was about to turn into gossip, she was totally upset. She walked into the only VIP ultrasound room and lay on the comfortable bed. "Ms. Cardellini, please pull your shirt up as much as you can and put your hands up as well." Monica did as she was told. She felt a little, awkward. What made her even more awkward was that the doctor who was doing the ultrasound today was a man. He was wearing a surgical mask, although his face could not be seen clearly. She still felt that it was vaguely familiar. Why did she him a little similar to that B***-starred Finn? However, because he was wearing a mask, she could only see his side profile while she was lying on the bed, and she could not be sure. Moreover, why would Finn come to the ultrasound room? Thinking about it, she felt that she must be overthinking. Then, because she was still a little nervous, she could not think of anything else. She felt the examination instrument on her chest sliding continuously. Her heart beat faster, she was still very nervous. It would be great if there was someone by her side to accompany her. Thinking about it silently, she calmed herself down. After a long while, the doctor removed the device from Monica's body. The nurse helped her wipe her body. Monica could not help but ask, "Doctor, how am I doing? Are there any problems?" The doctor did not answer. The nurse's attitude was very good. "Ms. Cardellini, don't worry. The results will be out soon. The report will show your condition." Of course, she knew that the report would show it. However, she was just worried. She tidied up her clothes. In the end, she did not ask any more questions and left the ultrasound room. After she left, the man wearing the mask took his mask off. The other ultrasound doctor came back and teased, "Dr. Jones, are you going to examine your wife's breasts personally?" Chapter 142, A Direct Counterattack Against the Lawrence Enterprises Higher-Ups. In the Doppler ultrasound room, Finn replied calmly, "I just wanted to see if I got rusty in my imaging skills." Dr. Jones is indeed a versatile person, the imaging specialist sighed. "You flatter me. I just happened to learn it when I was in school." It probably did not just happen. When Finn just entered the hospital, he met a patient who did not have any problems on the ultrasound. However, based on Finn's medical experience, he felt that there was definitely something wrong, so he personally operated on the patient. He then found a small tumor that was very subtle and difficult to find. It was diagnosed as malignant, but because the surgery was done earlier, the patient had undergone regular follow-up surgery and was basically fine. For this reason, the patient specially bought a silk banner for Finn. At that time, this story was also widely spread in the hospital. In order to make a name for itself, the hospital also published this news in various major media outlets. In a short period of time, Finn became famous in the Southampton city's medical world. Back then, he was only 26 years old. "Do you want to practice again? There are still a lot of patients waiting in line," the imaging specialist joked. "No, I still have something to do in the department. I'll go back first." Finn rejected him with a smile. He was also very polite. "Thank you for your help earlier." He would not act superior just because of his position in the hospital. Therefore, even though he did not take the initiative to socialize, he had a good relationship with many doctors and nurses. Finn left the ultrasound room. The nurse in the ultrasound room sighed. "Dr. Jones is so handsome, and his personality is also gentle. Everyone says that he is the brand of our hospital. The most important thing is his looks. It's better to see him than to hear about him. He is really good looking." "Don't think about it. He has a wife." The imaging specialist broke her fantasy. "And you've seen his wife. She's beautiful. I heard that she's the daughter of a wealthy family." "I know. I'm just saying. Humans always yearn for beautiful things." The nurse was a little unhappy, but she could not help but say, "By the way, Dr. Jones treats his wife so well. He actually personally examined his wife's breast. Do you think he did that because he doesn't want you to see his wife's body?" It was not too far from the truth. That's right. Monica received the examination report. She took a look. The diagnosis was breast hyperplasia. Fortunately, Finn was wrong this time. She took the report to the doctor's office. Suddenly, a voice rang in her ear, "Dr. Jones." Monica turned her head instinctively and looked toward the voice. She really saw Finn not far ahead. Finn was stopped by a nurse. The two of them were talking about something. The nurse was smiling brightly at him. Finn had a faint smile on his lips as well. He was listening to her speech very seriously, giving off an especially gentle demeanor. Monica saw Finn standing there in his white coat. He had a tall figure and a refined appearance. Monica really did not want to use any good words to describe Finn. However, at this moment, the impression Finn gave off was of a kind doctor that could only be seen on television. It was the image of a leading doctor. In the real world, it was really hard to see. She retracted her gaze. She suddenly walked past Finn. No matter how good-looking he was or how elegant he was still just a ***bag to her. Finn's eyes moved slightly as he glanced at the person who walked past him. The corners of his lips that were raised slightly stiffened for a few seconds. Lawrence Enterprise, Executive Meeting Room. Jean appeared in the meeting room. All the executives and senior directors were present in the meeting room. They looked at Jean with a face full of sarcasm. It was especially obvious from Bryce Hoffman. After all, he used to have a very high position in the Lawrence Enterprise, and he would occasionally mock Alexander. Now, because of Jean's arrival, he had suffered a few setbacks and was a little unhappy in his heart. At this moment, when he saw Jean, he immediately said out loud, "Aren't you the brave one? You even went against the Sanders and asked them to come out and solve your problems. Now, the administration office only said a few words and you're backing down?" The words were not at all pleasant. Something flashed across Jean's eyes as she glanced at Bryce. "Director Hoffman, the matter hasn't reached the final step yet. You'd better not make a conclusion for now. You're still so arrogant even at this time. Ms. Lawrence, can you restrain your self-righteous personality? Do you really think that this is a place for you to have fun, or did you take this as a place where you can throw a tantrum and date whoever you want?" Bryce sneered. Jean's expression was also very cold. At that moment, she really did not want to waste her breath on these people. Bryce saw that Jean did not speak and thought that she had nothing to say, so he became even more arrogant. He said to Alexander, "President Lawrence, I think this matter will cause such a huge impact. Jean has to bear full responsibility. Right now, although the administrative office said in front of the entire country that they will help us get through this difficult time, we have made the Sanders look bad this time. They may not let us off so easily." Chapter 143. A direct counterattack against the Lawrence Enterprise's higher-ups. Alexander's expression was also extremely ugly. He was initially showing off because of Jean, but now he could not say a single word because of her. Bryce added, "President Lawrence, this matter cannot be allowed to pass just like this. Jean is not sensible, but it doesn't mean that the senior executives of our company are also not sensible. Although the Sanders seems to be very friendly now, in fact, no one knows what attitude they will have towards our company in the future. The Sanders are in charge of Harkin, so what right does our company have to offend them?" "Director Hoffman, if you have something to say, just say it," Alexander said coldly. "Then I'll say it directly." Bryce stood up from his seat, looking even more imposing. "I think the most important thing for us now is to get the Sanders' forgiveness. No matter what their attitude toward us is, we have to take the initiative to express our goodwill to them. We have to apologize for our irrational behavior this time. At the very least, we can let the Sanders feel our sincerity and try our best to mitigate the possibility that the Sanders is deliberately targeting us." "So, what's your suggestion?" Alexander raised his eyebrows. "It's very simple. There's a reason for everything. Whoever caused the trouble should be responsible. This matter was caused by Jean, and Jean should take full responsibility. So I think that we should fire Jean to give the Sanders an explanation." Jean's eyes turned colder. Alexander's expression also changed slightly. Joshua was at the side, smiling very insidiously. "Director Hoffman," Jean said. When it was quiet, or when everyone thought that Bryce's suggestion was very good, she took the initiative to speak up. Bryce glanced at Jean. "Are you still going to defend yourself?" "I'm not going to defend myself," Jean replied with a firm tone. "It's best if you don't defend yourself. We're all people with status. Once we shed all pretenses and start saying what we want to, this wouldn't look good. I'm just telling Director Hoffman not to jump to conclusions before the matter is over. Don't be too proactive either, or you'll be easily slapped in the face." "What do you mean by jumping to conclusions yet? Do you really think that the Sanders will help you solve your current difficulties?" "It's just an excuse from them. Based on my many years of experience in the business world, I'm telling you clearly that the current logistics warehouse project of Lawrence Enterprise is finished. The investment has gone down the drain and we have lost more than $1 billion. You have even offended the Sanders. In the future, the Lawrences will not be able to develop. As the party involved, you have caused so much trouble for us. If it weren't for the fact that you are a member of Lawrence, do you really think that it would be as simple as being chased out of the Lawrence Enterprise?" Bryce said with extreme anger. Jean looked at him but did not move. Her indifference agitated Bryce further. He said fiercely, "In any case, the Lawrence Enterprise will either have her or me. I can't accept the fact that the Lawrence Enterprise is being led around by a little girl. This is simply an insult to me." Bryce's anger also provoked fierce resistance from the other higher-ups. Everyone at the scene stood on Bryce's side and even forced Alexander to immediately give the order for Jean to leave the Lawrence enterprise. Alexander was forced into a corner by everyone. After all, Jean was his daughter, and he was embarrassed. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and said, "Everyone, be quiet." Only then did everyone quieten down a little. Jean did indeed have a huge problem with this incident. Herself. Therefore, Alexander had also distanced himself from the relationship. "I agree with the opinions of all the higher-ups and have decided to expel Jean." Before he could finish his sentence, the door of the executive meeting room was pushed open. Everyone turned their heads and saw Jonathan Lawrence appear in the meeting room all of a sudden. He was sitting in a wheelchair, but he still looked energetic and sharp. At that moment, the office was silent. The next second, everyone in the meeting room stood up and said respectfully to Jonathan, "Chairman." Jonathan did not look at anyone. He only let his personal assistant push him toward Alexander. Alexander quickly gave up his seat. "All of you, sit down," Jonathan instructed. Only then did everyone sit down. Due to Jonathan's authoritative demeanor, no one took the initiative to speak. Jonathan swept a glance at everyone and said, "Jean, come over to Grandpa's side." Jean was originally standing, but when she heard Jonathan's words, she walked over to his side. Chapter 144. A direct counterattack against the Lawrence Enterprises higher-ups. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Everyone looked at Jonathan. After all, Jonathan's prestige was still there, and he was also the oldest executive among them. Even if some people had some objections, they did not make a sound. "I know about the incident this time. I believe that everyone is a little uneasy at this moment, and are all afraid that the Sanders will take revenge on the Lawrence enterprise. I came here to calm everyone's hearts, and to clearly tell everyone that the Sanders are not as petty as everyone might expect them to be. They are the rulers of Harkin, after all. Everyone, there's no need to worry over nothing here." His words were sonorous and forceful. He did not lose his authority just because he got older. "Alexander, as Lawrence Enterprises Executive General Manager, you need to take the lead and reassure the senior executives and subordinates that our company will be fine." "Yes," Alexander immediately said respectfully. "Chairman." Bryce opened his mouth, and at this moment, he sounded much more respectful. "Director Hoffman, if you have something to say, just say it. Although you said that the Sanders will not take revenge, that is because we are in luck and that the Sanders are rather kind. However, as an enterprise, we cannot just take it for granted. We have to do our duty well and show the Sanders some respect. So, I suggest that Jean resign. In this way, the Sanders will naturally feel our sincerity. The enterprise's duty is to contribute to the economy of Harkin, not to curry favor with the powerful." Jonathan directly interrupted Bryce's words. Bryce was embarrassed by Jonathan's words. "I was watching the entire incident this time, and I don't think Jean made any mistakes. I even support Jean's actions. I am not protecting or covering up for Jean, but when the enterprise is wronged, it should stand up for itself and not simply swallow its anger. Therefore, I don't agree with Director Hoffman's words." Bryce felt very awkward after being told off in public. Jonathan spoke again. "I'm here today to not only calm everyone down but also to encourage everyone to support my granddaughter. She naturally has her own arrangements for this logistics warehouse project under the Lawrence Enterprise. Please don't use her qualifications and status to restrict her." "Chairman, are you sure you are protecting her? This is too obvious." Bryce could not hold back and said sarcastically. "Whether I am protecting her or not will depend on the result." Jonathan's expression was serious. "The result? Isn't the result already finalized?" "Not yet," Jean said. Bryce instantly changed his tone. "I am talking to your grandfather. What right do you have to interrupt?" "I gave her the right," Jonathan said. Bryce's expression twisted uglily. "It was my decision to let Jean come to work at the Lawrence Enterprise. I believe in my judgment," Jonathan said again, his aura full of confidence. "Thank you for your affirmation, Grandpa." Jean turned around and said to everyone respectfully, "Give me another day, and I will completely resolve this matter. If it is still the same tomorrow, then the Lawrence Enterprise will still have to bear the losses now. I will take the blame and resign, and even compensate the Lawrence Enterprise for all the losses." Bryce sneered. "Compensate for the losses? How will you compensate?" "I will compensate in her stead," Jonathan said firmly. Bryce endured it. "But if I manage to turn the situation around." Jean's eyes narrowed slightly. "I request for Director Hoffman to leave Lawrence Enterprise." The last sentence was a fatal blow. Chapter 145. Jean's mysterious identity. In the executive meeting room, Bryce was forced into a corner by Jean. His expression was extremely ugly. However, at that moment, he could not say a single word. Jean sneered, since you can't be absolutely sure that I will fail, then please don't be so sure. Bryce gritted his teeth and said, for the chairman's sake, I don't want to make you look bad. His words sounded nice, but it was his way of giving himself a way out. He had to admit that he was really humiliated by the Lawrences today. Jonathan said, thank you, Director Hoffman. If the other senior directors here have any other opinions, please raise them. Even if some people were not convinced, they tactfully did not speak. Bryce had been embarrassed enough. Since everyone has no objections, then the meeting is adjourned, Jonathan instructed. Then, his personal assistant pushed him out of the meeting room. Alexander followed behind Jonathan with Jean after him. Joshua hurriedly trailed along. Jonathan left the Lawrence Enterprise directly. Alexander, Jean, and Joshua were all at the door to see him off. Jonathan said to Alexander, support Jean more. Don't let your daughter be bullied by outsiders. Yes. Alexander was extremely respectful. Jean looked at Jonathan, waves of mixed emotions washing over her. If Jonathan was not a person who prioritized business interests, and if she did not know how cruel he was on the inside, she might actually be moved by his actions today. She watched Jonathan leave. Only when the car drove out did she withdraw her gaze. She retracted her gaze and met Alexander's. Alexander naturally had two faces. He was completely different in front of Jonathan. His expression was cold as he looked at Jean. Don't do whatever you want just because your grandfather has your back. If you don't save the Lawrence Enterprise from its losses, you'll still have to get out of the company. I know. Alexander left with these words and strode away. Joshua hurriedly followed him. He followed Alexander into the executive general manager's office. Joshua could not help but ask, Dad, what does grandfather mean? Grandfather stood up for Jean in front of so many senior directors. What does that make me? You are practically nothing. Alexander was furious. Joshua held back his anger. No matter what happens to Jean now, she has become more popular and was once glorious because of her achievements. You have been working in the Lawrence Enterprise for more than a year. All you do is waste time. Dad, how can you say that about your son? Then tell me what contribution you have made to the company, and what help you have brought me. At least I know my own limits. I won't be like Jean who caused so much trouble for you. Joshua was displeased. You're useless and you're also unreasonable, Dad. Learn well. In the future, if your grandfather really gives Lawrence Enterprise to Jean, you can't blame anyone else. Dad, get out of here, Alexander roared angrily. Joshua could also see that Alexander was angry. Although he felt uncomfortable in his heart, he still left dejectedly. When he returned to his office, he called Eden indignantly, Brother-in-law, can you ask the Sanders to target the Lawrence Enterprise? I simply can't stand Jean's insufferably arrogant attitude. Today, my grandfather actually came to the company to support Jean. We originally wanted to kick Jean out of the company, but now we had to give her one more day. Your grandfather supports Jean? Eden was also a little surprised. Based on his understanding of Jonathan Lawrence, he would never ignore his own grandson and support his granddaughter. Brother-in-law. Joshua did not receive a reply and called out again. All right, I got it. Brother-in-law, what I mean is. The call was abruptly hung up. He wanted to get support and not be ignored like this. He had been ignored enough during this period of time. Eden was indeed ignoring Joshua. Joshua was useless, and Eden was just using him. He did not have so much free time to deal with him. Eden was a little uneasy now. Initially, he felt that this matter would come to an end after Jean had some self-awareness and compromise. Next would be an internal crusade among the Lawrence Enterprise against Jean, and he would reap the benefits. However, at this moment, he did not expect Jonathan to suddenly stand on Jean's side. Although Eden had never interacted with Jonathan, from his father's description of this man, he knew that Jonathan was a sinister and cunning person. In the business world, he would do anything for profit. If it was not for the stroke 2 years ago that forced Jonathan to retire, the Lawrence Enterprise would not have declined so quickly. He picked up the phone. Eden, what's wrong? Michael's tone was calm as always. No matter what happened, he seemed to be calm and collected. Eden said bluntly, I'm a little worried that things will change. What do you mean? Just now, Joshua called me and said that Jonathan Lawrence stood up for Jean. We thought that Jean would have been kicked out of the Lawrence Enterprise today, but I didn't expect Jonathan to back her up. You mean that Jean might still have other tricks up her sleeve? Michael instantly understood. Yes, Eden confirmed. Jonathan is a businessman. In front of benefits, he won't even consider his family. Moreover, Gene isn't the successor of the Lawrence enterprise. If you want to talk about favoritism, he'll only be favoring Joshua. Alright, I got it. I'll go and inform the Sanders. I really don't want any more changes. We've already spent a lot of effort on Gene's matter. Outside the room, Eden's assistant pushed open the door. It seemed like there was an urgent matter. Eden frowned. President Swa, the Lawrence enterprise released another video just now. It's currently spreading across the media. Eden was shocked. Michael, who was on the other side of the phone, could feel that something was wrong. What happened? The Lawrence enterprise released another video. It must be Gene again. Hang up the phone first and see what it is. Michael made a prompt decision. Okay. Eden hurriedly hung up the phone. Suppressing his anger, he quickly opened the computer screen and typed in the word, Gene. Countless news articles about her popped up on the internet. He clicked on the latest one. He clicked on it and saw Gene's inherently attractive face appear on the screen. I'm very sorry for taking up public resources again. I just want to be able to give my friends who are concerned about the logistics of the Lawrence enterprise an explanation. I also want to draw a complete conclusion to this matter. This afternoon, the Southampton City Administrative Office made a statement in front of the entire nation and gave Lawrence Enterprise a perfect compensation plan. The Lawrences were very grateful and seriously discussed the plan given to us by the Administrative Office. We found that everything the Administrative Office gave us was from the country's assets. As an enterprise, I'm ashamed that not only did I not contribute to the country, but I also took the country's assets. Eden gritted his teeth. Although the Lawrences seemed to be taking the initiative to curry favor with the Sanders, the more they did so, the more uneasy he felt. He controlled his emotions and looked down. Gene continued, in view of this, the Lawrence enterprise actively held an internal seminar, trying to solve our difficulties through our own abilities. After more than 2 hours of intense discussions in the afternoon, we found a better way that can support both our logistics warehouse and the amusement park project. The following is the result of the Lawrence Enterprise's discussion. Eden's heart was racing. He was really afraid of how Gene would turn this matter around. He stared at the screen. The biggest contradiction between the logistics warehouse and the amusement park is that the road traffic cannot be used rationally. An amusement park is a place where people gather, and it is also a place where traffic will be bad. If the amusement park is too popular, traffic control will be implemented within 1,000 meters around the amusement park. That is to say, traffic is not allowed to enter. This is the fundamental problem that hindered our logistics warehouse. The logistics warehouse needs more convenient and faster transportation, so I think that as long as we solve the traffic problem, the logistics warehouse and the amusement park can be built together. Eden glared at Gene in the video. This woman really had a lot of ideas. Without a doubt, this was indeed a good way to have it both ways, but... He sneered. Whether the plan could be agreed to or not, or whether it could really be transformed was also up to the Sanders. Although Gene's suggestion was good, it could not be used, it was still futile. I contacted the world-class transportation master, Klaus Main, through my friend's connections. I just gave it a try and sent him the geographical blueprint of our place. I didn't expect him to send me the first draft within an hour. Gene took out the design draft and placed it in front of the computer screen. The design draft was not very clear, but it could be seen that it was indeed a blueprint for planning and construction. Mr. Klaus said that the terrain of our local area is not complicated. To solve the transportation problem in our logistics warehouse, we only need to build a light rail and a subway. The subway is for the amusement park, and the light rail is for the logistics warehouse. They are not related to each other and can work together. Gene said briefly and very calmly. He said that he bought the nearest plane ticket and will come to the field to make plans for us tomorrow. She must be lying. Countless big shots could not even invite the world-class transportation master, but now, he would personally come to Southampton City? Just who the heck could Gene be? Chapter 146. Gene might not be an ordinary person. Gene invited the world-class transportation master, Klaus Main. The news of Main's arrival in Southampton City spread throughout the country in an instant. There were many onlookers. Is it really the legendary Klaus? The master who can unimpeded traffic no matter how complicated the traffic environment is under his design? Klaus only spent a week solving a traffic problem that had caused congestion in Machen's for 10 years. Now that so many years have passed in that city, even the rush hour is extremely smooth. It's said that those streets are even named Klaus Route 1 and Klaus Route 2. Didn't Klaus retire many years ago? Who is Klaus? Everyone is very confused. Looking forward to Klaus' arrival, looking forward to the final resolution. The news of the transportation master was in full swing. Gene's office. Gene was also flipping through the news. Her expression was very calm. Forrest really did not dare to believe it. After he helped Jean record the video, he actually had a lot of questions. At this moment, he finally could not hold it in anymore. Director Lawrence, you are not joking, right? Jean looked up from the screen. You mean the matter of inviting Klaus? Yes. Forrest nodded and voiced his doubts. Actually, I'm quite interested in world-class celebrities, especially those with technical influence. I have some understanding of Klaus. He had already announced 3 years ago that he would no longer accept invitations to design transportation plans. Moreover, many important leaders of many countries had personally gone to invite him, but he refused them all. I don't know how you got him to come out of his retirement. It's not me, Jean said. I don't have such great abilities. Then who is it? Is it your friend? Who could be this influential? Forrest was very curious. He suddenly felt that the woman in front of him was unfathomable. She seemed to always make people feel extremely shocked. It's my son, Jean said straightforwardly. Forrest felt that this was even harder to accept than the director herself being acquainted with Klaus. Jean was really calm to the point that it drove people crazy. She casually said, Klaus is one of the people in charge of the Mensa organization. My son's IQ just happened to be online. When he entered Mensa, Klaus accidentally discovered my son and felt that he was amazing. Thinking that he was a talent that could be trained for, he made George his apprentice. In layman's terms, Klaus is my son's master. Now that his disciple's mother is in trouble, he can't just stand by and do nothing. So, I asked George to tell Klaus about my request, and Klaus agreed. Forrest was speechless. Could you not say it so casually? It would make people jealous. Director Lawrence, you're just not an ordinary person. Forrest was even stuttering. The father of e-commerce, West from the Muck Group, was her godfather. The world-class transportation master, Klaus, was her son's master. No ordinary person would not be able to befriend these big shots. Unless she was a big shot herself. Jean smiled. She said, everything is a coincidence or fate. I'm not as powerful as you think, just a little lucky. There was probably no one in this world who could rely on luck to become a king. Forrest had a feeling that Jean would definitely be more successful in the future. Let's not talk too much. Tell Mandy to keep an eye on the news. We can't let the news go cold like this. The internet trolls we hired have to keep building momentum. Jean returned to the main topic, and she looked at the time again. It's 8 p.m. now. The matter is about to come to an end. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the airport to pick Klaus up. I will be a little late. When the time comes, you will be in charge of the project. If you encounter any problems, call me immediately. Don't worry, Director Lawrence. Forrest agreed immediately. Jean nodded. She picked up her bag and stood up to leave the office. Forrest followed her out and looked at her silhouette. These few days, she had clearly experienced some high-intensity and high-pressure work. He did not know why this woman in front of him could still remain calm. It was as if everything was within her expectations, and she only needed to wait for a good result. He truly admired her so much. Wondering if those who tried to put her down were fuming right now. Chapter 147. Jean might not be an ordinary person. In fact, that person had indeed broken down. Eden gritted his teeth and was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Where did Jean get the ability to invite the so-called world-class transportation master, Klaus? Once he really comes to Southampton City, the traffic problem would just be insignificant. Jean borrowed the power of the internet and the compromise she made with the administrative office previously. It would be impossible for the administrative office to reject such a solution that would have the best of both worlds. If they reject it, then they would really be deliberately targeting the Lawrence enterprise, and the Sanders would not be able to back down. Eden clenched his fists tightly, and his anger reached its peak. He admitted that he really wanted to make Jean submit to him. Thinking back to the time when he made a mistake that every man would make, Jean made such a big fuss that his reputation was almost ruined. In the end, he managed to preserve his reputation and Jean was the one in ruins, to the extent that she was even kicked out of the Lawrences. From then till now, Jean had not yielded to him even once, which made him feel displeased. Now that he saw her return with her still beautiful and moving appearance, his desire to make her submit to him became even stronger. It could not be denied that Jean had the innate ability to make all men lose control. Although he had tried his best to forget the existence of this woman all these years, when this woman appeared in front of him again, he would still be tempted. He still wanted this woman to become his own. He could not deny that all men had innate bad natures. If they could not obtain something, they would always resort to all means to obtain it. However, when they finally obtain it, they would have no feelings left for this woman. Therefore, the things that he had done to Jean before this was always to make her submit to him, and even make her his woman. However, after this incident, he changed his mind. He had to. This woman. He would definitely make her suffer a fate worse than death. He was having crazy thoughts, and his suppressed anger made him look very ominous. The phone rang at this moment. Eden lowered his head to take a look and picked it up. Michael. Have you thought of a solution? No, Eden said frankly. If Jean really invited Klaus, and if the Sanders rejects this construction, then it will confirm that the Sanders is targeting the Lawrence enterprise. The Sanders will not be able to answer the people. So, we can only take the risk. Michael's tone was cruel. Eden held the phone tightly, and his expression changed. Get Klaus involved in an accident in Southampton City. Michael made a prompt decision. Eden's heart pounded. I'll leave it to you. Can you do it? Michael asked. Eden gritted his teeth. Yes, it's mainly because Melody and I have a special identity. There are too many eyes on us. It'll be difficult to avoid everyone and do something secretly. I understand, Eden agreed immediately. Leave it to me. I can do it. It'll all be up to you tomorrow. If Klaus successfully arrived at Southampton City, the Lawrence Enterprises logistics warehouse project would continue. Everything that we had done previously will all be in vain. However, if something happened to Klaus in Southampton City, not only would this project be shelved, but have you thought about what kind of attack Jean would suffer? It would be global. Michael reminded him word by word. Eden was touched. He did not think so much. He only thought that if something happened to Klaus, this project would not be continued. He did not think that as an international celebrity, if something happened to Klaus because of Jean, then Jean would not be able to get forgiveness from the public even if she apologized. He looked a little excited. Jean is asking for it. It will be very ugly. Be careful, Michael reminded. Okay. Michael and Eden exchanged a few more words before hanging up. Michael was still in the office at the moment. Ever since he returned to the country and started working, he had been extremely busy. His goal was to be able to reach a higher position faster. His father was suddenly diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. Although it was not announced to the public, the doctor said that the deterioration was very rapid and it was hard to say how much time was left. If he wanted to stabilize the position of the Ross, he could only depend on himself. He would resort to any means to support the glory of his entire family. Something flashed across his eyes as he looked at the caller ID on the screen. He picked it up. Melody. Did you tell Eden what to do? Melody was somewhat anxious. Chapter 148. Jean might not be an ordinary person. Yes, can he be trusted? We don't have any other choice for the time being. Melody endured it and did not want to belittle Eden anymore. She said, I gave my instructions just now. If any accident happens tomorrow, the official department will arrive late due to circumstances. They will only go to the scene to deal with it after Eden's people leave. Michael, we've already done so much. We can't fail again this time. Okay, how's your father's situation? Melody suddenly thought of it. Michael pursed his lips. The doctor said that he's fine for the time being, but he needs to recuperate. I also mentioned your current situation to my father just now. My father told you not to worry too much. If anything really happens to your father, my father will personally support you. He won't let your family decline like this. Help me thank him. Michael appeared to be very respectful. As long as you sincerely support the Sanders, my father will not mistreat you. Moreover, with me around, I will always help you put in good words in front of my father. Thank you. In short, you don't have to bear the burden. Okay, I'll hang up now, Melody said. We'll see the results tomorrow. Okay, he hung up the phone. Michael rubbed his aching temples. Actually, he was very tired. When he returned this time, he suddenly received news that his father was critically ill. It was hard to accept. Back then, he was forced to break up with Monica. He was unwilling, but he still accepted it for the sake of his official career in the end. He had lived in a place where cheating and power were paramount. He had seen too many people kneel in front of his father without any dignity in order to curry favor with him. He had also encountered a time when his father was schemed against and his life was on the line. His entire family was almost buried with him at that time. His father had taught him since he was young that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If he could not grow stronger, then he would be devoured by others. He could only continue to grow. Under his father's influence, he had a strong desire for power and status. However, it could not be denied that back then, he really loved Monica when he dated her. In fact, he had a crush on Monica for many years. In high school, he was in the same class as Eden. Eden and Jean were dating, and Jean's best friend happened to Monica, so they got to know each other. Friendship was all there was between them. In fact, he was very clear that he should have married a woman who was more beneficial to his career, and not the daughter of a businessman. Thus, he did not have a good impression of Monica, and even said that he would keep a distance from her. However, there was once, during a mock test in his third year of high school, he made a mistake in the performance test and fell from the 1st to 8th grade. That time, he was scolded by his father, and his mood was extremely low. Coincidentally, that day, he agreed to go to the amusement park with Eden to relax his nerves. In order to prevent others from knowing his inner feelings, he did not refuse. When he went, he saw that Jean and Monica were also there. The four of them went together. To give Eden and Jean some time alone, it was him and Monica who went together in the end. Monica was really a very cheerful person. He had seen too many young ladies from influential families in the upper class. No one would be as carefree as she was. He was actually a little envious. Monica pulled him to the roller coaster. He was a cautious person. He rarely did things out of his control, and felt that roller coasters were not suitable for him. However, Monica was a stubborn person. She pulled him to line up and forced him to go with her. As they sat on the roller coaster, Monica took the initiative to hold his hand. "If you're afraid, hold my hand." How could Michael admit that he was afraid? Monica held on anyway. "I can see that you're in a bad mood today. When you're in a bad mood, you have to vent. Trust me." In fact, the thrill of the roller coaster was never a concern in Michael's mind. The only thing that had been touching him in the depths of his heart was Monica's soft and warm hand, which was holding him tightly. Chapter 149. Monica, Finn, and Michael's past. Michael's true feelings for Monica were not from that time. He always felt that his heart rate increased because the roller coaster was too intense. Therefore, he and Monica only remained friends for a long period of time. They did not have any interactions, and there were no changes in their feelings. Until he was studying official affairs with his father while attending the University of Civil Affairs. He was actually very busy and had no time to think about other things. One day, he accompanied his father while they were getting off work. It was already midnight. There were almost no pedestrians on the streets, and there were very few cars. He sat in the back seat of the car in fatigue and looked at the night sky of Southampton City. Usually, there would be a lot of night lights flashing at this time, but tonight seemed to be much darker than usual. He watched silently. Then, he suddenly saw a familiar face appear on the largest promotional electronic screen in Southampton City. Seeing her bright smile and her face full of joy, she said, "Finn, happy birthday to you." Finn? Who could he be? Monica had rented all the electronic screens in Southampton City from 0 a.m. to 24 a.m., exactly an entire day. That was why Monica was famous. The man named Finn also became famous. Michael was someone who never cared about gossip, and that was the first time he typed the words, "Finn," on the internet. Looking at that man's resume, looking at all the information about that man, Michael finally admitted that he had feelings for Monica. Otherwise, he would not have wasted his time finding out about another man Monica liked so much. However, he still decided to endure it. After all, he and Monica would not have a future. As a human, there would always be times when he could not control himself and act on impulse. It was a gathering of university alumni. He was drinking with a group of classmates at the bar when he saw Monica sitting in front of the bar counter, crying. He looked at her for a long time, looking at her slender body that was breaking down. In the end, he got up and walked toward her. Monica was also a little surprised to see him. He took the initiative to order a glass of wine and sat beside Monica. "Did the sky fall on you today?" "Finn cheated," Monica said. When she said it out loud, her tears flowed like a torrent. It was even more painful than the sky falling. When Michael heard those words, his heart was filled with joy. He was next to Monica through the night. Monica actually asked him to ignore him several times, but he did not leave. He stayed with her the whole night. He did not leave with her until the bar closed in the morning. He then sent her back. Monica was probably tired from crying, so she did not refuse. The car arrived at the door of Monica's villa. From afar, he saw a man standing there. The impulse in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Therefore, the moment Monica got out of the car, he hugged her in his arms. Monica was shocked. At that moment, she looked straight at him. "Monica, would you believe it if I say that I like you?" Michael said. Monica seemed to be even more frightened. "I have liked you for many years." He enunciated each word. He actually confessed. He thought that he would never say something like that in his life. Monica seemed to be unable to react in time. He saw Finn approaching them from the corner of his eye, and even saw Finn's eyes turn red. He leaned close to Monica's ear and whispered, "Do you know? The best way to give up a relationship is to start another one. Michael, Finn is behind you. If you don't want to be hurt by him again, you have to acquiesce to my actions." As soon as he finished speaking, Monica did not actually have time to react. She felt Michael's kiss on her lips. From her surprised expression, it was obvious that she was rejecting him. However, in the next second, she gave in. Perhaps she had really experienced something too heart-wrenching, which was why she chose this way to break up with Finn. Michael kissed her and saw Finn standing behind them in a daze. Michael even saw that the man was clenching his fists, his eyes were red, and then a tear fell. A man could actually cry like that for a woman. Perhaps he was deeply in love, perhaps there was a misunderstanding between them. Perhaps, however, Michael did not care, he was cruel enough to break them up. He knew that Finn was an orphan, and he also knew that an orphan lacked security. Chapter 150. Monica, Finn, and Michael's past. With Finn's status, he was not worthy of the wealthy Monica. Therefore, once he felt that Monica did not love him, he would turn around and leave. This was the influence that a foster family brought to the child. From then on, Finn withdrew from Monica's world. Even during the period when Michael pursued Monica, during the period when Monica still clearly loved Finn, Finn never appeared in Monica's world again. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to pursue Monica. As long as he gave her happiness, as long as he made her happy enough to forget Finn, their relationship would last. They dated for 2 years. Finally, his father found out. His father mercilessly urged them to break up. At that time, Michael was deeply in love with Monica. He loved her so much that he even tried to convince his father. Even if he did not marry the daughter of an official, he could rely on his own strength to rise to a higher position. However, his resistance was futile. His father did not listen to any explanation and directly went to find Monica's father. He used harsh words while he asked Monica's father to make his daughter break up with Michael. The situation had developed beyond his control. He and Monica both endured the immense pressure from their family. In the end, it was he who chose to let go. As long as his father did not agree to him being with Monica, he would not be able to be with her. Regardless of whether his father used his power, or Michael himself did not have the courage to stand in between Monica and his family, they would eventually break up. However, the final fuse to break up came from an official opportunity given to him by the chief. When the matter between him and Monica was getting out of hand, the chief gave him an opportunity to go abroad to further his studies. That opportunity was something that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. It was an exchange program between countries, and the last person who had such an opportunity was the chief himself. One could imagine how valuable this opportunity was. He knew clearly that he could not refuse. Therefore, he chose to break up with Monica because he did not want to make things difficult for her again. He knew that he had let her down in this matter. His family and his upbringing made it impossible for him to give up his future for a woman. Monica was probably very sad. He thought of the heartbreaking breakup between Monica and Finn. He did not know if Monica would be in pain, and he was cruel enough to not find out. After he left, he heard that Monica and Finn got married. He was sad, but his political aspirations made him accept it. He returned to the country recently, and the exchange program was not over yet. He only returned to the country early because of his father's illness. After he returned, the chief asked him to get Monica back. Although Harkin was currently in the hands of the Sanders, the economy was not under their control. It was all on the Swans. Back then, after Zachary Swan helped the Sanders take over the country, he abandoned politics and went into business. At that time, the Sanders did not have enough resources to control the development of the economy. In addition, the Swans had just come down from the political arena at that time. Their connections and influence were still rather overwhelming, thus they successfully devoted themselves to business. After decades of expansion, they had created the Swan family's wealth and business status in Harkin. Now, the Swans themselves could even influence the economic development of Harkin. Therefore, when the Sanders stabilized in the political arena, they naturally began to feel the crisis in the economic sector. Hence, they had the idea of working with the Swans through arranged marriages, and their goal was to take control of Harkin's economy from the Swans. However, the Swans refused time and time again. Everyone would think that the Swans did not want to return to the political arena. However, only a few people would know that the Swans actually did not want to give the business empire that they had built to the Sanders. If the Sanders could not form a friendly relationship with the Swans, they would choose another way. Michael was currently in charge of starting other large enterprises in Harkin. He was in charge of other industries that the Swans had no control over, and the Cardellini's medical materials company was the largest enterprise among the 12 families, aside from the Swans. Naturally, it was the target that the Sanders wanted to rope in or control. Letting Michael and Monica be together was to let Michael take control of the Cardellinis. Of course, the most urgent thing for the Sanders now was to gain control of the Swans through the marriage alliance. Controlling the Cardellinis was just an auxiliary line. The most important thing now was still the marriage between Fourth Master Swan and Melody. As for him and Monica, they could take it step by step. After thinking so much, Michael was also a little tired. His eyes moved slightly as he looked at Monica's photo on the computer screen in front of him. He used her photo as the screensaver. Actually, he was very grateful for the Sanders policy guidance. At least, he could be together with Monica without his family's objections and without affecting his official career development. He liked her. He really liked her, without the consideration of benefits. He picked up the phone and dialed. The call went through. Michael. I miss you. At this moment, Monica was at home. She had just finished talking to Jean and was in a good mood. She remembered that she had to go to the hospital today for her medicine. Even though she had a small problem with her breast, she still had to pay attention to it. She was just about to leave when she received a call from Michael. Actually, the day they came back from her father's place, she had told Michael to wait until his parents were really willing to accept them before making their relationship official. They could start dating again, but they would not see each other for the time being. After all, if they accidentally do something they should not, she would never be able to accept it morally. After that, they really did not see each other. They did not even call each other often. Michael would occasionally send her messages, but they were all simple greetings. It was the first time Michael had said that he missed her so directly like today. Her heart was beating a little. Michael did not seem to want to make things difficult for her either. He changed the topic and said, I just finished working overtime and was about to get off work. How about you? I'm at home, taking my medicine. What's wrong? I have breast hyperplasia. The doctor asked me to take some medicine. Is it serious? It's not serious. I had a checkup today, and the doctor said that it's nothing serious. That's good. Michael heaved a sigh of relief. By the way, why did you get off work so late? Monica put the pill into her mouth, took a sip of warm water, and swallowed it. Yeah, I was too busy. Have you had dinner yet? I forgot. Do you want to come out and eat with me? Michael. Monica bit her lips. Let's not meet for the time being. The other side chuckled and said in a flat tone, I'm just kidding. Remember to have dinner. Okay, then get off work early. Okay, then I'll hang up, Monica said. Monica. The other side called her name and said in a low voice. Yes. Will you miss me? Michael asked. Monica's heart skipped a beat. Miss me? The other side seemed unyielding. Monica pursed her lips. Her heart was beating a little fast. She said, Michael, I miss you. Just as she said that, she saw Finn come out of his bedroom. Finn usually left work very late, but today, just like her, she inexplicably got off work at 6 o'clock. The two of them ordered their own takeout dinner and ate their own food as if they were strangers. After dinner, Finn returned to his bedroom and did not come out again. She did not expect that he would suddenly appear now. Worse still, he appeared right in time when she said she misses Michael. Hey guys! Don't forget to hit the like, share, subscribe button and turn on the notification bell icon for more content like this. It helps the channel a lot. Thank you.